"I'm not worth worrying about," Darian mumbled, looking down at the ground. "There's no reason why he should think about me. There's no reason why any of you should think about me. You're all important people. You're all these amazing warriors and mages. You can do things that nobody back in Errol's Grove would believe, and I'm just the worthless troublemaker nobody else wants." Snowfire nodded to himself mentally as the boy's words echoed what Nightwind had already surmised. "I'm sorry to hear you say that, since I don't in the least agree with you. I truly hate to spoil a friendship by beginning it with a quarrel," he replied lightly, and was rewarded once again with Darian's glance of dumbfounded astonishment. "How can you say that?" the boy asked incredulously. "There isn't anybody in Errol's Grove who'd believe their ears if they heard you say that." "Why? What would they say?" Snowfire asked, ingenuously. That I'm ungrateful, disrespectful, and I don't know my place," Darian said, in what was very nearly a growl, turning his gaze away from Snowfire's face and back down to the ground. Snowfire made a non-committal sound. "And why would they say that you're ungrateful?" "Because after all the effort they've gone to in order to make sure I had someone to take care of me and have food and shelter, and the trouble they've gone to in order to see that I was going to learn a useful trade, I'm not grateful, and I don't know my place," Darian muttered, his voice full of resentment. Snowfire shifted his weight and took a more comfortable pose, giving himself time to think out his answer. "It seems to me," he said carefully, "that you already had the grounding in a very good trade, that being the one that your parents followed. It seems to me that, provided you liked that trade, of course, you could, with a little effort, have found someone else in that trade to take you as half-trained apprentice, and thus you would have supplied your own food, shelter, and master. So I fail to see why they should think you should consider yourself beholden to them for what they did. After all, the choice of caretaker, lodging, and trade was theirs, not yours, and you had never asked them to undertake it on your behalf. If someone cooks food I do not care for and offers it to me when they know I am not hungry, should I be grateful to them?" "Some people would think so," Darian replied, but his spirits seemed a little higher. He shrugged. "Then some people are foolish, and that is their problem, not mine, nor should it be yours. However, there is this to consider. Would any of their children, at your age, have been able to do as you would have done had they waited to let you try?" "No," he admitted. "They'd have been pretty helpless. They'd have had to get a relative to take care of them and sort things out for them." "Then wouldn't it be reasonable to say that they were taking care of things for you as their own children would have needed care?" Snowfire waited for Darian to make the next leap of logic. "I guess so." Darian didn't say anything else, but Snowfire could tell he was thinking about something. "I hope it's that he can see why they would expect him to be grateful, even though he wasn't obliged to feel gratitude. Poor lad. He was a Tervardi, being brought up by Herr Tassi, who didn't understand why he wanted to live at the tops of trees instead of a nice, safe burrow deep in the ground. And he didn't understand why he should be grateful that they kept giving him the room farthest from the exit." "Well," Snowfire said at last, "why would they say you were disrespectful?" "Because I pretty much told them what you just did," Darian said with some wonderment, so surprised to hear his own thoughts echoing from Snowfire's mouth that he was hard put to keep his eyes down on the ground. Well, if you told them in approximately the same words that I used, I can understand being called disrespectful. Snowfire chuckled. You might consider cultivating a more diplomatic approach to avoid conflict in the future. But what is this about knowing your place? Darian looked up at him from beneath a pair of fiercely knitted eyebrows. I guess I wasn't humble enough, he replied. Old Justin, he just let everybody treat him like the whole village's servant, and I guess I was supposed to act the same. Really, Snowfire did not let his expression of friendly interest slip. Perhaps, though, it wasn't that they treated Justin as if he were a servant, but as if they had become so accustomed to his services that they took him for granted. Maybe. Darian's fierce expression eased a little. I suppose that was it. I guess when you do things for people and they get used to you being there, it's natural to kind of get taken for granted. Exactly true, Snowfire nodded calmly. That is why, from time to time, our Veil Healer goes out into the deep forest to meditate and refresh his spirit. When we have to do without him for a while, we notice again how much he does. Of course, if any of us were to have a genuine emergency, he would return, but that rarely happens. When he comes back, he is invigorated by his rest, and we are properly appreciative of all he does. Now, that your master did not do this is as much his own fault as the villagers'. Our Shinayin cousins have a saying, to treat a person like a carpet, it is necessary that one do the walking, and one allow himself to be walked on. Darian actually smiled a little and rubbed his reddened nose with the back of his hand. That's a funny saying, but I guess I see the point. It seems to me, Snowfire continued with perfect calm, that the people of your village could have used a deal more exposure to the wider world, and were stubborn and loud in their refusal to change their ways. Now Darian laughed out loud. That's a funny thing for a hawk brother to say, he replied. Hellfires, you people never even came out of the forest till just a little bit ago. Most people thought you had feathers instead of hair. That would be the Tervardi, not the Taledras, Snowfire chuckled. And again, the cousins say, it takes a mule to repeat a mule's bray, which is to say, the one most likely to recognize a fault is the one who suffers from the same fault. I guess so. Darian grew quiet and thoughtful, and Snowfire wondered if he had caught the second lesson, that a great deal of the trouble between himself and his guardians lay in the fact that neither of them cared to compromise the vision they had for Darian's future. A clue that he just might have came a moment later when he asked plaintively, "Do I have to be a mage?" That is a good question, Darian. Well, you have the gift, and it seems reasonable to train it, so that it is at least under your control, Snowfire replied judiciously. Having a gift is a bit like having a very large and active dog. Think about the large dogs you have been around in your life, from pups to adults. If you do not train a dog to obey you, what happens? He jumps all over people, steals what he wants, maybe bites someone. Darian nodded, as if the analogy made sense to him. But if he is trained, even if you do not go to the extent of training him for, say, pulling a cart or searching for lost children, he will stay out of trouble. That is why you should at least train your gift. Otherwise, like the dog, It is likely to break loose and do something unanticipated, usually at a bad moment." Darian sighed and propped his chin on his hand. "It's just that before you did that stuff with the bandage, I couldn't see much you could do with magic that you couldn't do with a pair of hands." Snowfire stretched and thought quickly. He needed to find something that would convince Darian to undertake real training, which would mean a great deal of hard work. "Well, in the long run, you are correct. If I wish to know something happening at a distance, I could work the magic to find it out, or I could go there and find it out for myself. If I needed to hide myself, I could work the magic to do so, or I could wear the correct clothing and learn to move without making a sound. Now, I could not call lightning by myself, for instance, but the artificers of Valdemar have a powder that will certainly leave a large hole and make one think that lightning was called, so you are in the right of it. But the black powder does not work in the rain. Sometimes the right clothing still would not conceal a watcher, and it is not always convenient to go off on a journey to learn what is going on somewhere." He spread his hands wide. "You see, it is good to know how to do things without magic, but it is good to know how to do them with magic as well. It gives you more options than just one or the other." "Justin couldn't do much," Darian said meditatively. "Magic, I mean. Something was wrong with his head, he said, and he couldn't do magic like he used to. I don't know." "That may have been as much the result of the mage storms as anything else," Snowfire replied. "With the way that magic was scattered, he may not have had the power to do the things he used to, and that may be why he lost some of the respect that he had in the past. And also, we do not know why, but a small number of mages were affected by the storms. Some lost ability, some gained it. He may have been one of those who lost it, and that is hardly his fault. Do you fault a man for no longer chopping wood when he has lost a hand? But he figured out ways of doing things that needed getting done without magic," Darian protested. "And that is certainly to his vast credit. I have no argument with you. It is too bad that your villagers were so certain that something done by magical means is intrinsically more valuable than something done any other way, that they forgot that the value lies in the accomplishment, not how it was done." Snowfire decided enough had been said on that issue. "Well, that, after all, is how it is said that carnival sharpsters manage to separate the gullible from their earnings, by accomplishing the ordinary with so much flash and tinsel that their victims forget that they are seeing nothing but a gaudy illusion overlaid on the absolutely commonplace." Darian looked so puzzled by that last remark that Snowfire reminded himself sharply that he was only dealing with a young lad, no matter how clever the boy sounded. "I don't know what that means," the boy admitted honestly, impressing the Hawk brother even more. "It matters not, Darian. We can talk about it another time. We have time to be friends. But for now," he led Darian gently and by careful questions to talk about his parents. He discovered that Nightwind had been correct about Darian's close and affectionate relationship with his parents. He also learned that, as she had surmised, he still held to the hope that they were still alive somewhere. He saw no reason to disabuse the boy of that hope. Certainly his guardians had made that attempt and failed, and after all, what harm did it do him? That hope had probably sustained him, rather than harming him in any way, and had helped him to keep his spirit intact. That was hardly a bad thing. Finally, he persuaded Darian to come out of the ekele, get something to eat, and continue answering questions. "You will feel better with a meal inside you," Snowfire assured him as he led Darian to the central cooking area. "I know that I always do. I would also like you to meet the rest of us, one at a time, rather than facing all of us in a group. That cannot have been comfortable." Darian averted his eyes for a moment. "It felt like I was in trouble again, and you people are pretty scary," he murmured uncomfortably. Snowfire mentally berated himself for not seeing that beforehand. "I apologize, Darian, but that is how we always conduct our information meetings. When people must know some crucial intelligence, we all come together to hear it and ask questions. Then folk go off to think about the situation, then return some time later to discuss possible strategies. You were not in trouble, but you were the focus and the most important part of the meeting." Darian flushed, and Snowfire decided that the subject had better be changed. "Never mind," he said. "Let's get food." By that time they had reached the cook shelter, which had clay ovens constructed on the spot for baking, open fires with tripods for pots and spits for roasting small beasts and birds whole, and grills over coals for fish. Snowfire spotted the Herr Tassi Aishen taking fresh, hot bread from one of the ovens and headed straight in that direction, for there was nothing he loved so much as hot bread. It was only when he noticed that Darian was no longer beside him that he turned to see the boy staring at the little Herr Tassi with an expression of horrified surprise. "Darian?" he asked, puzzled. "Is something wrong?" Darian's face was as pale as a cloud. "What is that?" he whispered, as if he was afraid to make a sound, lest the Herr Tassi suddenly leap at him and rend him with claw and fang. "That is Aishen, a good friend of mine, and a wonderful baker," Snowfire said, deciding that the best approach would be to be completely matter-of-fact about the Herr Tassi. Did the Valdemarans have no Herr Tassi in their land? Evidently not, judging by Darian's pinched expression. "His mate, Drusi, makes a better stew, but no one can rival his bread, and his meat pies are worth suffering any hardship to earn. Come, I'll introduce you." Darian could hardly hang back after that, and he trailed along after Snowfire with wide eyes and a set look of determination on his face. "Aishen," Snowfire hailed, "I am about to perish of famine, and our young friend Darian Valdemar has not even had breakfast. Surely you can take pity on us and feed us." Darian obviously understood none of this, probably not even his name, given that Snowfire had given it the Taledras pronunciation, but he could not misunderstand the tone of friend to friend that Snowfire used. Nor could he misunderstand the similar tone with which Aishen replied to this sally. "Shame on you, Snowfire. I thought the hatchling was in your charge. You are supposed to feed hatchlings, don't you know that? Are you trying to stunt his growth through starvation so that you will no longer be the runt of this pack of humans?" Aishen swiftly tore one of the steaming loaves in half, then tore each half in half lengthwise. Onto 2 of the quarters he laid juicy slices of venison he carved from a roast over one of the fires, knife flashing in his blinding speed. He topped the meat with some mouth-watering concoction of his own, made of finely chopped herbs, wild garlic, and watercress from a set of nested simmering pots. Then he restored the top quarters of each and handed one to each of them. Darian took his gingerly, unable to take his eyes from the Herr Tassi's lizard-like face. Aishan was a Keleshia Herr Tassi, and did not suffer from the painful shyness shared by all of the Pelagir's Herr Tassi, including his mate, so he was neither offended nor alarmed by Darian's reaction. "The boy has never seen one of us, eh?" Aishan chuckled. "No worries. I mind me the time I saw my first Hylie. I thought my eyes would pop out of my head. To me, the idea that you humans had hide colors that wildly different just set my brain afire." He turned to Darian and cleared his throat. "To hearth, bed, and bread, be welcome," he said in slow and uncertain Valdemaran. Darian jumped, but held on to his meal with both hands and made an awkward little bow. "Thanks be to the keeper of the house. My hand is at his service," he replied in the formal manner. Aishan chuckled. "Tell him he shouldn't have said that. I need a dishwasher today. You were on the roster, but with that bad arm you can't lift pots. It's probably why you got the wound as an excuse." Snowfire obediently translated, and a slow smile crept across Darian's face. "I wouldn't mind, if he really needs the help," the boy said shyly. "I used to do all the dishwashing for Justin, and I could pay you back a little by taking your place." The glance he gave Snowfire had more than a shadow of hero worship to it, but Snowfire knew how to deal with that. "If you have no problem in taking my place, I would be grateful," he replied and made a face. "On the whole, I don't mind washing dishes. It's preferable to a lot of other camp chores that I won't escape because of my bad arm, and I will miss out on the special treats Aishan keeps for his helpers." The ploy worked. He not only established that he was grateful to Darian for volunteering, but that the job of dishwasher brought with it some extra rewards. It was arranged that Darian would report to Aishan after the evening meal. With a bit of trial, they determined to both of their satisfaction that Aishan could direct the boy with a bit of mime and a great deal of pointing. "That certainly went well," Snowfire thought with satisfaction, as he led Darian off in the direction of the Daihili grazing grounds. "He is resilient. I must give him credit for that, now that he has the concept of non-human partners planted in his mind. I'll show him the next set." Darian had hardly known what to think when he first saw the Herr Tassi cook, Aishan. The creature had looked, at least at first, so very much like the horrible thing that had been leading the enemy fighters. But Snowfire hadn't been afraid of Aishan, and the Herr Tassi himself had been very kind, as Aishan had put together a lunch for the two of them, and as Darian had gotten over his fright enough to look closely at him, it was obvious that he wasn't very much like the enemy thing at all. Darian found himself volunteering to act as a dishwasher, and even more surprising, found himself looking forward to the task. At least now he would be able to accomplish something useful here. It was so odd, though, feeling an urgent need to be useful. "So, "What are Herr Tossi, anyway?" he asked Snowfire around a mouthful of bread. "They are, so we believe, one of the creations of that same great mage who ended the Mage Wars," Snowfire replied. "As you saw, they are descended from lizards, and they share many characteristics with lizards. Cold sends them into a stupor, and extreme cold could kill or injure them very badly. They act, more or less, as our helpers. They cook and clean for us, make clothing, act as the assistants for artisans, when they are not themselves artisans as well. In return, we give them the protection of our veils and scouts and things that they need. They tend to live in colonies, although they take single mates. They are one of the 5 non-human races that we Taledras associate and work with." 5? Darian could hardly believe it. "There are 5 kinds of things that you have around your veils?" "As equal partners and helpers, and not always in the veils. The Tervardi, or bird people, the Kairi, or fur brothers, and the Daihili, or straighthorns, usually live outside our veils. The Hertasi and the Griffins in our veils entwine their lives with ours. The others live entirely separate lives from ours, and only become partners with us, where there are specific tasks that are better done with all our peoples." Snowfire was so matter-of-fact about this, as if he were telling Darian how the Hawk brothers arranged to get things from traders, or worked with the Valdemaran guard. Darian found his head swimming. First, 2-legged, intelligent lizards, and now this. "In fact," Snowfire was continuing, "we have Daihili with us as well as Hertasi on this journey. They have volunteered, in token of their separate alliance with Valdemar, to act as our mounts and burden-bearers. Selene has offered, in light of the fact that they are grazers and most of the Pelagirs are forested, to sponsor colonies of Daihili into some of the unused grazing lands on the western border, and our Daihili are also along as scouts to investigate this possibility. We could say that, as grazers, they wish to find if the lands and available grasses and plants suit their tastes." Darian giggled at the wordplay. What do these Daihili look like?" Darian asked. "I mean, I've heard stories about some of the things in Hawk Brother lands, but I've never seen any." Snowfire smiled. "That, my friend, you are about to see for yourself. Look there." He pointed as they came around another of the ubiquitous vine curtains, and there, in a sunny meadow, was a small herd of something vaguely like deer, with ghost-like coloration of pale beige and cream. At least they had 4 legs, hooves, and 2 delicately curved, unbranching horns on their heads. But the heads themselves were much larger than that of a deer. The enormous brown eyes looked more forward than a deer's did. But the biggest difference was in the shape of the skull. A small and delicate muzzle, comparatively speaking, but an elongated cranium, something that could easily contain a brain the size of a man's. As he and Snowfire stood at the edge of the clearing, every Daihili head came up. The humans were examined closely but swiftly, and then every Daihili head came down again, back to the important business of grazing. Darian blinked at them in awe. He was no stranger to the concept of an intelligent, 4-legged creature. After all, he was a native of Valdemar, and you'd have to have the brains of a wheel of cheese not to know all about companions. but these creatures were so different. "Do they talk?" he asked in a whisper. "Not like the Hertasi do," came the reply. "The Daihili speak mind to mind. Some of us find it difficult to speak to them, as some of us are better at mind speech with non-humans than others." Snowfire smiled down at him. "I happen to be one of the lucky ones. I find it as easy to speak with them as I do with you. Easier, in fact, for I am not translating into a foreign tongue." Darian turned his attention back to the Daihili. "I wonder if I could learn to talk to them," he mused out loud. "Why not simply try?" "Because I don't know if I can," he began, then realized that Snowfire had not spoken aloud. In fact, the voice he had heard had been entirely in his mind, and had not been Snowfire's. One of the Daihili had raised his head again, and was walking toward them, his eyes centered on Darian. The delicate creature had no expression to read, but the voice in Darian's head was warm and amused. "It is a great advantage to speak this way, little brother," the Daihili stag said to him. "It requires no translators, and it is very, very difficult to lie or be lied to. It tends to make all things level, as it were." Darian stared up into the stag's huge brown eyes and didn't realize that he was holding his breath until his lungs began to ache. Belatedly, he took a gasping breath of air as Snowfire chuckled at his expression. "Tercel tends to be a bit more direct than I do," he told Darian. "I would have waited to test you for mind speech, but his approach is to simply try it and see if you can hear him. Well, I suppose this means that now I shall have to teach you to use that gift. Oh, not immediately. His natural shields are good enough to hold for now," the stag replied lazily. "And if it comes to that, I'm as good a teacher as you are. Better, maybe. I've had more practice at it." "Are you volunteering?" Snowfire asked, as Darian felt his mind reeling under this latest revelation. "Why not? The boy could use a competent teacher," the stag replied teasingly. "Actually, and more honestly, young Darian, you need a teacher with a little less to attend to than our friend Snowfire. I have more time to spare than he." The stag lifted his head to look up into Snowfire's face. "But I think, Snowfire, that it would be a good thing if you let me give Darian your language now. It would be better for him if he did not require a translator." Then, for several moments, the stag and Snowfire looked into each other's eyes, and Darian sensed that they were exchanging words that he couldn't hear. Snowfire was frowning, as if he didn't agree with what was being said. Finally, though, the Hawk brother sighed and nodded. "Darian," he said carefully, "I was going to work a very small magic that would allow you to understand our tongue. But as my friend and herd leader has just reminded me, he can do the same thing without magic and with fewer problems. But there are some things that will also happen that you might consider problems." "Like what?" Darian asked immediately. Having people talking over his head and not being able to understand them had been making him very frustrated, although he had been too polite to say anything. "It might hurt a little. It will definitely be a shock to your system. You might get some of his memories as well, or mine, since he will be taking the language of the Taledras from my mind. They'd probably crop up in your dreams, and they might be disturbing. You already know that I am used to fighting. My friend is also a warrior. He has to be, or he couldn't lead the herd, and he knows how to use his weapons. Snowfire glanced at the Daihili's horns significantly. I don't care. I mean, I'd really like it if he could do that, Darian said quickly. Just at the moment, the idea that he might finally be able to understand all the people chattering around him made him almost sick with longing. Then look into my eyes, young one, the Daihili commanded, and without another thought, Darian obeyed. Time slowed, then stopped. He came to himself, lying flat on the grass, gazing up at the blue sky, feeling very much as if someone had kicked his feet out from underneath him. I did warn you, Snowfire said, holding out a hand to help him up. And as Darian took it and clambered clumsily to his feet, lightning flashes and glitter dancing in his eyes, he suddenly realized that the language had not been Valdemarin. So you did, he agreed, and to his delight he realized a moment later that he had replied in the Hawk Brother tongue without thinking about it. He felt the back of his head gingerly, but the ground had been nicely cushioned with grass, and there was no knot on his skull, which was a good thing. He did have a headache, though, which felt as if someone had taken the top of his skull, looked inside, stirred the contents up a bit, and then replaced the skull top and left him lying in the grass. "Are you quite all right?" Snowfire asked him with concern. "I think so, but I've got a headache," he admitted as he rubbed his temples. "It doesn't seem to want to go away." Then he realized that he had not yet thanked Tercel, and he flushed. "Thank you very much, sir," he said, turning hastily to the waiting Daihili and bowing a little. "I hope I don't sound as if I'm complaining, because I'm not. Being able to understand people—" He groped for words. "Being able to understand people will prevent you from feeling like such an outsider," the stag said smoothly. "You have quite enough troubles without that added to your burden. Being able to understand their words will help you to understand them. And you are quite welcome. Be sure to come to me when you have time for a lesson in mind speech. Until then, I hope you learn to enjoy being among us. It is the way of a herd to encompass and support." Darian said that he would, reflecting that at least a Daihili would not be able to smack his fingers with a rod like the widow Clay who had taught him his letters had. The stag nodded and moved back toward his herd, flowing over the grass in a way that hardly resembled walking. Darian steadied himself against Snowfire for a few long minutes. His head felt compressed, twisted, and then expanded again to a size larger than his skin could hold. There were words for things he had never seen inside his mind now, and images associated with rituals and crafts, and trees and plants, and women and men, and clothing and tools, and names for all of them. There were even some images of things he did not want to understand, and a few that he didn't think he was quite old enough for. There were even names for tastes he had never tasted, and feelings his body had never known. Darian would have felt disassociated and frightened enough to scream if it weren't for the effect of hopeful wonderment these new words were having upon him. So many great things had now touched him and were a part of him, and there was a spark inside him. Now that he had names, he wanted to learn the meanings. "Well, if you have a headache," Snowfire said gently after a few minutes, "then this will be a good excuse to go find Nightwind and introduce you to the third species that is with us on this expedition." Snowfire patted him on the shoulder and rubbed at Darian's back a bit companionably. "Nightwind can get you a soothing potion, and you can meet Kelvrin." "Who's Kelvrin?" Darian asked, both curious and a little apprehensive. His headache had subsided from the worst disorientation, and he tried to remember what the other non-human races were that Snowfire had mentioned. One was Kyrie, and one was Tervardi. "Oh, I think you'll like him a great deal," Snowfire said with a chuckle, "though you mustn't let him intimidate you. He won't try to intimidate you. It is simply that sometimes his people do, just by being themselves. Kelvrin is a griffin." 5. Snowfire had been struck speechless when Tercel offered to give Darian the Taledras language. Just what is he planning here? He asked himself, not with any suspicion that Tercel intended any kind of wrong, but because of what that gift would entail. For one thing, Snowfire certainly hadn't expected the Daihili to make any such offer, and for another, it was definitely an offer of far more than appeared on the surface. "What do you think you're doing?" he asked the stag. "Not that this isn't a great deal more expedient, but the boy has no idea what this is going to mean to him." "That is precisely why I suggested it," Tercel replied calmly, blinking as lazily as if he had suggested a change of grazing spots. "In this case, it is quite true that although what he does not know about what we'll have to do is not going to hurt him, what he doesn't know about the mind gifts is, and if by taking a few shortcuts we can keep his own budding abilities from harming him, and, not so incidentally, us, where's the wrong?" "The wrong is in the deception," Snowfire told him severely. "You're deceiving him into thinking this is something very simple." "What deception?" "He won't care about what we have to do to put the knowledge in his mind. He's only interested in the results." Tercel, as was the case with most of the Daihili, had a slightly different perspective on morality than humans did. To Snowfire's mind, this was one of the two-edged swords of being allies with non-humans. Daihili focused on expediency. Herr Tassi saw no harm in meddling in private affairs because Herr Tassi had no such thing as a private affair, and griffins were downright bloody-minded at times. "And he is rightly concerned only with results, too," Tercel continued. "We know that the fact is that we'll have to establish links and shields in order to get that knowledge into him, but that's of no concern to him. He could care less, and since those links and shields are not only not going to harm him, but are actually going to help him, I think that the fact that we'll have to put them in place without his actual consent is irrelevant." Snowfire couldn't put into words why he objected to the Daihili's high-handed assumption that mucking about with someone else's mind didn't matter as long as the results were good, but he sent his feelings about it as forcefully as he could. Tercel remained calm, switching his tail to ward off some troublesome flies as he continued to bombard Snowfire with impersonal logic, his eyes warm and serene above the dark cheek stripes that made his face look like a painted mask. Let's look at this from the position of efficiency. Can you really afford the time, effort, and energy it would take to give him the language magically? Of course not. Can you keep shepherding him around and translating for him? That's equally absurd. Can you explain to him what links and shields are in a way he'll understand right now, given that you are not only working with someone who doesn't have the understanding of mind gifts, but are having to translate from your language to his? Not a chance. So, by doing this, you free yourself for other work. You give him some much-needed autonomy, and you keep him from being overwhelmed if his gift of mind speech suddenly decides to develop. What could you do if it decided to flower overnight at a time when you were off on a scouting sortie or trying to fend off those barbarians? Expect Winter Sky to take care of it. He's barely into controlling his own mind speech as it is. Leave it to Starfall, and just how is he supposed to hold the matrices at the same time? Nightwind's mind speech is rudimentary. She hasn't the tools to teach a beginner. And who else is there he will trust? Snowfire frowned, but he had to admit that Tercel was right. You come perilously close to immorality, he told the Daihili. Never. My morality is just that of the herd, that the herd is more important than a single member. And when it comes to it, your morals are the same. Didn't you just say that if it would save the world from another Ma'ar, you wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice yourself and the boy and anyone else? Tercel held his head up and looked Snowfire right in the eyes, challenging him stallion to stallion, daring him to deny what he had told Starfall not more than a few moments ago. I said I'd sacrifice volunteers, he replied weakly, but Tercel had him, and they both knew it. You win, he admitted. This time. And next time you may. Now that the challenge was over, Tercel was perfectly amiable again. Don't worry so much about winning arguments, my friend. Concentrate on keeping the herd intact and in good health. Darian was pathetically eager to have the ability to understand those around him, and from the little Snowfire could sense from him, he would have been willing to get it at almost any cost. That soothed his raw conscience a little. After he'd given his immediate consent, the boy waited expectantly, eyes focused on Tercel's, for the magic to happen. Get ready to catch him, the Daihili warned, and reached out to seize the boy's mind. This was the greatest gift the herd leaders had, the ability to overwhelm any mind not heavily shielded, and many that were, without any damage to that mind whatsoever. This was how a herd leader could guide his frightened followers to safety when they were hysterical with terror and unable to think or reason. He could seize as many as 12 minds at once, or even more, and use those he controlled to guide the rest of the herd behind him. Daihili never seemed to resent this, perhaps because herd morality was as deeply a part of them as individuality was for Taledras. This was how the herd leaders were chosen. Instead of grappling horn to horn as their distant ancestors had, they fought mind to mind, and the strongest mind, or the one with the most endurance, won the right to father the next generation and guide this one. A moment later, Snowfire caught the child as he collapsed, all his joints suddenly gone loose, every muscle limp. He laid Darian down carefully in a spot of sun on the grass, and lowered all his own shields, joining his mind as intimately to Tercell's as he ever had to Wheel's. More so, perhaps, since that melding was so natural a part of a Dai-Healy's mind. With the two of them working as one, the speed with which they built temporary shields around Darian's mind was literally that of thought. Then Snowfire formed a deep link to Darian below the level of thought itself, so deep that the boy would never know it was there, and never detect any difference in the way he felt. While he held that link wide open, Tercell went to work on Snowfire's memories. The herd leader extracted not only the language of the Taledras, but the knowledge of the language, and placed it carefully into the boy's own memories, building it up from the level just above instinct, the way that a baby learns. Now Darian would not have to think to translate. He would have the Taledras tongue as if he had been bilingual from his very first word. In this fashion, Tercell's way was infinitely better than the spell and mind touch that Snowfire had used to learn Valdemarin. Snowfire made a mental note to one day ask Darian, once the boy really knew what he was consenting to allow Tercell to reverse the process and give Snowfire such a sure knowledge of the language of Valdemar. Tercell was swift and certain. There was something about the way that a Dai-Healy's mind worked that, when they had Tercell's particular gifts, made them instinctive geniuses at laying in language paths. In the time it took Snowfire's heart to take 3 slow beats, Tercell was done. He withdrew his mind first, leaving Snowfire to close all but the deep link path behind him, and setting the shields he had laid in place to fade as the boy took over his own shielding needs. Darian would hear and understand any deliberate mind touch on the part of any Dai-Healy or Taledras, but no one could force his mind open, or really do anything other than talk with him. And Darian would never hear unwanted thoughts intruding on him if his ability to mind hear suddenly became more than the close-range, rudimentary ability he had now. As Snowfire withdrew and made some swift observations of the boy's potential gifts, he realized that such a thing was far more likely than he had thought when Tercell first proposed this operation. Perhaps it was the sheer number of traumas that the boy had passed through, but, well, going abruptly from normal to wide open was a very real possibility. And it was a good thing that Snowfire had the deep link in place. At that level, he would not eavesdrop on the boy's private thoughts, but he would know if Darian was in distress. He would know if any of the boy's potentials suddenly opened up, and he would be able to track Darian if he somehow got separated from the Taledras encampment. Tercell had certainly noticed the same things, and very diplomatically did not say, "I told you so." A neat piece of work was all he said, and about that moment the boy awoke, probably with a splitting headache. Still, Snowfire thought, not without sympathy, the spell would have given him as bad a headache, and maybe worse. Darian's words and actions confirmed that diagnosis, but he still remained polite enough, despite the pain, to thank Tercel for his efforts. Snowfire noted with pleasure that he spoke Taledras with the unconscious ease of a native. Tercel lost all interest in the boy now that the work was complete. That, too, was typical of Daihili, and because Snowfire was used to it, he wasn't at all offended. Darian was too preoccupied with his headache to notice what could have been considered very rude behavior, but was really only more Daihili expediency. But the boy all but forgot the pounding in his skull when Snowfire told him that he was about to meet a griffin. "A griffin?" Darian asked incredulously, his eyes lighting up with absolute delight. "A real griffin? Here?" "A real griffin," Snowfire told him, smiling a little at his wide eyes. "Nightwind is only incidentally acting as our healer. Her main job is to be Kelvrin's Trondiirn." Since that word was not Taledras, but Kaledain, and not part of the language as Darian had learned it, Snowfire explained it. A Trondiirn is a special attendant for non-human creatures, although usually it is only the griffins who need such help. They do all the things that the griffins cannot. It is very difficult for griffins to manage fine manipulations with talons, for instance, and they take care of the little ailments that non-humans fall prey to. Because they understand these things so well, if they are attending to only one non-human, they often double as the healers for small expeditions such as ours. Back in the times of long ago, a Trondiirn would often manage the needs of a very large group of griffins or other non-humans, but that is no longer the case. Darian nodded earnestly, but it was very obvious that his mind was not on Nightwind and her duties. "Is he really as big as they say?" he asked eagerly. "Is he really as big as a house? Can he really fly? Does he eat whole horses in a bite?" Snowfire chuckled. "Oh, griffins are not as large as all that. But if they spread their wings wide, I think it is safe to say that their wingspan is easily as big or bigger than a house. And although they do not eat whole horses in one bite, they do eat quite a lot. Kelvrin has to do a great deal of hunting to keep himself supplied with meat." "Can he talk?" Darian asked next, practically skipping in eagerness to see the marvel. "Will I hear him thinking at me like Tercel?" "No. He speaks Taledras very well, although he tends to have what we call a griffonic accent. You'll see what that means in a little." Snowfire patted the boy's shoulder. "He really is looking forward to meeting you." By this time they had wound their way back to the clearing, and as Snowfire made that last statement, a deep voice spoke from the shelter of a shadowy bower immediately ahead of them. "Ah, but is the young gentleman quite prepared to meet me?" A deeper shadow rose out of the rest and strolled forward into the sunlight, then posed perfectly in the best possible light. Kelvrin looked truly magnificent, and knew it. Darian's eyes widened, and he stared at Kelvrin with all the fascination of a Kaledain messenger bird with a shiny new toy. Darian had not yet gotten used to the wonder of being able to talk to Snowfire in the Hawk Brother tongue without having to think about it, when a deep, resonant voice, speaking out of the shadows just ahead of them, captured all of his attention. He and Snowfire were standing in a rare patch of brilliant sun in the middle of the clearing that he had been taken to for the meeting. Ahead of them, the shadows were so deep and black by contrast that he might have been peering into a well. When he tried to make out who or what was speaking, the contrast defeated him. "Ah," said the voice, a rumbling bass with odd overtones. "But is the young gentleman quite prepared to meet me?" A moment later, part of the darkest shadow detached itself from the rest and moved forward into the sun. And although it was not as big as a house, it was entirely large enough to satisfy Darian. The creature that moved into the sunlight was a glistening golden brown, with a hint of metallic gold at the edges of each of his perfectly defined feathers. His head, broad and handsome, with jaunty ear tufts, had a definite eagle look about it, and at a guess the folded wings could easily span the length of a house, if not more. Both front and rear feet ended in formidable talons, each as long as Darian's hand. He sported a wide leather collar adorned with delicate scrollwork attached to an equally handsome body harness with a chest plaque, the front yoke of which had a matching leather pouch attached. As he stared down at Darian, looking every bit as haughty and regal as Darian could have wished, he took the boy's breath away. He was in every way a wonder, and Darian could not have taken his eyes off of him if the earth had fallen away beneath the boy's feet. Once he had come fully into the sun, the griffin didn't move, which was probably just as well. Darian's heart was pounding with excitement, and he had a shivery feeling as he looked at that huge beak and those cruel talons that his excitement could easily turn to fear. "I think you've made a conquest, Kell," Snowfire laughed, his eyes crinkling at the corners with merriment. "As it should be," the griffin replied, raising his head a bit higher with such unconcealed vanity that Darian, too, was startled into a laugh. And the griffin joined in their laughter, proving that he was not unaware of his vanity and the absurdity of it. "Darian, this is Kelvrin Skothke, who is an unranked griffin scout of the full Kevala griffin wing," Snowfire told him, his eyes sparkling. "Kell, this is Darian Firkin Valdemar." "Unranked?" Kelvrin replied, cocking his head to one side speculatively. "Perhaps now, but I think our wing leader had best look to his position or think about retiring. I intend to make a great name for myself on this expedition." "You've certainly said so often enough," Snowfire teased, and Kelvrin snapped playfully in his direction, then turned his head pointedly toward Darian, pretending to ignore Snowfire. The boy found himself the focus of those huge, piercing eyes, and suddenly understood why rabbits froze when hawks caught sight of them. "And what think you of our little family?" the griffin asked. "Are we all you had thought we would be when you thought of Taledras?" "More," Darian was able to say honestly, and with unfeigned enthusiasm. I think that you're all just unbelievable." He shook his head carefully to avoid making the headache any worse. "And you, sir, you're just like seeing an amazing tale come right to life in front of me. I never thought I'd ever get to see a real griffin in my whole life, and I never, ever thought a griffin would be as wonderful as you are." "Really?" the griffin purred, and Darian could tell that he was very pleased. He even preened a little. "Well, thank you. I hope I can justify that impression. You could prove how great a tracker you are by finding Nightwind," Snowfire suggested, with a twitch of his mouth that showed he was trying hard to keep from laughing. "Pah, that takes no tracking," Kelvin replied dismissively. "You will find her at the pool where I left her. I believe she's waiting for you and wishes to see this observant young brancher." "And you? Are you coming with us?" Snowfire asked. "I am starved, and if we are to undertake that sortie tonight, I must eat now, so I am crop light but energized." With that, the griffin spread his wings, which were even larger than Darian had imagined. As Snowfire took Darian's shoulder and pulled the boy back to the edge of the clearing, Kelvin made 1 or 2 experimental wing beats that sent wind whipping around both of them. Then, leaping grandly into the air with a thrust of his wings that was vastly more powerful than his trial, the griffin took off, creating a veritable whirlwind within the confines of the clearing and sending dust and stray leaves surging into the sky in his wake. Darian stared after him with his mouth dropping open in amazement. Wings pumping rhythmically, the griffin surged up above the treetops, then vanished above the foliage. Snowfire laughed, then patted him on the shoulder. "He did that for your benefit, you know," the Hawk brother said with amusement. "He could very easily have gone to the mouth of the valley and taken off from there. In fact, it would have taken him a lot less effort. But griffins seem to love to impress an audience, and you are the only one of us who isn't used to seeing him take off and land. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if he tries to find out where you are before he comes in for a landing and arranges to make a dramatic entrance in front of you." "Are all griffins like that?" Darian asked, still dazzled. "Most of them. Endlessly cheerful, considerably vain, but able to make fun of themselves. Oh, and beautiful, of course, but we try not to say that too often in front of them. They're conceited enough as it is." Snowfire chuckled, his shoulders shaking a little. Darian's eyes began to water from staring so long into the bright blue of the sky, and his head throbbed in protest. He moved quickly back into the shadows, and Snowfire must have noticed the grimace of pain he couldn't repress, for the Hawk brother gestured him to take a particular path leading out of the clearing and set off down it himself. Darian followed him willingly now, recalling that Snowfire had said something about Nightwind having some way of getting rid of that pounding ache. The way that the paths here twisted and turned around little groves and vine-covered huts and tiny water gardens made him very confused, and made this place seem much larger than it probably actually was. It was very bewildering, and Darian had quite lost his way when they came out into sunlight again, at the side of the smaller of 2 pools of water. This was clearly the end of the valley. A short cliff cut out of the rocks of the hills rose before them, with steep, tree-covered slopes on either side. A spring emerged from the rock at the base of the cliff, feeding the two pools and a stream which led from them into the tangle of the Taledras encampment. One of the pools was considerably smaller than the other, being just large enough for, say, a griffin to bathe in. "This is where you will bathe," Snowfire said, pointing to the smaller pool. "You see this sluice there? Lift the lever when you are done, and the dirty water will drain away. Then drop it and lift that lever, and new water will flow into the pool from that larger one. Don't worry about trying to find bathing things. Just come here and start to undress. A Hertasi will see you, and there will be soap and towels beside you before you are finished disrobing. Your clothing will disappear as if by magic, and clean clothes will be waiting for you when you are done bathing." Snowfire smiled at his expression of surprise. "Now you see why we hate to travel without our Hertasi friends." "I don't know," Darian said dubiously, looking down at the pool and then out at the spring that fed it. "It looks awfully cold." Of all the things he hated most, he hated cold baths, which was mostly all he got, since everybody else in the village had precedence over him at the bathhouse. "Ah, I forget you cannot heat your water with magic. Or can you?" Snowfire looked at him quizzically. He shook his head and regretted doing so almost at once, as his head protested. "Not that Justin ever taught me," he replied. "Well, can you call fire?" the Hawk brother persisted. At Darian's cautious nod, he looked satisfied. "It is the same, only spread out over the water and not concentrated on the kindling. I would ask you to try it, but I think you had better wait until I find where Nightwind has gone." He peered around the clearing and then left Darian to nurse his head beside the pool while he went off to investigate some of the places at this end of the valley that were not immediately visible. Darian stared at the surface of the pool and wondered why on earth Justin had never taught him how to heat water. It would have made a great many winter baths more bearable. But maybe he didn't know how, Darian told himself, trying to be fair. I mean, it could be that only the Hawk brothers know about this sort of thing. It isn't all that logical to think you can use the same magic that calls fire to heat up water. Fire and water are opposites, right? So maybe it wasn't his fault he didn't know. Just then, Snowfire appeared, parting the trailing branches of a huge willow and holding them aside to let Nightwind pass through them. Of all of the Hawk brothers that Darian had seen thus far, she was the only one who didn't have snow-white hair, or hair dyed in patterns of pale cream and various shades of brown. Her hair was as black as a raven's feather, and she wore it in a heavy knot at the nape of her neck, with little wisps escaping from it. Her eyes, set under a pair of brows as curved as a falcon's wings, were a darker blue than the others, and her skin was just a few shades duskier. Her clothing was a bit different, too, nothing he could put a finger on, since he hardly cared what he wore from one day to the next, but something he definitely noticed, and on the breast of her tunic was a peculiar silver badge, rather like the wings and head of a bird of prey. He thought perhaps he had seen it before, and then he realized that he had, in the center of the chest piece of Kelvrin's harness. Perhaps it signified that they weren't actually Hawk brothers, but were, his new memories supplied the word, Kaledain. She had a basket over one arm, and a friendly smile on her lips, and held out one hand to him, which he took in reflex. "I don't know if you recall me from last night," she said, her speech betraying a faint accent, as opposed to the way his new memories told him that Taledras should sound. "I'm Nightwind, in case you've forgotten, or this ruffian forgot to mention my name, and I understand you have one demon-rending headache." "Well," he said, feeling suddenly shy, "it does hurt." "I can certainly understand that," she replied, and put her basket down to take his face in both hands, turning his eyes into the light and examining them. "Yes, indeed, I can certainly understand that. However, I think I have a remedy for you. It'll taste vile, but it will work." She let go of him to rummage in her basket, as he had to laugh a little at her honest directness. "I like your claim better than Justin's. He always said that his potions wouldn't taste that bad, and the more he said that, the worse they'd taste." "You can do that to younglings a few times before they stop believing you, and then you'll never get them to take their medicine," she replied, holding up a stoppered clay bottle with a little frown. "I always say things will taste worse than they do, and then they're always surprised. Follow that up with a honey candy or a bit of other sweet, and they take their doses without much of a fuss." She paused to uncork the bottle and sniff. "This is what I want." She looked at him and smiled. "Are you going to need a sweet after your dose?" "Not unless that stuff is going to linger in my mouth all day," he replied, as manfully as he could. "Not after a good drink of cold water." She handed him the bottle. "Take a good, stout mouthful and swallow it fast." He held his breath, braced himself, and did as he was told. The stuff wasn't as bad as some of Justin's potions, many of which seemed to contain mycophytida, but it was very strong-tasting, more sour than bitter, with an astringent bite. He swallowed it before he had a chance to gag, and found she was holding out a cup full of water, ready to exchange it for her bottle. He drained it and passed it back to her. She tucked it and her bottle back into her basket. "Well," she asked, "how bad was it?" "Not as bad as I thought, but nothing I'd drink for pleasure." He shuddered. "How did you make that stuff anyway?" "Justin always brewed teas and tisanes." "This is tea. Concentrated, so one swig is as good as a cupful," she told him. "These concentrated versions have to be pretty fresh, but things like the headache potion are needed often enough that they're used up before they go weak. I also make some preparations, distillations as well as decoctions, with spirits of wine as the carrier, but those tend to be very powerful. And," Snowfire added helpfully, "they taste so much worse that none of us ever want to drink them unless we absolutely have to." I think I'd like to learn how you make them," Darian said, a little surprised at himself and feeling his ears heat up as they reddened with embarrassment. "Maybe I can help." "Then I'd be happy to show you," Nightwind promised, looking a bit surprised at him herself. "I always like to have extra medicine on hand, and I never have enough time to make all that I want. Now, I want you to sit down for a moment until that medicine takes effect. I don't think you'll have an unusual reaction, but it's better to wait a moment and see." Darian obeyed, although he didn't expect to feel anything more than he did with Justin's medicines. He just hoped this potion would make some of the pain go away quickly, without slowing him down too much. Justin's potions generally didn't do too much unless he drank so much he went from sick to asleep without much warning. At the moment, it felt as if someone inside his skull was trying to pound his way out. "Look," Snowfire said, pointing up at the sky. "There's a gyre. It must be one of ours. It's too big to be one of the wild ones around here." Darian followed his pointing finger, squinting, until he made out the gray and white bird against the gray and white clouds, a dot moving so fast that Darian wondered how Snowfire could tell it was a forest gyre, much less that it was bigger than the wild ones. "Are the wild ones around your veil as big as the bond birds?" he asked with surprise. "Most of them are bond birds, or of bond bird stock, anyway," Snowfire replied, still watching the bird, shading his eyes with his hand. "There are usually far more birds around the veils than there are people to bond with, because we need a large breeding pool of each species to keep this stock healthy. The adult birds are polite to us, though rather standoffish, unless as adults they decide that they want to bond rather than continuing to be wild. Sometimes that happens, especially in the larger species, like eagle owls and hawk eagles." He winced. "And, goddess help us, bond bird eagles themselves. We have two species of eagles that are bond birds, the black and the golden, and a color morph of the golden that looks red. They almost never bleach out white, since I've never known an adept class mage to fly one. Not too many people of any sort fly eagles, for that matter. Not too many can carry one. They aren't as greatly oversized, proportionately, as the smaller species. Bond bird merlins are about the size of wild tiercel peregrines, just as an example, but they are very, very big and heavy. There is one, and I mean one, Kevala Taledras, who flies a black eagle, and he's the blacksmith. That should tell you something." Darian thought about the shoulders on the smith at Errold's Grove, and how much he could carry and lift, and nodded solemnly. He tried to picture carrying a bird bigger than Wheel, and couldn't. "It must be like carrying a barrel of flour on your shoulder," he thought. "How does someone get a bond bird, then?" he asked curiously. Not that he thought he'd ever get one, but it was more likely than being chosen by a companion. "Either an adult picks you out, or more often the adult parents pick you as the bondmate for one of their offspring. If the adults are bonded to someone, they let that person know who the Ayas is going to. And if that person has experience with downy baby birds, very often they co-parent with the Ayas's new bondmate. If not, they wait until the little one is fledged and lead him to you." Snowfire turned his attention from the sky to smile at Darian. "That's how I got Wheel. He blundered down out of a tree behind his parents, landed tail overhead, fluffed all his feathers, and told me with the solemnity of a Kalenedral that he was ready for me." "Does anybody have more than one bond bird?" Darian asked, wishing he could have seen that moment. "Sometimes. One of us has an owl and a merlin for day and night scouting. I know of someone with a whole flock of ravens, and there are others, and sometimes your bond bird's mate may decide she wants to bond with you too." Snowfire raised an eyebrow. "Wheel says his mate is considering it, bonding with me, that is." Wheel has a mate? Darian replied, feeling oddly excited at the idea, though he didn't know why. Where is she? Back at the Vale, teaching the youngster to hunt. I wouldn't have left if there were still young in the nest, but by the time we were ready to go, the young one was fledged. Eagle owls lay their eggs in deep winter. They're hatched and fledged by the time most birds are going to nest, and once they're no longer in the nest, they don't need their father unless there's more than one to teach to hunt. Snowfire crossed his arms over his chest and gave Darian a measuring look. Now, you've spent plenty of time in the forest. Can you guess why they'd do things that way? Darian thought hard. They build up for egg-laying in fall when there's a lot of dumb young animals on their own for the first time. Then they sit the eggs in winter when there isn't quite as much to eat, but they also aren't going to have to eat as much. Then they have babies to feed in deep winter when there starts to be winter kills and cold kills lying around. Good, Snowfire applauded. Then, obviously, it's a good time to teach the youngsters to hunt when there are litters of very young and extremely stupid young rats, rabbits, and squirrels about, not to mention the odd snake or duckling. "Do you have a bond bird?" Darian asked Nightwind curiously. She broke into peals of laughter. "Mercy, no," she managed after a moment. "Trust me, the griffins are more than enough for any poor Trondiirn to keep up with. Besides, with my temperament, I'd likely end up with something like a raven or a crow, and a bird with that much mischief in him would never be able to resist snatching at griffin ear tufts and jewelry, and there would never be any peace. How is your head?" "It's fine," he said in surprise, realizing that his headache had vanished without his noticing. "That's good, because you promised to help Aishan with washing up, and he'll be expecting you about now." Snowfire reminded him. "Now you'll be able to talk to him. You might just go up and remind him of your promise and surprise him. There isn't anything about the Taledras that Aishan doesn't know. And there isn't anything that he isn't dying to gossip about," Nightwind interjected wryly with a tilt of her head. "So if there is anything you want to know, and you feel awkward about asking one of us, go ahead and ask him," Snowfire concluded with a wink. Darian gave a sigh of relief at that. There were things he wanted to know, but he'd felt uncomfortable about talking to Snowfire about them. It wasn't that Snowfire wasn't kind, and it wasn't as if the things he wanted to know were at all personal. It was just, well, they felt like stupid questions, and he was embarrassed to ask them of Snowfire. "I look bad enough with him having to rescue me and all," he thought. "I don't want him thinking I'm so dumb that I'm going to be nothing but a bother to him." "If you want to get back to Aishan right now, just follow the path and only take right-hand turns," Nightwind added helpfully. "When you're done, well, by then, the rest of the scouts will have thought over what you've already told them, and I suspect someone will come fetch you for another round of questions. And this time, you won't feel as if they're talking over your head." Darian beamed at her. "Thank you," he told her, both for the directions to Aishan's kitchen and for understanding how horrid it had been to hear all those people chattering away, being certain they were talking about him, and not being able to understand a word of it. Suddenly eager to find the gossip-hungry Herr Tassi and barrage him with a deluge of questions, he shyly took his leave of both the adults. Feeling as if he had been freed from a leash, he sped off down the path, always taking the right-hand turns until he found himself at his goal, only a little winded. The Herr Tassi, who was mixing something in a large bowl, looked up at him in some surprise, probably because very few people ever ran anywhere in this tranquil-seeming place. "Hello, Aishin," he said cheerfully, taking great pleasure in the way the Herr Tassi's eyes widened with surprise at his perfect taledras. "Here I am, just like I promised." "You and Tercel are in a conspiracy over the boy, I know it. The two of you agreed to do something with him," Snowfire said, trying not to sound too accusing, as soon as the boy had run off. "Just what have you two done to him? And don't try to play the innocent with me. No child who's just had his teacher go up in flames before his eyes and his entire village overrun by bloodthirsty barbarians can go running happily off to wash dishes." Darian had become cheerful, too cheerful, right after Tercel laid in the Taledras language on his memory. Tercel was quite good enough to have meddled further with the boy's memory without Snowfire noticing. Snowfire had seen the change in the boy's behavior at once. He lost the haunted look that was in his eyes and started acting like a child on an adventure. "Tercel has put a little forgetfulness loop in his mind at my suggestion," Night Wind told him with her usual forthrightness. "Whenever he starts to get frightened, anxious, or stressed, he will forget what he was getting upset about. He'll know that his mentor is dead, objectively, but when the memory of that fact starts to make him upset, he'll get distracted and then temporarily forget the fact. It's strictly a palliative, and it will go away in a few days, but we can't have a hysterical boy upsetting Starfall, you, and other key people while you're deciding what to do about this situation. Furthermore, as an empath and the only healer you have, I can't devote all my time to him." She looked him straight in the eye, as challenging as the Daihili had been. "I went to Tercel this morning before you saw him and suggested it. That was why he was so eager to volunteer his services." "I'd wondered," Snowfire growled, not at all happy with the way his opinions had been subverted. "I didn't see a choice," she told him flatly, with what Winter Sky called her take-no-prisoners expression. "My only other course of action was to keep him sedated, and that would be very bad for him. This way, he has a chance to absorb the situation without thinking about it for a few days, then try and come to terms with it, gradually, instead of all at once. And by then, you all should know more about what's going on. You'll be able to tell him where his people are and what Valdemar is going to do about the attack. He'll be able to make some choices for himself with a reasonable amount of information, and we'll see how he's fitting in and what we're going to do with him." Snowfire knew he was going to have to accept whatever she told him she'd done, not only because it was already an accomplished fact, but because he was not a healer and an empath, and his opinions really didn't matter. However, having Night Wind make the decision was a bit more palatable than Tercel. Night Wind might primarily treat non-humans, but she herself was human, and her reasoning came out of her human experience. "All right," he said with resignation. "I can see why you decided the way you did, and this is better than keeping him drugged. And I know why you didn't ask me first, because I would have argued with you. And last night, I was in no mood to argue with you. My intentions were in the other direction entirely." She grinned at him and fluttered her eyelashes coyly in a way that drew an unwilling laugh out of him. As for the headache potion, that was all it was. Now, if you need to question him more about the attack— Snowfire interrupted her with a shake of his head. "I don't think so. What we'll need are descriptions of the village, where things are, at least for now. Kell and Wheel and I are going to do a little scouting there tonight, just to see who and what's still there." She nodded. "Then there should be no problem. His memories of the village before the attack are going to be perfectly clear. Just don't be surprised if he blanks out in describing the things he thinks are damaged. He'll probably completely forget the fact that the bridge was burned, for instance." She licked her lips and twisted a strand of hair around her index finger as she paused for a thought. In fact, he's very likely to act and talk as if the whole town is still intact. So don't correct him. "I won't. You say in his deeper thoughts he's still going to be aware of what happened, though?" At her nod, he sighed and gazed out over the pool for a moment, collecting his thoughts. If he's got it in his deeper memories, those are what usually come out in dreams. Well, we could be looking at some interrupted nights if he starts having nightmares. If he does, we'll move him into the bower and I'll deal with it. He'll very likely have them, and in some ways that would be good. If he does, they will mean he's absorbing and coming to terms with the experience on the deeper level. She didn't seem at all adverse to having the boy in the bower, the half-cave in the rocky cliff where she had built isolated facilities for those who were sick or injured. Well, if she didn't mind having her sleep disturbed, Snowfire was not going to try to argue her out of it. So he shrugged. "Once again, you are the expert, I am not, and much as I enjoy your company, I have a scouts' meeting to gather." "So go gather it." She paused, resting a hand against the side of his face and making him look deeply into her eyes, so he could not miss her sincerity and her regret. "Ketchara, if I didn't have to balance a potentially dangerous, even explosive situation against this boy's needs, I wouldn't have made the decisions I have. But if I didn't also have his welfare in mind, I would have told you to pack him up and send him off with Wintersky and a couple of Daihili to the nearest large settlement. I think that for now, at least, he will be better treated among us. Now, I must be off too, so go find your scouts." They parted, with Snowfire feeling a little better about Darian's welfare than he had been. When it came right down to it, the boy could not be in better hands. It's been a long day, Snowfire thought, as he laced up his climbing boots by the light of the fire, and it's going to be a long night. Darian was safely asleep, and so, most probably, were the current inhabitants of Errold's Grove. It was time for that little scouting run. Little? Not so little. I've never run a sortie against an army before, but it's not as if I don't have the experience to carry it off. Snowfire had been an active scout since he was a mere 14 winters old, although he hadn't been permitted in the field against human intruders for the first 4 years. So how much different can they be, I wonder, than a large bandit gang? Across the fire from him, Nightwind was getting Kelvrin ready. Kelvran's eyes pinned with excitement, the pupils contracting to a mere nothing, then widening until there was nothing showing but pupil, then contracting again. In the firelight, the effect was particularly striking. His eyes looked as if they were flashing with a gilded light as his golden irises appeared and disappeared. Nightwind calmly tightened his harness at all points, checking his gear, making certain that the amplifying metal lacework headband of the telesone set was properly in place under the feathers on his head, and that it wasn't going to distract him in any way. Kelvran's mind-speech wasn't particularly strong, and this little bit of metal filigree that looked so much like one of his favorite ornaments would help him reach Snowfire without effort. Snowfire was already outfitted for a nighttime sortie. His costume of soft blacks and grays was much like his daylight scouting gear except for color, or rather lack of it. He had streaked his face with random stripes of black and gray paint, and before he braided it, he had dusted his hair with a charcoal-colored powder that would cling until washed out. He wore black gloves and soft black boots made for climbing. His climbing staff was in its sheath on his back, and his throwing darts in a bandolier across his chest. There was a knife at his belt, and another in each boot, thin and incredibly strong rope with a grappling hook coiled in one pouch at his side, a strangling wire in another, and a darker version of his leather arm guard strapped in place over his clothing for wheel to land on in case he needed to. He probably wouldn't. Snowfire intended to be up in the treetops, and there should be plenty of places for wheel to land without choosing his arm. A small herd of 3 dihili waiting patiently at his elbow would carry him as far as the clearing where he'd discovered Darian, or farther if it seemed safe. That way he would leave no footprints. A herd of animals would leave tracks that were much less suspicious than a single animal. The plan called for the dihili to wait for him at the clearing until he returned. Kel, of course, would fly, leaving no tracks at all. "Think you're ready for this?" Nightwind whispered as she passed him, crossing to Kel's left side to continue her checks. He winked. He knew what she meant. He had made night sorties as a scout countless times, but this was Kelvran's first offensive act of war. That was why the young griffin was so excited. He was about to prove his mettle, and he could hardly wait to get into the air. Wheel, by contrast, was so utterly calm, he seemed bored. Kel was as well-trained as any silver griffin ever turned out by the Keledain, and since Nightwind seemed completely confident in his abilities, Snowfire was prepared to be just as confident. After all, she had been a silver for several years before Kel even began his training. She'd seen a great many griffins wear that stylized badge, and she had once said that the silver griffins had ways of weeding out the unsuitable a long time before they ever put on the badge and harness of a full silver. Nevertheless, Snowfire hoped that Kelvran wouldn't wear himself out with excitement before they ever got to Erald's Grove. Snowfire gave his own equipment one last check, swung himself up onto the back of Saphira, and turned to Kel. "Ready, partner?" he asked. The griffin gave a quick, eager nod. "Ready," he replied. Waiting none too patiently for Snowfire's hand signal, he launched himself skyward, followed a moment later by Wheel. Snowfire's little group of Saphira and 2 mares followed at a careful trot. Daihili had much better night vision than horses, but the dark shadows beneath the trees could easily hold unpleasant surprises. There was no point in risking broken legs or ankles. There was another reason for a more leisurely pace. Snowfire rode bareback. Since Saphira and the mares would pretend to be a set of wild grazers, it would not do to have something as obviously unnatural as a saddle pad strapped to his back. Not for the first time, Snowfire wished silently that Daihili could manage the same smooth gaits as companions allegedly could. Like all Daihili, Saphira had a prominent spine, and Snowfire expected to know the position and size of every vertebra in intimate detail before the ride was over. One of his fellow scouts had once described the Daihili as backbones covered with hair balanced on 4 springs, which was about as succinct a description as Snowfire had ever heard. If they'd been able to travel at a walk instead of a trot, and if they hadn't been going into dangerous territory, the ride would have been stunningly beautiful. As impressive as these woods were by day, at night they were far lovelier, at least in Snowfire's opinion. Of course, he could have been biased in that direction by flying an owl. The moon was at its full and well up, so soft, silvery shafts of light pierced the canopy and illuminated patches of ground all around him. The night was anything but still. Insects and frogs called or sang, and an occasional bird pierced the forest with its call, harsh or sweet. Other birds high overhead called complainingly as their sleep was disturbed, and bats flitted like bits of the darkness itself, in and out of the shafts of moonlight, chasing the moths drawn to dance there. Snowfire was also aware of 2 other minds linked with his own, the ever-present dignity of Wheel and the unfamiliar exuberance of Kell. "We're waiting for you at the clearing," Kell sent back, and Snowfire sensed that he and Wheel were perched side by side in the concealing boughs of a great tree on the farther side. "There's no sign of any trouble or any guards." Wheel confirmed Kell's observation without words, turning his head and peering through the darkness so that Snowfire could see for himself. It was very strange to look through the owl's eyes. From Wheel's point of view, the place was as brightly lit as daylight, although the colors were very faded. The bond bird's eyes were so much keener than a human's that Wheel had no trouble focusing on tiny details far below him on the ground. The barbarians had packed up their 2 dead and left no real traces of the fight behind, except for a bit of disturbed rock and scuffed earth. Wheel's keen sight and hearing alerted him to the smallest movements and faintest of sounds, even so small as a rat or a mouse would make. So if there had been anyone left as a sentry out here, Wheel would have spotted him without any trouble. So the barbarians had not posted watchers out this far from the village. Did that mean they had simply looted it and left? I don't think so. There wasn't enough there to loot. I think they had some other purpose in coming there, and that Starfall is right about what that purpose is. They're here for power, and perhaps to establish a stronghold here on the border of Valdemar. Motive was irrelevant right now, though. He was out here to learn facts, not speculate on motive. "Go farther in," he told Wheel. "Go in until you've spotted a sentry, then come back." Here was another advantage of flying an owl. Sentries would neither hear nor see him, and that meant Wheel was never a target in night stalks. That gave him a degree of security that those who flew other birds didn't have. Wheel took off obediently. Snowfire stopped Kell before he could follow. "Wait for Wheel to come back. I want to get as near as I safely can before I take to the trees. It might be easy for you two to flit about, but I'm going to have to work to get in as far as the first sentry." Wheel returned in fairly short order, and as Saphira paced swiftly through the trees, Snowfire let the Daihili set their own path as he concentrated on what Wheel had seen. He directed Wheel and Kell to move nearer to the village, and gave Saphira the landmarks to look for just as they came to the edge of the rock-strewn clearing. It seemed to his impatient soul to take forever to reach the tree where Wheel and Kell waited, and he knew it seemed like twice that to them. They were ready to go, and Kell probably felt that they hardly needed him. Well, that's where those who are inexperienced differ from old hands. I'm Kell's backup, whether or not he thinks he needs one. He pulled out his climbing staff as Saphira approached the giant trunk, and swung the bark hook at the body of the trunk with his left hand as Saphira actually came alongside. The hook bit solidly into the bark of the trunk, and he pulled himself up and off Saphira's back and onto the rough bark of the tree with his one good arm. As his feet cleared Saphira's back, he sank his right palm cleat into the bark and used the rough soles of his climbing boots to further brace himself in place. As soon as he had a palm grip and secure footing, he swung the bark hook up for his next step and worked his way up the trunk like a tree hare and nearly as fast. Because he had chosen a tree with rough bark, he was able to keep most of his weight on his legs rather than his arms, but by the time he got to where the others were perched, his hair was damp with sweat and his muscles burning with fatigue. Kell and Wheel were a pair of oddly shaped shadows, crouched together amid the warm semi-darkness here in the boughs. The other two were not too impatient when he reached their bough, a branch as broad as a highway and as easy to walk on. By that time, Saphira and the mares had found a patch of grass and were pretending to graze on it, with one wary eye out for hunters. "Take me to where the first sentry is, and I'll stop there," he told the other two. "Then you can go on. If something goes wrong for you and you can't fly, I can take out the sentry before he knows there's anything going on and leave a hole in the line." Kell nodded. "That is a good plan," he acknowledged, with a little surprise in his voice. "I had not thought of having to pass sentries on the ground." Wheel just roused his feathers, ready to be off. This time Kell dropped off the bough first, but Wheel, being smaller and more maneuverable among the branches, was leading the griffin before the latter had taken more than 2 wing strokes. Wheel was actually guiding his bondmate as much as the griffin. Now Snowfire followed them by walking the tree road, balancing along the branches and moving from tree to tree by following Wheel to the intersections of branches and jumping from one to the next with the aid of either his grappling hook and rope or his climbing staff. It was easy enough to follow the boughs, and when he needed a better look at a crossing, he examined it through Wheel's eyes. This, in many ways, was the part of his duties that Snowfire lived for. There was something about doing all this in near darkness, with the scent of bark and leaves all about him, the sounds of insects and frogs far below, that made all of his senses come alive. He felt as if he could see with his skin, and as he concentrated on the placement of each footstep, it seemed as if he and the forest were a single living entity. He had been doing this since he was old enough to walk, as had most Taledras, and he didn't even think about the risks anymore, though occasionally Kell would pause and perch to watch him, the griffin's mind fairly radiating pleasure and surprise. This was just something Taledras did, and it was largely how they were able to travel undetected through the forest. It was hard work, certainly, and required a great deal of planning and concentration, more so since he had only one good arm. But he was never afraid, any more than he was when walking on the ground. At this level in the canopy, branches tended to intersect when they were about as big around as his waist. They were still broad and easy to walk on, with very little sway. Higher up, well, things would have been more of a challenge. He was pleased that he detected the movement of a sentry on the ground below only a little later than Wheel did. He slowed at that moment and crept forward, making no noise at all, until he reached the trunk of the tree he was in. Then he settled down with his back to the trunk to wait, concealed from detection from below by the bulk of the branch. Not that any barbarian would think to watch the tree canopy, even if he heard a noise above him. Now Wheel and Kell went on. As soon as Snowfire was settled in place, he closed his eyes and opened his senses to the owl, concentrating most of his attention on what the bond bird heard and saw. For a little while, that consisted mostly of branches going past, with occasional backward glimpses to make certain Kell was following. But then the growth up ahead vanished, and Wheel swooped up to land on a branch overhanging open fields. A moment later, Kell landed beside him, and the two of them looked down at the village of Errold's Grove. There seemed to be very little damage. Only a single house, a couple of barns, and a handful of sheds were burned, although those had been allowed to burn to the ground, and there was nothing left of them but piles of blackened rubble with a timber or two sticking out of the ashes. The bridge, amazingly enough, was still there. At a single place in the middle, the timbers of the floor had been replaced with a patch of newer wood, obvious because it shone whitely in the moonlight. Evidently the fire that Justin had called had been put out before the bridge suffered much permanent damage. There was no other sign of conflict. Wheel could not smell the remnants of smoke from the burned-out buildings, for owls had no sense of smell, but he could taste it in the back of his throat, and he sneezed as it irritated his nostrils. Snowfire felt his own nose itch in sympathy. There were a lot of horses in makeshift enclosures at one side of the town. The houses were dark, not a single light showing anywhere, and from the chimneys a little smoke trailed out, showing that the fires were banked until morning. There were no tents, no sleeping forms in bedrolls out in the open. However, there were more of those makeshift enclosures everywhere, and they were full of livestock. Evidently the barbarians were all sleeping in houses, barns, and sheds, displacing the animals into the open. Obviously they didn't care if the livestock broke loose or strayed during the night, probably because those animals were all destined for the cookpot sooner or later. To the conquerors of Errold's Grove, those animals represented a resource for the present, not the future. The house nearest them looked as if it might have been Justin's cottage. Unlike the rest, it had no cottage garden, and it seemed to match what Darian had told them about the place. "There's something odd over there." Kell swooped ahead of Wheel, intent on getting a closer look at whatever it was that he'd spotted. That was when the two things crawled out from an airspace beneath the very house at the edge of the village that Snowfire had been examining through Wheel's eyes. "Wyrsa," Snowfire warned Kell, but they weren't Wyrsa, or not exactly. They had a similar look to them, as if someone had crossed a dog with a serpent, getting something with a hound-shaped body, scaled skin, with the head a melding of viper and canine, with sulphur-yellow eyes and fangs. But the Wyrsa Snowfire knew had the look of emaciated greyhounds, whereas these two, well, the big one was the size of a pony and had the blocky, muscular look of a mastiff, and the little one was the size and general configuration of a terrier. Whatever they were, they didn't match the Wyrsa that Snowfire was familiar with. Furthermore, they seemed to know exactly where Kell was. The little one started to make a kind of high-pitched, keening sound as it followed Kell's flight, eyes gazing intently. It trotted after the griffin, the bigger creature trailing behind, the smaller continuing to emit the whining keen. With every passing moment, the sound grew louder, and it would not be too long before the creature's masters heard it and came to see what the matter was. Kell looked down at the two creatures with some alarm and ducked into the forest canopy to try and lose them. "If I hide from them, they'll probably lose interest in me and go away," he told Snowfire, coming to a soft landing on a massive branch screened from view from below by foliage. Wheel swerved to follow them, coming down from above Kell's perch. "They can't possibly smell me. The wind's not in their favor. It's in mine. Can Wyrsa follow a scent?" Snowfire watched them trotting along, with the little one still making that annoying, whiny noise. "Evidently no one told them that they're not supposed to be able to find you," he suggested, as the two creatures broke into a lope and wound up directly beneath Kell, looking up at him. "And yes, Wyrsa can follow a scent trail very well indeed." Kell suddenly slammed his shields up, locking Snowfire out of his mind with no warning whatsoever, and flung himself off the branch in a steep dive. Snowfire slipped quickly into Wheel's head, acutely aware of how helpless he was to stop the griffin, and he didn't even know what Kell planned to do, assuming he even had a plan. Through Wheel's eyes, he saw the griffin burst through the foliage at an angle so steep it looked as if Kell was falling. It took the two creatures below him completely by surprise, too. They both froze where they were for an instant, and that was an instant too long. At the last possible second, the little one broke and ran, leaving the bigger one to stand its ground. That was the worst thing it could have done. It gave Kell the chance for a tail chase, and the griffin snapped open his wings so abruptly that Snowfire winced, knowing how much the move would hurt. Kell had made the classic aerial maneuver of trading height for speed. Fast as the little monster was, and it was greyhound quick, Kell was faster. He hit it with outstretched talons and bound to it, bringing it to the ground and pulling it to its beak. Before it could turn its own teeth or claws on him, Kell had snapped its neck, and just to make sure it was dead, gave it a dog-like shake. By now, the bigger creature was charging Kell from behind, but this time Snowfire could do something. He had already directed Wheel to attack the bigger creature's head and eyes. Even if those scales armored it, the eyes would still be vulnerable, and it would stop to protect them. Wheel went into a dive of his own, intending to make a raking pass from behind. He hit the creature's head just as it had covered about half the distance between the tree and Kell. Wheel's talons scraped across the scales without penetrating, but the silent and unexpected attack from behind disoriented the creature, and it stopped, whirling to face whatever had struck it. But of course, Wheel was already out of reach, and his attack had given Kell a chance to recover. The griffin launched into the air, dangling the body of the smaller creature from his foreclaws, pumping his wings laboriously for a few moments, then going into a relatively shallow glide beneath the branches. The larger creature snarled with rage and followed. Wheel followed it, flying just above the lower branches. Kell glanced back over his shoulder to make sure the monster was still following him. When it began to lag a little, he dropped lower and slowed a bit, dangling the body of the little creature tauntingly just out of reach. That seemed to drive the big one insane with fury, and it would redouble its efforts to reach him. Now Kell opened his shields just a little, and Snowfire seized the advantage. "Just what do you think you're doing?" he demanded, trying not to project the thought with the edge of incipient hysteria that he certainly felt. "Leading the big dog away so I can kill it quietly," Kell replied, sounding amazingly cool. "I don't suppose anyone told you that Wyrsa have poisonous fangs and claws, did they?" he asked, just before Kell slammed his shields shut again, locking him out. He tried not to curse with frustration. "At least I got the warning in," he consoled himself, and continued to watch through Wheel's eyes. He figured that Kell would repeat the same dive and tail chase he'd used to kill the little dog. He didn't expect what Kell actually did, and neither did the big dog. Kell suddenly slowed and went for height again, but at the top of his upward-reaching arc, he flung the body of the little dog at the big dog with all of his strength. Snowfire had forgotten that the structure of the griffin's forelegs actually allowed him to throw things if he chose, and certainly the big dog hadn't anticipated any such thing. The carcass hit the larger animal dead on and sent it tumbling end over end, and then Kell went into a dive. If he'd stayed on the ground to meet it, the fight would have been equal, with Kell having the advantage of size, but the big dog having the advantage of speed and poison. But Kell had no intention of getting within reach of those fangs and claws. He made dive after raking dive, pounding the thing with fisted talons that sent its head into the forest floor, and raking it with open talons with enough speed behind him to penetrate even the tough scales that protected it. Dive after dive he made, choosing to rake or strike based on what the monster itself was doing and how well it had recovered from the previous hit. Snowfire held his breath, and even the normally stoic Wheel was excited, gripping the bough he had chosen with enough power to drive the talons through the bark and deep into the wood. It began to seem as if the thing was indestructible. It had taken a dozen blows that would have shattered the skull of a lesser creature, and as many raking strikes that left furrows along its head and back. Wyrsa were known to be tough, but this monster was tougher than any Wyrsa that Snowfire had ever fought. Now Snowfire saw the wisdom of leading it away. Had this combat taken place anywhere near the village, Kell would have had an unwelcome audience in very short order. What's he doing? Snowfire wondered, fretting. It was obvious to him that Kell had a plan, but what was it? Surely the griffin could see for himself that his worst blows just weren't having the effect he wanted. In fact, the monster had worked itself into the partial shelter of a bush, and in a moment Kell wouldn't be able to reach it at all. Abruptly, Kell did a wing-over and another steep dive, heading deliberately into the bush. Snowfire flung out a hand and stifled a cry of dismay. Kell crashed into the bush and brought it down on top of the creature, pinning it completely to the ground with so many branches that it was unable to move at all. Kell stood up, still atop the bush, holding it and the creature pinned beneath it to the ground. Then, in a manner that was almost insulting, it was so casual, he began breaking twigs and branches with his beak until he exposed the nape of the creature's neck. He contemplated it for a moment, as if choosing exactly the right place. Then his head darted forward savagely, and he bit through scales, hide, and ultimately spine, sawing with his beak until the spine was completely severed. He stood atop the beast still, until its final convulsions were over. It took a very long time. Finally, the body went flaccid, and Kell cautiously opened his shields again. "I'm sorry," he said apologetically, but behind the veneer of apology was a seething cauldron of satisfied bloodlust, the euphoria of conquest, the thrill of victory. "There is an old lesson of Tadrith Wirsabane's first combat with a litter of changed Wirsa that could sense and eat magic. When these followed me, I suspected that they were following the scent of magic, and I didn't want to give them a chance to get any farther than just the scent." "Apology accepted," Snowfire replied immediately, "and congratulations. You were truly magnificent." "I was, wasn't I?" The reply was made with as much wonder as pride, and Snowfire chuckled under his breath. "Well, if Wheel could come help carry the body of the little dog, I can take the big dog, and we can drop them somewhere that they'll never be found. Is Wirsa meat poisonous?" "Not that I know of," Snowfire told him after a moment of thought. "I never saw dead scavengers around the carcasses anyway." "Then we'll dump them in a crotch up in the canopy," Kell decided immediately. "Their masters will never find even a bone then, and it will give the scavenger birds a good meal or two." So that was what they did. He and Wheel laboring heavily up into the canopy until they were well screened from the ground, leaving the two bodies wedged tightly into forks in neighboring trees. Perhaps eventually bones would fall down, but not until every scrap of flesh had been picked away or eaten by insects and larvae, and by then the matter of their masters should have been settled. Afterward, both Owl and Griffin rested while they conferred with Snowfire. "I honestly didn't see anything that would make me think there were still any villagers there," Kell told the Taledras as he cleaned the monster's blood fastidiously from beak and talons. "I will grant you, we weren't overhead long, but I can't imagine where they would put the villagers, if there were as many fighters as the boy thought." Snowfire thought back on the brief look that he'd had through Wheel's eyes, and tended to agree. "We know they've fixed the bridge, and that most of the buildings are still intact. We know that the enemy is still in possession of the place because of all the horses we saw. That's really what we came to find out. If you want to go back, I'm certainly ready." Kell sighed and spread wings which were probably starting to ache. He'd put his flying muscles through a great deal of abuse, and just about now was when they would start to complain. "I think we ought," he replied, trying to sound reluctant. "I hate to admit it, but I'm not good for much more." "Oh, I think you could rise to the occasion if you had to," Snowfire said encouragingly, "but I see no reason why you should have to. You were mighty enough tonight. Let's go home." "Very well," Kell replied, and took off carefully, gaining altitude until he was above the treetops. Snowfire began the slower process of making his way toward the clearing where the Daihili waited. But Kelvin could not contain his pleasure in silence. "You know, I really was good tonight, wasn't I?" Snowfire sensed a certain wonder behind the boast, and smiled. "Definitely," he replied with warmth, too busy picking his way through the canopy to give a more elaborate reply. But Kell didn't seem to mind. He was still intoxicated with success, and mostly talking to himself. "I was," Kell sighed with content. "I really was." 6. Snowfire kept having to hide his smile the next day when he encountered Kell. The young griffin was so pleased with himself, not in any truly vain way, but simply full of joy and astonishment at his own daring deeds. He had probably been a great deal less sure of himself at the time than he had pretended. In fact, he reminded Snowfire of a certain young Taledras after his first successful mission some few years ago. It was odd how certain things transcended the boundaries of species. Nightwind, of course, had made a great fuss over Kell, over both of them, actually, but she was more demonstrative with Kell. So when, after greeting the griffin, he'd gone to her to ask her to make sure he hadn't done any damage to himself, he also asked her why she'd been so effusive. "I was beginning to think you were being a little too enthusiastic," he told her. "You know, the way doting mothers make a great fuss over a child who's done something perfectly ordinary. I don't mean to try to teach you your job, but Kell's old enough to see through that sort of thing." "Griffins, especially young ones like Kell, are a lot more fragile than you'd think," she told Snowfire as she checked his arm wound and rewrapped it. "They need a great deal of encouragement before they become secure in making their own judgments. It's a fledging sort of thing. They really go through several stages of fledging, and the most critical is in learning to trust their training and make their own decisions, instead of waiting for orders from someone else." She sealed down the end of the bandage with a firm finger. "He really was very clever to remember Tadrith Wirsabane and the changed creatures he encountered. I can promise you that not one in a dozen of the griffins I've tended would remember a tale that old. Tadrith is ancient history, and the young ones tend to dismiss history out of hand." Snowfire thanked her with a smile, then stretched out along the rock rimming the larger pool to soak up the sun. That was his prescription for muscles aching from his unbalanced climbing last night. "I think he may be trying to model himself off this Tadrith," he suggested. "It's just a thought, but the way he mind-spoke the name suggested something of the sort to me last night." Nightwind unwound her hair from the knot at the back of her head and shook it free. It fell in rippling waves to her waist. I can certainly think of worse examples, and griffins that have tried to follow them. Well, for one thing, trying to model himself off Scandrenon would be a very bad thing to do. We don't have any stories of Scandrenon as a young, rash, and fallible griffin, only those in which Scandrenon succeeds beyond anyone's wildest dreams and pulls off another miraculous, heroic coup. By this time there is so much myth associated with the Black Griffin that trying to emulate him would be impossible, and failing would be devastating. No, he could do a lot worse than try to copy Tadrith Wirsabane. By the time Tadrith was growing up, White Griffin was well established, and we have plenty of tales about how difficult it was for him to make a name for himself in his father's shadow. Snowfire rolled over on his stomach, and she began working on his back muscles without his having to ask. He sighed with content, and occasionally grunted in pain as her hands worked out knots and sore spots. He decided to change the subject. He really wasn't in the mood to discuss Griffonic myth. About those little monsters. Yip dog and attack dog, she said. The terms were so strange he wasn't certain he'd heard her correctly, and craned his head around to give her a puzzled look. She giggled at his expression. That's what I thought of when Kell described them to me. The little one was like the small dogs one of the Hyle peoples created. They've made pampered, spoiled pets out of a breed that was supposed to be alarm dogs. Very small, very fast, very annoying. When they see a stranger, they swarm him, yipping. We call them yip dogs, and when I reminded Kell of them, he agreed that this smaller creature was exactly like a yip dog. Huh, good enough name for it, he replied. So you think this yip dog was meant to raise alarms? I'm sure of it, and I'm sure Kell was right. From his description, it detected the aura of magic that is a part of every griffin. She sounded quite positive, and after a moment of thought, Snowfire was inclined to agree tentatively with that conclusion. He couldn't think of any other reason why it would have been able to find Kell in the heavy cover of the forest canopy. Do you think, perhaps, that it was intended to raise an alarm against people screening themselves magically, or using magic to disable sentries? Or was it set to catch mages, trying to use magic to get past magical alarms? He asked curiously. I can't think of a better reason to have them, she told him, as she bore down hard on the small of his back. After all, they don't know that the mage storms are over, and a mage storm could disable a magical protection. Animals, on the other hand, sleep more lightly than humans, and they aren't disabled when mage energy is disrupted. Fortunately, Kell followed his initial impulse, which was to go away from the place the yip-dog was guarding. Otherwise, I think the whining might have escalated to something a lot louder. That's what the real yip-dogs do. If you stay near what they consider to be their territory, or worse, try to approach it, they get positively hysterical. And the other, obviously the term attack dog suits it. Snowfire rested his chin on his folded hands to keep it off the hard rock beneath him. In fact, that's probably why they were paired. If whatever the yip dog was warning about kept coming, the attack dog was to hold it where it was until the masters came. He grinned a little. It must have been awfully puzzled about how to get at Kell. Fortunately for us, the masters didn't consider a sortie by air. She kneaded his shoulders vigorously, and he grunted. Does that hurt? Yes, but don't stop. No, you're right about that. They must not know there are taledras anywhere about, and they've never encountered Kaledain before. All I can say is it's a good thing we didn't have any human scouts on this one. The more he thought about it, the more grateful he was. Taledras scouts would have sent birds in, seen nothing to worry about, and might perhaps have been tempted to come down out of the trees and go in afoot to reconnoiter. They would never have been able to escape the fast-moving monsters, and only an eye shot would have killed the beasts, given the way that Wheel's talons just skidded off the scales. The Yip dog was probably alerted by physical attributes such as scent and sound, as well as by magic, she agreed. It wouldn't be very bright to have them sound alarms only for the presence of magic. I'm just glad there were only 2 of them. I saw them through Wheel's eyes, and the things did look like Wirsa, he told her, wondering if she had any more insights gleaned out of Keledain history for him. Or, rather, it looked as if their ancestors could have been Wirsa. Now, that triggered a dream last night of all kinds of creatures that looked as if they also could have been bred from Wirsa, and that made me wonder when I woke up this morning if the being that Darian described as a demon and the creature it was riding could have had Wirsa ancestors. He cocked an eye back at her. That must have been one hell of a dream, she observed. I'm glad I didn't share it. Still, she paused to work on a particularly bad knot in his neck, and he clenched his teeth to keep from yelping. The story says that the Wirsa Tadrith thought were definitely intelligent, and there is no reason whatsoever that there couldn't have been more of them created somewhere else. Or at least more Wirsa changed in different ways. The beasts aren't exactly stupid, so it's not that great a jump to significant intelligence. Intelligence enough to realize that it would be to the monster's advantage to cooperate with a human, he hazarded, and given that we have a mage with these barbarians who, we assume, already knows how to make change children. He took a deep breath as she let up on his shoulders a bit. You see where this is going. Yes, and I don't like it. But it does make it all the more imperative that we concentrate on keeping Starfall safe, rather than messing about with these people and alerting them to the fact that we're here. He felt her hands starting to tremble. Was the imperturbable night wind actually afraid? She should be. Intelligent, human-like versions of Wirsa. That is a truly frightening thought. How did Darian sleep last night? She asked, abruptly changing the subject herself. Winter Sky says he had a couple of nightmares, but nothing that even woke him. That's enough, thanks. He rolled back over and let the sun work on his chest muscles. I don't know what tonight will bring, but so far I'm going to assume that minor nightmares are good, but the ones that send him out of sleep screaming in hysterics are bad. As a general rule, we don't want him assimilating too much too fast. She stretched herself out on the rock beside him. Ah, that feels good. He'll probably have a hysterical one in a few nights, though. That is, if what Tercel did fades out at the rate I think it will. It might go more quickly. He's a boy with a strong will, and that's likely to make him fight what we put in place. Snowfire sighed. Wonderful. Well, if he gets too hysterical for me to handle, remember your promise." She laughed. "Big, brave Taledras warrior, worried about a little boy's nightmares." "Big, brave Taledras warrior needs his sleep, or he isn't going to be much good at protecting annoying little Kaledain Trondirn," he growled, cracking open an eye to see which side of her was uppermost, and smacking her on the rump when he had a target. That, of course, led to her rolling him into the water, and him pulling her in, and a conversation that had nothing whatsoever to do with Darian, Kelvrin, or Wirsa. Darian woke screaming from a nightmare of fire to find a sleepy, yawning Snowfire kneeling at his pallet, shaking him gently. "Easy, Darian," the Hawk Brother was saying, as if he had been saying the words over and over for some time. "It's all right. You're just dreaming. Wake up, little brother." There was a lot of light around. Where was it coming from? "I'm awake," Darian said, feeling dazed and confused, and still full of a sourceless grief and fear. "I'm awake." "Good." Snowfire smiled, but he had to put up a hand to cover his mouth as it turned into a yawn. That was when Darian saw the source of the illumination after Snowfire moved. There was a very dim globe of light hovering just at Snowfire's shoulder, and Darian stared at it, distracted for a moment. It startled him, but Snowfire didn't act as if it was something strange. "What's that?" he asked, pointing to it. "My mage light," the Hawk Brother replied casually, as if he conjured such things all the time. Perhaps he did, and Darian just hadn't been awake at the right time to see them. He had been so exhausted these last couple of days that he went to sleep almost as soon as the sun went down. "Would you like it a little brighter?" A heartbeat later, the glow intensified a measurable degree. "You can make those?" he said, staring at it. "Really? Justin couldn't." Then, all at once, as the sound of his own voice, screaming Justin's name, echoed in his memory, his fear and grief had a source. His throat closed up, and he fought back tears. A man shouldn't cry. Tears were useless. They hadn't brought back his parents, had they? "Justin's dead, isn't he?" he whispered, closing his eyes to hide the pain. "He's really dead." "Yes, little brother, he is," Snowfire replied quietly, with an odd inflection in his voice. Darian opened his eyes to see the Hawk Brother looking down at him with, what, pity? Understanding? He couldn't tell. He hadn't seen anyone in Errol's Grove wearing either expression around him. Just then, over on the other side of the hut, Winter Sky snorted in his sleep, turned over, and mumbled. That seemed to make up Snowfire's mind about something. "Here," he said, getting to his feet and holding out his hand. "We shouldn't wake Winter Sky, and I don't think you'll be getting back to sleep soon, so let's go for a walk." Darian hesitantly accepted the outstretched hand. Snowfire pulled him to his feet, then turned toward Wheel's perch and held out his arm to the huge owl. He wasn't wearing his arm guard, and Darian gasped and winced as Wheel stepped onto the bare flesh. But the owl barely closed his feet around the arm and half spread his wings to keep his balance instead of maintaining it by gripping the arm. Snowfire turned to give him a reassuring smile. "Remember, Wheel isn't an ordinary owl. I'm only going to take him outside to let him step up onto the roof. He can be very soft-footed when he needs to be for me." Yes, but if he gets unbalanced and can't save himself, he may forget what's under those talons. Mindful of that possibility, Darian stepped in front of Snowfire and held the curtain of vines aside so that the Hawk Brother wouldn't have to juggle vines and owl at the same time. With a nod of thanks, Snowfire stepped out into the night with the mage light trailing at his shoulder. Darian followed him. Once outside, Snowfire raised his arm just enough that Wheel could move onto the end of an exposed roof beam. Wheel stepped off his arm carefully, settled his feathers, looked all around in that bizarre way only owls could. His head went nearly all the way around, then he settled on a direction, crouched down, and pushed off, flapping hard, vanishing silently into the darkness. Snowfire turned just as silently, and after a backward glance at Darian, walked slowly along the path. After a breath of hesitation, Darian caught up with him. Wintersky had given him what he called sleeping clothes. That was a new idea to Darian, who generally slept in that day's shirt and put on a clean one in the morning. But he'd obediently changed into the odd garments every night. He saw now that Snowfire wore very similar clothing, a draped pullover shirt of some light, loosely woven, cool material, and drawstring trousers gathered at the ankle made of the same stuff. Darian felt a little like a ghost, walking barefoot through the sleeping camp in the pale garments. Ghosts. How many ghosts haunted Errol's Grove now? One, at least. Or would Justin have stayed to haunt the place? "What are you thinking?" Snowfire asked quietly, hardly above a whisper. "I was thinking about Justin," he replied, feeling sorrow again rise to close his throat. "I think that he must have been a very good and brave man," came the quiet reply. "People of his sort do not need to linger, haunting their old homes. Ghosts are those who left things undone, and I cannot think he left anything undone that truly needed doing." He couldn't manage anything more. But Snowfire must have guessed his question. "Having had no personal experience of one who has gone, I cannot give you first-hand evidence," he replied, as one hand somehow came to rest on Darian's shoulder as a comforting weight. "But, well, I know enough folk who have, whose word I trust, to make me certain that we do not simply cease to be. But as for the nature of the path he took, the faith we Taledras profess tells us that each path is different, according to the belief and the nature of the one who takes it." He paused. "I am not certain what your people believe, but would you care to hear what one who had been a herald supposedly told one of my people?" "Yes," Darian said after a moment. "One who had been a herald? But heralds don't quit being heralds, so—" "He said, or so I was told," Snowfire replied, interrupting Darian's thoughts, "that when a herald dies, he is given 3 choices. One is that he may return again as a herald to be. The second, that he return as a companion, and the third is that he have some time in a place where all his desires are granted. I suspect that your teacher has been given the same choices." Darian blinked as his eyes blurred and felt tears coursing down his cheeks. I hope whatever he picked, he got a lot of magic," he choked. Snowfire's hand closed briefly on his shoulder. "I think that he must," the Hawk Brother replied. "In fact, I cannot imagine anything else." That was too much for Darian, and he lost his last shreds of control. He stumbled and started to sob, and found Snowfire holding him just the same way as his father used to when some childish grief overcame him. Darian forgot that he was supposed to be a man, forgot that men didn't cry, forgot everything except that he had failed to help Justin. He had failed to help his father and mother, and now they were all dead, and he was utterly alone. He cried silently, as he had learned to do since his parents' death, sobs shaking his frame, leaning on Snowfire, who simply held him and rocked a little from side to side, saying nothing. And only when the worst of his terrible grief had passed did it dawn dimly on him that he really wasn't alone after all. Finally, there were no more tears left, and Snowfire let him go at the exact instant when he thought of pulling away, more than a little embarrassed. "Don't be ashamed for allowing yourself to feel, little brother," came the quiet words. "You should rather feel sorry for those who do not. They are either cripples or very sick in soul." As he stared at the Hawk brother in astonishment, Snowfire patted his shoulder. "I think that a midnight swim might be a good thing for both of us," he said, and gave Darian a gentle push to start him moving again. Darian was in a bit of a daze, and it seemed as if they only took a few steps farther before they came to the two ponds, their water reflecting the stars and a sliver of moon above them. Snowfire simply stripped off his garments and plunged in. After a moment of hesitation, Darian copied his example. He had expected the water to feel cold, but he had been standing in the night air long enough that it was only pleasantly cool. He swam back and forth on his back, staring up at the stars, letting his mind empty of everything. He didn't stop until his arms and legs were tired, and he was beginning to feel a little waterlogged. Only then did he stop to tread water, and saw Snowfire was back on the bank, putting on his clothing, the mage light still hovering near him, but much brighter now. He paddled back to the same place, and looked up at a towel being held out for him to take. He dried himself off, and started to look around for his discarded clothing, but it wasn't where he'd left it. Quickly, he wrapped the towel around his waist, wondering what had happened to it, when Snowfire noticed his confusion and pointed. There, neatly folded on a rock, was a fresh set of garments. "Herr Tassi," was all Snowfire said, as he turned his attention to carefully braiding his long hair. Quickly, Darian slipped into the clean clothes and used the towel on his own hair to cover his uncertainty about what to do or say next. "The sense of loss never leaves, little brother," Snowfire said in a perfectly normal tone of voice. "But it does grow less over time, as long as you permit yourself to feel. If you bottle it inside, it only eats at you until you are hollow and full of nothing but grief." "How do you know?" Darian blurted, feeling unaccountably angry. Then he could have beaten his head against a tree for snapping at Snowfire so. But Snowfire didn't snap back. He just finished braiding his hair and looked at Darian quizzically. "Who told you that Taledras are immortal?" he asked. Whoever he was misinformed. Darian hung his head, his cheeks burning. "I'm sorry," he mumbled. "I didn't mean—" "You didn't think," Snowfire corrected, with a kindly tone in his voice. "And given the hour and the circumstances, I can hardly fault you. You are tired in every way. Much longer, and I will be snapping in an ill-tempered snarl myself." Darian flushed even hotter, if that was possible. "I can't imagine you ever doing anything wrong," he stammered. To his surprise, Snowfire chuckled. "Oh, Darian, do not ever allow Nightwind to hear you, or she will fill your ears with the myriad ways and times in which I have transgressed." He rolled his eyes skyward. "I cannot even tell you which is worse, that she never forgets, or that she is right far too often, or at least thinks that she is." To his surprise, Darian found himself smiling a little, for he had certainly heard the men of Errol's Grove making the same complaints in the tavern. "I guess all ladies are like that. The ones at home—" He stopped in mid-sentence. There wasn't any home anymore. And as for the men who frequented the tavern, he had no idea where they were or what had happened to them. Were they even still alive? Shouldn't he be getting help for them? What was he thinking of, lolling about in ponds like this, when he should be helping the people of Errol's Grove? How had he managed to forget the rest of his people? "What's the matter?" Snowfire asked, breaking into his silence. What am I still doing here?" he asked, feeling a frantic urge to do something, and not knowing what he could do. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other in a nervous dance. "I've got to go somewhere, got to get help. Why am I still here? I should be out there trying to get somebody to help us, not here enjoying myself." Before he could yield to that urge and just run off into the darkness, Snowfire seized his elbow, and somehow the mere touch calmed him. "Darian, listen to me, and please believe me," the Hawk brother said urgently. "Wheel and Kell and I have been to your village the second night after you came to us. We saw no signs that your people had been killed, and none that they had been captured either. We are fairly sure they must have escaped completely. You can be at ease, for it seems likely that they have already found help." "But you're not completely sure?" Darian asked, wanting to believe and not sure that he dared to. "You think they're all right, but you—" "I could not be completely sure without going into the village and looking into all the houses," Snowfire interrupted, and added, "I think you will agree that this would not be a very wise course of action." "Probably not," Darian replied, trying to think where people could have escaped to. "We think that they probably went down the river," Snowfire continued. "There is a place there with fortifications, some great lord's holding, we think." "Kelm's Keep," Darian replied automatically. "Lord Brion's manor." And somehow, just being able to identify the place made him lose some of that feeling of frantic urgency. "What did you see when you went back? I have to know. What if they didn't get away? How would you know?" "Then sit here, and I will tell you." Snowfire gestured at a rock that seemed perfectly sculpted to act as a chair, and took another like it. "I do not know if you have been told this, but a Taledras can see through the eyes of his bondbird. I remained near where we found you, in the bows, on the same line as the sentries. Wheel and Kelvrin went on, since it would be far less likely they would be detected than a human, and it would be far easier for them to escape if they were sighted." Darian nodded, leaning forward tensely to better hear Snowfire's soft voice. The bridge crossing the river had been repaired, and it appeared that few of the buildings had actually been burned, mostly a handful of sheds. There were livestock in crude enclosures in the fields, and many, many horses in better enclosures there also. Snowfire tilted his head and brushed a strand of hair out of his eyes, as Darian flinched at the thought of cows pastured in the young crops. "Why do you wince?" "They're eating the crops," Darian explained, thinking with pain of all the work that the villagers had put into those fields, only to have those animals devouring the food that should have gone to feed the village over the winter. "There won't be anything to last until spring." "The barbarians of the north, which is what I believe these are, do not farm much. They are mostly hunters. Crop growing is a task for women and thralls, and the men don't trouble themselves with where food other than meat comes from." Snowfire seemed lost in thought for a moment, then came to himself with a shake of his head. "This tells me that the barns are empty of livestock, and there must be something else in the barns. I count the horses, knowing that northern barbarians are not great horsemen, and that there will be a dozen men who fight afoot for every rider. I decided then that the barns must be full of those soldiers, and the houses are full of the riders, who are of higher rank. Guessing at the numbers by the number of horses, I would say that there was no room in the village for your own people, and there are no people sleeping out in the open. So, I think they must have escaped." "And then?" Darian persisted. "Then what happened?" "Then Kelvrin was discovered, and he and Wheel had to leave." Snowfire shrugged eloquently. "So, do you think I am right?" Darian tried to think, but he could not imagine where the villagers could be, other than escaped, if they weren't in their homes or in the barns. "I guess that must be right," he said, and suddenly found himself yawning. "But why can't you attack these people? Aren't you supposed to be Valdemar's allies? Aren't you going to help?" "If we thought that your people were in danger, we would, regardless of the danger to us," Snowfire said firmly. "But, Darian, just what do you propose we should do? You know how few of us there are, and you had a glimpse of how many the enemy has in his ranks." "But magic," Darian protested. "You can use magic." "Not as yet," Snowfire told him. "Not in any way that will balance our small numbers. First, we must see if your people summon their own aid. It would be foolish, wouldn't it, if we tried to attack and failed, only to see an army of your people come the next day?" Having seen what the enemy could do, Darian had another word for it than foolish. He gulped, thinking of what a real battle must look like. Not merely one man with a wounded arm, but many people hurt, even killed. And it wouldn't be strangers dying, it would be people he knew. The thought made him sick to his stomach. "I think that would be a bad idea," he replied weakly. "On the other hand," Snowfire continued, in that same reasonable tone of voice, "if we wait long enough, the enemy will relax and drop some of their defenses. Even if help from your land does not come at once, we may well have an opportunity to do them a great deal of harm, perhaps even enough to drive them away. That sort of fighting does tend to make the best use of our abilities." "With magic?" Darian asked hopefully. Surely if even Snowfire, who said that he was inferior as a mage, could do things even Justin couldn't, what could Starfall do? "Well, you told us that there was a mage with these people," Snowfire began. "I did?" Darian blurted. Snowfire nodded. When you told us of the creature riding the lizard and the men with the aspects of bears, only a mage can work such changes, which meant that there must be one among them. Well, you know what has befallen magic, and you know that our task is to re-establish order in the patterns of magic. This means that Starfall must, before all else, seize control of the magic here. So that the other mage can't get it, Darian exclaimed. Exactly so. Then, once we have control of the magic energy, he will be weaker. That is a good aspect. Snowfire frowned. The bad aspect is that this means Starfall will be busy holding the power and unable to do other things he would otherwise, such as watching the enemy from afar or protecting us from the enemy's magic. And in the meantime, the enemy mage is not having to hold the power matrix, and he is free to act. None of the rest of us are his equal, and I do not know that we could be, even acting together. So, we will ensure that some message comes to your people, calling for help, and meanwhile, we will wait to see what happens. Wait and see. Wasn't that what Justin was always harping about? Patience. But this time, rushing into things is going to get people hurt and killed. He sighed and nodded his head. I guess that's what you'll have to do, he said reluctantly. But whatever he had intended to say was interrupted by an enormous yawn, and he found himself blinking hard, trying to keep his eyes open. Hold the thought, little brother, Snowfire said, and got up. Whatever it is can wait until morning. For now, sleep is waiting. Darian stumbled along in Snowfire's wake, trying to keep his thoughts in order. There was something about Starfall, holding the magic, something important. But whatever it was, it didn't last past putting his head down on the pillow. When he woke up, his memories of last night and the nightmare that had awakened him were waiting for him. Snowfire, however, wasn't. He went through most of the day, doing whatever chores the Herr Tassi or Hawk brothers asked him to, without once seeing his new mentor. He guessed that Snowfire must be out doing his job, scouting, and that made him feel a little better. Something was being done. It might not be obvious to him just what it was, but clearly the Hawk brothers were not lounging about, looking decorative. He helped Nightwind groom Kelvin after the latter returned from his own scouting foray, making certain that the enemy wasn't getting too near their encampment. Kelvin told him more of the night sortie, especially the combat with the two smaller monsters. It was exciting, but scary too, when he thought how Kelvin could have been hurt. Now all those old stories about battles and fighting took on an entirely different complexion when he thought about these people he knew being in the middle of all the hewing and smiting and all. The notion of seeing Kel sick with poison, of Winter Sky with some terrible wound bleeding into the dirt, it was horrible. Not that he hadn't seen nasty injuries, because obviously he had, but to think of such things being inflicted by other people on his friends, and on purpose to hurt or kill them, well, it was just entirely different from seeing the results of an accident, and it was hard to wrap his mind around the idea. Not just hard, ugly. It made him feel horrible inside to realize that people could actually want to hurt other people. Oh, there were plenty of times when he'd wanted something nasty to happen to other people, but the wish was always vague and ill-defined, and what he'd wanted was for something to happen to them, not that he wanted to inflict a hurt. But I think I could have hurt those men who were chasing me. He considered it a little more. I know I could have hurt them. I was ready to shoot them. He recalled quite clearly how he had felt at the time, coldly calculating an eye shot, as if the men were nothing more than tree hares he was hunting for the pot. But they were going to kill me and Snowfire, and they attacked the village, and for no reason. Or not for no reason, but not for any good reason. When he finished with Kell, who had really enjoyed being able to tell someone about his fight, Winter Sky caught him before anyone else did. "We need to get the Hawk furniture in order," Winter Sky told him, "and you're the only one free," without any explanations of what Hawk furniture was or how to get it in order. Instead, the youngest of the Hawk brothers left him in the charge of a painfully shy Herr Tassi in someone else's hut, the entire left side of which was full of Hawk furniture, which was not little chairs and tables for birds of prey, as his imagination had devised, but the bits and pieces of Hawk equipment needed for the bond birds. For all their intelligence, bond birds were still hawks, and a hood slipped over their heads would let them sleep in a noisy and brightly lit room. "Darkness makes them sleep," the little Herr Tassi whispered, cupping her hands over her eyes by way of illustration. "If the bondmate needs to be awake, the bird must still sleep. To feel well, they must sleep from dawn to dusk." She showed him how to clean the hoods, made of hard but extremely thin leather, odd bulges over the areas of the eyes to keep from touching the lids. Then, when he had cleaned them, she showed him how to repair those that were damaged. Most often it was the braces, the leather thongs that held the hoods shut at the back that were damaged, broken, or worn out. That was easy to fix, once he saw the odd way in which they were laced, so that a Hawk brother could tighten or loosen the hood with one hand and his teeth. But sometimes what was damaged was the welt of leather protecting the raw edge of the bottom of the hood, or the ornamental knot on top, which was supposed to be used to take the hood off and put it on. The Herr Tassi let him repair the simplest of these, but for the really complicated repairs, such as re-stitching the eye covers, she insisted on doing the work while he watched. It was fascinating, for he would not have thought that such stubby little fingers could take such delicate stitches. Most of the bond birds didn't need restraints, such as jesses, but all of them wore the bracelets on their ankles that the jesses fitted through. The bracelets were good for other things, for tying a light string onto, for instance, that a bird could carry up and over a high branch so that a rope could be pulled up afterward. So the Herr Tassi taught him how to cut and oil such bracelets, then how to make leather or rope-wrapped and padded perches as well. Hawks took wall or floor perches of tree limbs wrapped in leather, while falcons, it seemed, required perches made of upthrust sections of stump, like upthrusting rocks, but padded so that the talons of a sleeping bird had something to grip. Care of the feet, it seemed, was all important, and sharp talons were hard on wrapped perches. Perches had to be made to withstand hard use, but not made of things that would bruise or abrade the feet. Bruised or cut feet could infect, leading to a state called bumblefoot, which in turn could cripple a bird if not adequately treated. He learned more about birds of prey in that morning than he had ever learned in his life, and when he and the little lizard were done, every bit of equipment that could be mended had been. Then it was time for lunch and time to help clean pots for a bit. It occurred to him, after lunch, as he stood beside a half-barrel with his arms up to the elbow in warm, slippery, soapy water, that he had seldom worked this hard with poor Justin. But this didn't bother him at all, and that was the odd thing. Maybe it's just that no one shouts at me or tells me what a terrible, ungrateful child I am, he concluded. It's not so bad to work when no one is scolding you. Of course, he'd never had such interesting work before, which might have been the reason. Aishan always had funny or fascinating things to tell him while he scrubbed pots, and mending the Hawk furniture had been something entirely different from anything he'd ever done before. It wasn't hard to get through a chore when someone was chatting to you and making jokes, and when the chore required concentration and delicacy, time just flew by. And as for helping to tend Kelvin, well, he had felt positively honored. It had been an amazing thing to touch the griffin's huge feathers and make sure the killing talons were pinprick sharp and immaculately clean. Odd, he thought, as Aishan left him alone for a moment to tend to the bake ovens. I thought Kelvin was so old, older than Snowfire, but it was almost as if he was my age. I wonder how old he really is. There was no way of telling with a bird, of course. They didn't exactly show their age in any way that he could recognize. I like it here, he thought, with yearning, as he watched Aishan's back. I wish I could stay. If only there was some way that he could. When things got back to normal, would anyone at Errold's Grove ever want him back? Was there the faintest chance that the Hawk brothers would want him with them? And what if things never got back to normal? What if no one wanted to go back to the village? Would the Hawk brothers be willing to give him a home? Last night, Snowfire kept calling me little brother. Is that just something he calls every boy? Or... Darian! Winter Sky popped up behind his back, and he yelped in startlement, dropping the bowl he'd been scrubbing back into the water. Winter Sky jumped with amazing agility right out of the way and didn't even get a single drop of water on himself. He laughed and clapped Darian on the back. Sorry, didn't mean to creep up on you like that. It's just habit. Snowfire wants you for a moment, if Aishan doesn't mind. Not at all, the Hare Tossie said without turning. He's done twice the work of any of you clumsy-handed louts. He can consider his work done for the day. Why, Aishan, I am crushed, Winter Sky mocked, and threw Darian a towel to wipe himself down with. Come on, this won't take long. Wondering what Snowfire could want, Darian followed the younger Taledras with increasing curiosity. He became even more puzzled and a little uneasy when Winter Sky brought him down a very narrow path into a part of the encampment where he had never been before. It was heavily overgrown, cool, dim, and so quiet he could hear himself breathing. The path ended in a place completely overshadowed by the branches of the oldest and largest willow Darian had ever seen, with the usual log hut built right up against the trunk of the tree, which was easily as big around as the hut itself. No grass could possibly grow here, but that lack was more than made up for by the thick moss carpeting the area. Sitting on a bough perch beside the door was a handsome Cooperi hawk, watching everything with alert, reddish-yellow eyes. Waiting for Darian were Snowfire and Starfall. The adept looked very tired, as if he had been working all night, and Darian wondered if he had gotten any rest at all. They must be taking me seriously enough that Starfall is working himself as hard as he can to keep those people from getting at the magic. That was oddly reassuring. "Darian, I understand you have been a great deal of help to us," Starfall said, by way of a greeting. Caught off guard, Darian shrugged. "I guess so. Have to earn my keep, don't I?" He winced a little inwardly, for his words didn't sound very polite, but Starfall didn't seem offended. "We do expect all of those in our own group to do their share if they are not disabled," the older man said gravely. "We are not so well equipped that we cannot use another pair of hands. In fact," he cast a glance at Snowfire, "we could use that pair of hands on a more permanent basis, if that would suit you." Darian stared at him, quite certain that his new won ability to understand Taledras must be faulty. Starfall persisted, grave but earnest. "Our impression is that you do not feel any truly strong ties to those of your people that remain. Is that impression true?" He shook his head a little, hardly able to believe what he was hearing. Was Starfall making the offer that he thought? Starfall was clearly waiting for an answer, and Darian was startled enough to give him stark, unvarnished truth. I'd say they'd probably be happy to see the last of me right now," he admitted, shamefaced. "With no master, I go back on the village to care for, and I don't think any of them would care to apprentice me now." Bet they could find all kinds of excuses not to, in fact, he thought with sudden bleakness, for how could Starfall take that as any kind of a recommendation? "Then, would you care to remain with us?" Starfall asked, watching his face intently. "Snowfire has offered to take you as his younger sibling, and that is all that I need as elder." "But there is a condition," Snowfire said warningly, before Darian could burst out with an astonished and immediate acceptance. "You must agree to apprentice to me in the matter of magic, at least for as long as I have the ability to teach you. You may outstrip me. I do not yet know how strong your gifts may be, and if that happens, you must go to a real teacher, Starfall by preference. And we shall be gone from our home vale for some time, several years perhaps, working to establish the ley lines and nodes all through the northern part of Valdemar," Starfall added, watching him closely. "So you will not actually see our vale until our work is done. If you were hoping for exotic surroundings, well, our surroundings will be less and less exotic all the time that we are out. That is another reason for us to want you with us. It would be good to have someone who has a native's command of this tongue at our disposal." Darian stood rock-still, thinking furiously. So that was to be the price of being given a place here, that he must continue the tedious study of magic. Of all the things he wanted to learn, surely that was the last on the list. But perhaps he was doing Snowfire an injustice. Justin was hardly the best teacher in the world, and as a practitioner, he was even worse. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if he was studying with someone who actually knew something. And even if it was just as tedious and boring as it had been with Justin, well, wasn't that a small price to pay to be where he was actually wanted? And Snowfire says he wants me for a brother? Me? They want me to be a real hawk brother? He made a real effort to contain his excitement, but it surely showed. He stifled his urge to shout and somehow managed to turn a grave face toward the adept. "I would like to stay, very much, Elder," he said at last, with a little bow to Starfall. "I am honored that you ask me, and I certainly accept. I promise that I will do all that I can to help everyone here, and I will try to be more patient in learning magic." Starfall smiled and motioned him closer. Taking his hand, the adept placed a pendant into it. It was a hawk talon, mounted in silver. The mounting was decorated with a blue moonstone and strung on a beaded chain. "Welcome to Kevala, then, little brother," he said warmly, as he closed Darian's hand around the talon. "You must wear this as a token of your acceptance into the clan, as Nightwind does. You both bear the talons of my father's great sun-tail hawk-eagle, Skyr, who shared my father's labors as a healing adept and went to White at the age of only 4. I know that you will be worthy of the token, even as Nightwind is." Snowfire took the talon from Darian's nerveless fingers and put it around his neck. Darian looked up at him, trying to find the right words to thank him, and failing completely, but Snowfire acted as if he had already said them. "You have labored long and hard already, and I am not minded to begin your lessons with one today, little brother," the younger hawk brother said as he clasped and released Darian's shoulders. "Why not go out into the forest for a time? It will cool your mind and help you think." If there was one thing that Darian agreed with, it was that he needed some time to think this over. He nodded. "But do I need to have someone with me?" he asked, hoping that the answer would be no. Snowfire shook his head. "That horse that we stole is in need of exercise," he suggested. "Go take it about for a while. You will be safe enough riding, and you won't have to worry about Daihili chatter in your mind." The corner of his mouth twitched a little, suggesting to Darian that although the remark was intended as amusement, Snowfire had suffered Daihili chatter in the past. As he hesitated a moment, Starfall nodded at the entrance to his little sanctuary. "Off with you, young one. I am the one most needful of your elder brother's skills at the moment. We have some tricky work ahead of us before we can rest this day." Perhaps yesterday such a dismissal would have made Darian sullen and resentful, suspecting that they were getting rid of him so that they could discuss him. But now he had no such feelings. If Starfall said they had work, then they had work, and he would only get in the way. He stammered his thanks to both of them and turned and ran, his heart hammering with so many mixed feelings that he couldn't sort them out properly. He already knew where the horse was, in the pasture, being guarded by the Daihili herd and kept from straying. He guessed that the tack would be in a hut he knew was used for storing things with no immediate use, and sure enough it was. He hadn't saddled many horses in his life, but with the help of 2 amused Daihili who kept the nag from running off half-equipped, he managed to get all the gear on in the proper manner. It wasn't that the horse was at all ill-tempered. It was more as if it expected bad treatment. It didn't fight him, but if it could get away without being saddled and bridled, it would be very happy to do so. The horse sighed with resignation as he clambered into the saddle, his stomach aching reflexively as he recalled the last time he'd ridden the beast. But it seemed tractable enough, and it moved out of the entrance to the valley at a calm walk. Darian was used to finding his way in the forest, and had no fear that he was going to get lost. He set a general course southward, but otherwise let the horse have its head, and it ambled on beneath the trees while he let his own thoughts wander. They tended to stray into mere contemplation of his surroundings. It was so easy to let his mind go blank as he admired a golden shaft of sunlight piercing the green gloom, then saw with surprised delight a single flower basking in its warmth like a precious jewel displayed for his admiration. It was more comfortable to contemplate the majesty of the enormous tree trunks rising in a never-ending vista of columns all around him than to contemplate his own future, and the liquid notes of bird-song dropping tranquilly down through the boughs were infinitely preferable to the discords of his past. Everywhere he looked, he saw things that his parents would have drawn his attention to, if they had been there. Summer was not a time to trap for furs, so his summers in the past had been spent in exploration. Here in the hills, wonderful and magical spots seemed hidden in every valley. Sometimes it was a sparkling stream burbling over a stone-filled bed. Sometimes the stream poured down the side of the hill in a series of exuberant waterfalls. He caught sight of a pair of does with their fawns, grazing in a tiny pocket of meadow surrounded by moss-covered boulders. Once they passed a fallen tree that supported an entire community of plants and ferns on its decaying, moss-covered side. All was well for some time. The horse, given no commands, chose to eat as much as he walked. He meandered from one sparse bit of grass to the next. The grass beneath the tree canopy was thin and tended to grow in widely spaced, wispy clumps. Thick growths of fern and moss were more common here than grasses, and the horse disdained both. Darian let the reins hang loose on the horse's neck, engrossed in his own increasingly troubled thoughts. Those thoughts weren't really coherent. Too much had happened to him for coherency. He had the vague feeling that perhaps this was the root of what bothered him. Events had taken him so completely by surprise that he wasn't acting anymore. He was reacting. At least before, when anything happened to me, it was generally because I'd already done something to make those things happen, he thought, and it was usually something that I knew would make trouble. It was true, he hadn't had a lot of control over his own life, but at least he'd had some, and he'd had choices, even if it was only the choice to resist what other people had in mind for him. But now, fate or chance was hitting him with one hammer blow after another, not even giving him the time to reel back from one blow before slamming him with the next. Being invited to join the Hawk brothers was the first thing that had happened in days that involved any choice for him. And now that he'd accepted, he felt strange. There was a creeping sense that he had betrayed the people of Errold's Grove in some way, and yet at the same time he resented the fact that he felt that way. What right had they to claim his loyalty? Why should he chain his fate to theirs? There was guilt, too, a great deal of it, and he wasn't at all sure what to do about it. What had happened to the folk of the village? He hadn't made any real effort to find out. Surely he ought to at least do that. And no matter what Snowfire said, how could anyone be sure there was nothing that he could have done that would have saved Justin? Maybe if he'd been beside his master on that bridge, the way any good apprentice would have been, the outcome would have been different. All right, so he didn't have any real magic yet, but he'd learned a lot at the side of his parents, and maybe he would have been able to do something that would have saved them both. I could have jumped off the bridge when he set it afire and dragged him along with me. I can swim, even if he couldn't. Or his mind buzzed with 100 absurd things he might have done, or could have done, or thought he could have done, and all of them just made him feel guiltier. He became so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't realize that the horse had stopped eating and was sneaking through the forest at a fast, if furtive, walk, until he saw a landmark he recognized with a start. He knew then that they were getting far too close to Errold's Grove for comfort and made a grab for the reins. But the horse was an older hand at this game than he was. With a flip of its head, it tossed the reins out of reach and increased its pace. Darian didn't have to be able to read its thoughts to know what they were. The beast had scented its herdmates, and it was going to get back to them by whatever means it took. The blacksmith had explained once why all the horses in the village were kept in a single herd. Horses weren't happy alone, and even though the Errold's Grove herd wasn't a breeding herd, the lack of a stallion was no impediment to the horses' comfort in each other. This horse probably felt the same about the rest of the horses he was used to being with, and no dim memory of mistreatment was going to overwhelm the urgent need on his part to get back to the safety of the herd. Darian considered trying to throw himself out of the saddle, but the horse was going faster now, and suddenly the ground seemed very far away to a boy who'd never done more than steal rides on the innkeeper's old pony. With the horse moving, he didn't know how to get himself out of the saddle and onto the ground without breaking something. So he just held grimly to the saddle, gritted his teeth against the jolting, and prayed that they wouldn't run into any enemy sentries. The trees cleared away up ahead, and Darian felt his heart stop with terror as he thought they were almost at the village. But the horse hesitated as the tree cover thinned, and Darian managed to seize the reins before the recalcitrant beast managed to bolt into the middle of town. But then Darian realized that the daylight ahead of them was not the daylight of the cleared fields. Somehow the horse had managed to come out of the forest at the top of the only bluff that overlooked the village. How it had managed that, Darian had no clue, but once he dismounted and led the horse cautiously to the edge of the bluff, he had as good a view of the village as if he'd been sitting in one of the trees. But what he saw made his skin crawl and filled him with the desperate feeling he had to do something, along with the knowledge that there was nothing he could do. In the distant fields were people he recognized, toiling like beasts in the heat of midday. Hitched to plows like oxen were the biggest men of the village, sweating beneath the blows of a whip held in the hands of a stranger. Behind them, guiding the plows through the fields meant to be sown with late-ripening crops, were the women, who were also chained in their places. Others worked, chained at the waist in pairs, beneath the watchful eyes of more strangers. These men weren't wearing the armor that Darian remembered, but he knew they must be the same men who had invaded the village. As to why men were being used to pull the plows instead of oxen, well, the smell of roasting beef coming up the bluff certainly provided a reasonable explanation. There were no oxen now, and the horses had probably been confiscated to serve the army. How many of the villagers had been recaptured? Enough, evidently, to provide field slaves for their conquerors. Darian found his hands clenched on his bow without any memory of reaching for it. He could sneak in closer, get a position up in one of the trees, and start picking off guards. They weren't wearing armor. They'd be easy shots. I could kill all the guards I see, and they could escape. I could lead them to the Hawk brothers. Right. He could kill all the guards that he could see. How many more men were there that he couldn't see? If they'd gotten to the point this quickly of killing and eating the oxen, tough meat at best. Anger flooded him next, anger at the Hawk brothers. Why hadn't they told him the truth? It faded as quickly as it came. They hadn't told him, perhaps, because they didn't know themselves. It was entirely possible that this was the first day the villagers had been put to work in the fields. Why should the enemy have put them out? It would have been more logical for them to take their captives away, sell them perhaps, or put them to work in their own fields back in the northern mountains. Unless, of course, they had decided to stay. He couldn't do anything here, and this was information that the Hawk brothers didn't have. He had to get back as quickly as he could. It's not cowardice to go. I can't do anything by myself, and Starfall and the rest need to know what's happened here. Carefully, he backed the horse into the heavier cover before he mounted. He considered his next move carefully. He hadn't really been paying attention when the horse took off on its own. Somehow, if there were sentries, and there probably were, the horse had managed to thread its way past them without being spotted. So if he could retrace the horse's path, he could do the same. Finally, something he could do right. He felt a grin stretch his mouth, an expression that had not been on his lips since his parents died. How quickly. The day he could not track a shod horse in the soft earth of the forest floor would be a day when he renounced his heritage and asked to be apprenticed to a clerk. He had to cast around a bit before he found the clear trail. It had gotten a little muddled when he finally got control of the reins back from the stubborn beast, but once he found the trail, the rest was easy. He soon saw how the horse had gotten up onto the bluff without his realizing it. The beast had wound a zigzag course up the slope, taking the ascent so gradually that he hadn't known they were climbing. He was tempted to cut straight down, but reminded himself that the horse had managed to avoid the sentries this way. It wouldn't be a good idea to take what appeared to be a shorter path only to run into one of the enemy. The horse didn't want to be ridden away from its mates, and fought him for a good long time, which didn't make finding the path more difficult, but did take up more valuable time. It was sunset by the time that Darian got to a point where he was fairly certain that there were no enemies to watch out for. By then, the horse was tired enough to stop fighting, which was just as well because Darian's temper was frayed to a thin strand, and he was in no mood for further nonsense. With a clear path ahead of them, Darian finally got some revenge. He smacked the horse's rump with his unstrung bow, startling it into a tired gallop, and headed for the Hawk Brother encampment as fast as the miserable beast would go. Weary and aching, Darian found himself the center of another council, but now he understood what was being said, which was certainly an improvement over the last time. Wheel had met him outside the valley, and Snowfire at the entrance. Darian had feared anger or reproach for being gone so long, but to his surprise, Snowfire had been perfectly calm right up until the moment he had gotten within speaking distance and blurted, "I've been to Erald's Grove. They're all slaves." Snowfire's expression had changed completely in that moment, and Darian found himself swept off the horse and into the middle of a council that was assembled so hastily that people actually came running to the clearing while pulling on tunics or holding half-braided hair in one hand. Herr Tassi simply appeared with boots, shirts, food, hair thongs, or anything else that had been forgotten, and vanished again. One of them left a bowl of stew, bread, and tea at Darian's hand without him ever actually seeing the food left there, just the flash of a departing tail tip. As firelight flickered on the concerned faces of his hawk brother hosts, he alternated bites of stew and gulps of tea with words of explanation. The only person missing from this council session was Starfall, but although no one said anything, Darian guessed from what wasn't said that Starfall had more than enough problems of his own. Finally, the others stopped firing questions at him and began a worried discussion among themselves. Darian turned his own attention to the remains of his meal, too tired and hungry to really think of anything else. As he wiped the bowl with his bread, Winter Sky came and sat on a rock beside him. "I hope you don't think we deceived you, Darian," the young man said, leaning forward earnestly. "After the way that Kell and Wheel were caught by those magic-sniffing creatures, we didn't want to risk anything or anyone that might set off more such guardians, and someone kept us from being able to use scrying to set a watch on the place magically, and it didn't seem advisable to risk being seen ourselves. The enemy doesn't know we're here, and if he did, he might decide to attack. We were certain that all the barbarians had were houses, some stock, but never people. If we'd had any idea that those barbarians had your people, we'd have risked more to find out for certain than to do something for them." "I know," Darian interrupted, just as earnestly. He scratched his head and gave Winter Sky an anxious smile. "I was mad at first, but, well, I had a lot of time to think on the ride back. I trust your word. I know that if you say you would have done something, if you'd known what was going on, then you would have." "We should have made sure." Darian looked up and saw Snowfire standing over him, his eyes expressionless and flat, shadows flitting over his face as the light from the fire shifted and changed. "We should have made sure," the Hawk Brother repeated harshly. "That was a mistake on our part. I'm sorry, Darian." Darian shrugged awkwardly. "Winter Sky was explaining, and I'd kind of figured some of it out myself. You thought everything was all right, and you and Starfall were busy," he reminded his mentor shyly. "You told me yourself you have to fix the magic so no one else can get at it." Suddenly, the thought he'd set aside last night came back to him. "Snowfire, how are you doing that? Are you making just, what's the word, nodes the way they used to be?" Snowfire's expression changed, and he looked down at Darian with speculation. "Not exactly. Why?" Darian licked his lips and wondered just how stupid he was going to sound. After all, compared to what the Hawk brothers knew, he didn't know much of anything about magic, really. But still, "There's definitely a mage with the enemy, right?" Darian asked. "I mean, with them, at Errol's Grove, not just working with them or behind the attack." Snowfire nodded. "I cannot imagine how they could be blocking our scrying if there wasn't. And the mage is going to want that power. He'd have to want to grab for it." He bit his lip, hoping that he wasn't going to make a total fool of himself. "And I guess if there was a big source of power, he'd try to get to it, right?" Before Snowfire could answer that, he asked another question. "And there are way too many of those enemy soldiers for us to fight, right?" Snowfire looked both guilty and relieved. "Far too many for us to take in direct confrontation," he acknowledged. "Yet I do not know how we are to free your people otherwise." "But what if you baited a big trap for them?" Darian asked. "What if you made a big source of magic, made it show up all of a sudden? Wouldn't the mage send out men, maybe a lot of them, to try and take it over?" "Or loot it," Winter Sky suggested, his sleepy eyes brightening. "If you moved it around a little, he might get the idea it's portable and send his fighters to loot it for him. He might think it was an artifact someone had found." "And I know traps, lots of traps," Darian offered in eager triumph, holding out one hand as if he was offering his knowledge as a gift. "My parents and I, that's what we did. A lot of the animals we trapped were as big as humans or bigger. We could take a lot of the enemy out with traps without ever needing to send anybody closer than bowshot. You set a trap that blocks them from going back the way they came. Then you make sure that they can't get back without having to go through all your other traps. That's called a channeling trap. Maybe we could even fix things up so that the enemy has to divide up into small groups. Why, if we did that, we could just have one bowman up in a tree near each trap, and what the trap didn't take care of, he could." Snowfire looked at him and beamed with the most wonderful expression Darian had ever seen. Respect. And what was more, others among the Hawk brothers who had overheard the conversation were looking at him in the same way, and those who had been too engrossed in their own conversation to hear were whispering questions to those who had. In another few moments they were all looking at him that way, and silence replaced the murmur of voices in the clearing. "Just how many traps do you mean when you say lots of traps, Darian?" asked Rainwind, a scout only a little older than most of the rest. He stood up and joined Snowfire, a man who was a little more weathered, a little shorter, and a little stockier than Darian's mentor. "We know some, obviously, but trapping is not the way we usually deal with things. We are more direct, and, to be honest, more accustomed to having a superior force. What traps we do use are for snaring game, not stopping soldiers." He shrugged. Darian blinked and made a quick mental survey of the traps he and his parents had used for large, dangerous, clever animals. "I know by heart maybe 6 or 8 major different kinds that would work against a man, or several men at a time," he said finally. "Maybe more. We might be able to adapt others I know by disguising them, or we could combine some. I grew up making traps in this part of the Pelagiris. Some of what we caught were probably smarter than these barbarians." Someone whistled through his teeth with admiration. "So you'd already know how to adapt the designs to use the local cover," Snowfire exclaimed, his whole body taking on a new animation. Darian nodded. "Entirely using found materials, too," he said earnestly. "We only carried basic tools with us when we went out trapping and adapted what we found at the different locations. The most we ever carried were some metal triggering devices, and those were mostly just time savers. I can show you some examples of the traps I know if you can stand to watch. I'm not just talking about different kinds of pit traps. I know how to set a pit trap to get a lot of people instead of just 1 or 2. I know of snares and drop nets that will get more than one, a couple kinds of channeling traps, deadfalls with wood, deadfalls with rock, ankle traps, leg breakers, foot piercers." He began rattling off the kinds of traps that could be set in such a way that wary enemy soldiers wouldn't see them until it was far too late, and the eyes of his listeners either widened or narrowed according to the nature of the listener. The others rose to stand around him until once again he was the center of a circle of listeners. "Trapping is just a different kind of hunting. My father said that it was hunting while absent, using the ultimate in disguise, not actually being there." If we can do this, if we could lure a good number of their people out, Snowfire murmured to himself as his eyes widened. If you can lure them out, and we can channel them past the bluff or through a couple of other places where there's only one way to go, I can show you where and how to rig a deadfall that will block their way back, Darian assured him. There is one place where the river is very deep and dangerous, and the path beside it is narrow, and if you can weaken one of the overhangs, we can drop a large piece of the bluff just behind them at that point. Then they'll have to go the way we channel them. And that will be a gauntlet of further traps. Snowfire's lips thinned with satisfaction. It is cruel, perhaps, but have they not earned such an ordeal? Yes, Darian responded fiercely. Nodding heads showed that the others agreed with him. Show us, demanded one of the others. Paper and a charcoal stick appeared when Rainwind left the group and returned with them in his hands, and Snowfire conjured a mage light to give Darian brighter and steadier illumination than firelight. Darian hunched over the first sheet, drawing a map. Here's the village, and here's the bluff, and here's where the bluff goes up to the riverbed, far enough from the village that they just can't call for help. He sketched in the landmarks with a careful hand. Now, if we rig a deadfall here, when it's triggered, it'll completely block the way back. It's all sandstone through there, too dangerous to climb the rock pile, or at least that's what they'll think. Their only choice will be to climb the cliff, swim the river, or keep going. What's to stop them from swimming the river? Wintersky asked. Some of them did that when they attacked your village and the bridge burned. Us, said Aishan, as he strolled into the firelight, his sharp teeth set in a grim smile. He had one of his enormous cooking knives in one hand. Forgive me, Snowfire, but this may be the first time in my memory that there has been a combat where Herr Tassi might be of service. We can swim like fish. How do you think we catch them, so big and so fresh? And any clumsy human, foolish enough to be in the same water with us, will not live to learn his mistake. Or, if he does, it will not be for long, added another Herr Tassi in his shadow, who then ducked shyly out of sight. If they stay out of sight, the enemy won't even know what's attacking the swimmers, Rainwind pointed out. They've never been here before. For all they know, that part of the river could be inhabited by gigantic, man-killing, changed fish. They'll have no reason to think of traps at that point. I fancy we can be of service in the woods. Tercel was nowhere in sight, but it was obvious he had been listening to the council talk. Exactly how, I am not yet sure, but certainly we will be useful in some capacity. I will have to see the territory first. If nothing else, perhaps the Daihili could drive the enemy into further traps, offered Daystorm, a female scout. It would be useful to have them in a panic, fleeing from the sound of many hooves, and again it would just look like animals. It seems to me— Go on, Snowfire urged, when the other hesitated. Well, she said, it seems to me that we ought to keep things looking like it's accident or changed animals as long as possible. If we do that, they won't actually be looking for traps for a while. Eventually, Snowfire began. Oh, eventually, a trap will look like a trap, of course, she admitted. But it would be very useful to have them thinking that fate, or the forest, has suddenly turned against them. And there is, of course, myself, Kell put in gravely, sounding quite calm, but the pinning of his eyes gave away his excitement. His wings were extended a little, as if he wanted badly to be in the air at this very moment. "Not if they have bows," Snowfire replied sternly. "You are hardly arrow-proof, and in the air you are a very large target, especially in the day. So was Scandranon." Kell's only reply was a snort, but it was obvious that Snowfire was going to stand firm. "I am the scout leader, and you are tacitly working under my command, Kell," he reminded the Griffin. He didn't add anything else, but Kell sighed. "Very well," the Griffin said, giving in. "Commander." "We have an advantage," Snowfire continued. "Many of us are master-level mages. We can help create these traps with magic at a low enough level that working this magic will not immediately attract the attention of the enemy, especially if we shield what we are doing. So we can work quickly, much more quickly than if we did this with hands alone." Darian studied his crude map. "I wish we could get them all with a single deadfall here," he muttered, and looked up hopefully. "Could you bring down that much rock?" Snowfire sighed. Before the storms, it would have been possible, with a waiting crack spell, which would create a split at an angle that would cause a slide when it was triggered. Now, no. That kind of spell, on that scale, wouldn't remain stable long enough with the way mage energy is in flux. It depends upon tension through its length. We will probably be able to catch the tailmost rank with what crack spells we can set, but no more. Now the Hawk brother joined Darian in close examination of the map. It might even be worthwhile to do nothing more than block their way. As Daystorm pointed out, so long as they think the fall of rock is accidental, they will simply carry on with their original mission and worry about finding a new way back when they've obtained what they were sent after. We don't want them swimming the river, of course, but other than that, we could leave them alone for a while. We could lead them quite a merry chase before we start eliminating them with traps and tricks." Kell laughed, a deep rumble. "In fact, my friends, we could let them march unhindered and make a night camp and remove their sentries one by one, silently if possible." He examined his talons critically and held them up, shining redly in the firelight. "Think of the consternation when the next watch came up, but the ones to be relieved were, poof, gone." Snowfire looked up at him sharply, with one brow raised. "You," he said severely, "are an evil creature." "I like it," Tercel countered. "That would be a place where we could be useful. It is no difficult thing for one of us to come upon a man silently and unseen." "I like it too," seconded Aishan. "We might be able to help there if we aren't too tired from swimming. 3 or 4 of us could swarm a sentry, and he'd never hear or see us coming." "If we did that," Wind Shadow pointed out, "if we triggered the deadfall, set up the traps, and left the herring to our Hertasi and Daihili allies, we could go in that same night and get the villagers out. Even if the barbarians have a way to get messages back and forth, it won't do them any good. The leader in the village is going to be preoccupied with clearing the blockage, not watching his back, and the leader in the expedition is going to be busy with shadow fiends, picking off his men one by one." That would also be dividing our forces, Snowfire objected, then sighed and scratched his head. No, it wouldn't, really, he corrected himself. The Heretassi would be of limited use in a raid on the village, and the Daihili would serve only as targets. True, and I would refuse that assignment if you were to give it to me, Tercel replied calmly. This plan plays to all our strengths. Perhaps Kell could come with us. I can go along as well, Nightwind offered. Tercel ought to command the group, but I'm not bad with a bow, you know. Kell and I could work together. Snowfire looked as if he was thinking about the proposition very hard, and finally nodded. It's the best division of labor, he agreed, and the best use of the limited number of fighters we have. Darian can tell us and show us what to do, and once the traps are all in place, we can set the plan in motion. As Darian looked up at him anxiously, Snowfire patted his shoulder reassuringly. That will take no more than half a week. Surely your friends can hold out for a few days, can't they? I know they were being mistreated, but they weren't in any danger of being handled brutally, were they? Darian wasn't certain, but he nodded anyway. It won't do any good to rush in there before we're ready, he reminded himself. A few more beatings aren't going to make that much of a difference. Even if it does make a difference, this is better than their alternatives. It's settled, then, Snowfire said decisively, then shook his head. I wish there were another way, but there doesn't seem to be. He pointed to Winter Sky and Wind Shadow. You two go scout with your birds, and make us some good maps of the area tomorrow. Figure the best direction to herd the barbarians, and where to get them to make a camp, after we block their path behind them. The Hawk brothers nodded, and Snowfire turned his attention back to Darian. Now, he said, about those traps. Hours later, hands still smudged with charcoal, Darian stumbled back to the Ekele, thinking longingly of bed. He stopped just long enough to wash his hands and face before stripping off clothing that still smelled of horse, getting into a clean set of night clothes, and lying down on the pallet. He was keyed up enough that he didn't really think he'd be able to fall asleep quickly, but he was either better at relaxing or much more tired than he thought, because he didn't even remember closing his eyes. He woke as Snowfire and Winter Sky came in, whispering about something, and propped himself up on one elbow to blink at them. "I'm awake," he called softly. "Anything I should know about?" "We just worked out tentative placing for your traps and ways for the Heretassi to trigger them," Snowfire told him, raising his voice to a more normal level. "I didn't expect you to be awake, but I'm glad you are. You made all the right choices today, and you deserve credit for doing so." "Right choices?" Darian repeated, puzzled. "Oh, you could have gone charging right into the village, thinking you could free your friends. But you didn't," Snowfire said, his voice muffled in the folds of his shirt as he pulled it over his head. "You stayed long enough to make detailed observations. Then you came straight back here. You didn't waste time with accusations and carrying on when you got here. You simply told us what you knew and then offered constructive suggestions. In short, Darian, you behaved in every way as a man and a warrior, and I am very proud of you. We all are." Darian felt his neck heating up and averted his eyes. "Ah," he stammered, "thank you. I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody, and—" He gulped and decided to tell the rest of the truth. The horse brought me out on the top of the bluff, not down at the edge of the village. If I'd been closer, I probably would have done something stupid, but there was no direct way down from there, and, well, that's probably why I stopped to think." "You still made the right choices." Snowfire sat down on his pallet, blinking at him with eyes that looked as large and dark as wheels. "That is an important thing for you to know. Hela, it's going to be an early day tomorrow, and the night is only getting shorter for all your talking," Winter Sky pointed out, a little crossly. "We do not all fly owls here." He was already lying on his sleeping pad, and he glared pointedly at the mage light above Snowfire's head. Snowfire chuckled, and the light blinked out. "Good night, Winter Sky," he said, "and good night, Darian." Winter Sky replied, mollified. "Good night." "Good night," Darian said softly. He lowered himself back down onto his pillow, and the next thing he knew, Winter Sky was shaking his shoulder, and it was morning. The day wore on, filled with explanations and examples of trap placement and construction. Around him there were the sounds of wood being chopped, branches split, and snippets of conversation in Taledras. Darian caught himself feeling like he was playing once while he bent and notched saplings for lashing traps. He felt a pang of guilt, since, after all, he was engaged in acts of war, to cause pain and even death to those who had done the same to his village. My village? I suppose they are, when all is counted up. They weren't the people I would have chosen to be with, but they were better than alternatives. Yet making traps was at least something familiar, from a better time in his childhood. It brought back wistful memories of his parents. He sighed, thinking about them, while he tied off his 4th or 5th lasher, then hacked away steadily at a branch as thick as his upper arm. Things would have been so much better if they were here with him now. His mother always seemed to know the right things to say, or how to touch in just the perfect way to put him at ease. His father was always so strong and capable, with a quick smile. "Darian?" a timid voice asked from below a bush. 2 small, pebble-scaled hands held out a cup of water from under the cover, and nothing else of the hair Tassi could be seen. He wiped his brow and murmured a thanks to his largely unseen benefactor, then drank the cup dry. In a blink, after setting the cup down, it was gone, and a second hair Tassi voice spoke from behind another bush. "Darian, the stakes you requested are stacked on the east side of the red boulder. We hope they will be enough. We go now to prepare the vines." Then there was the slightest rustle of leaves and the sound of scuttling through underbrush, and Darian was alone again. "Well, I'd better see how many they manage to get done. I'm getting nowhere on this branch, and my arms hurt. If we can't have enough of these traps ready to stop the soldiers, we might only wind up injuring them enough to enrage them, not discourage them." Darian sheathed his knife and started off toward the place the hair Tassi had told him of. Hair Tassi were amazing to him, shy ghosts with astonishing speed and industriousness. What were their parents like? He found it hard to imagine them having families like his or the Taledras. And what about the... At that moment, a large shape detached itself from the shadows of the thicket surrounding the red boulder. Darian froze in place and then relaxed, exhaling sharply when he saw the shape resolve itself into golden-tipped feathers, the hook of an aquiline beak, and the flip and flash of a huge wing refolding against a feathered body. The griffin stalked out, looking directly at Darian. He seemed impossibly huge, even at this distance, yet Darian knew that was only a trick of the mind. He caught himself blushing, wondering how long he'd been under the creature's scrutiny. Kelvin looked down, picked from several clear spots for the most comfortable, and sat down, waiting for Darian to approach. The griffin's chest rose and fell quickly as he apparently recovered from some physical effort or other, and his gaze appeared to soften the closer Darian came to him. "Greetings, Darian," Kelvin rumbled as he dipped his beak in a nod. "I have just completed bringing the stakes the Hertasi have made. They are behind the red boulder." Darian nodded self-consciously. "I heard. One of the Hertasi told me that's where they were. I didn't know you'd brought them, though. I hope there's enough of them." Kelvrin's eyes sparkled, and a moment later he wryly said, "I think there will be enough." Then he raised his head, flicking a tufted ear, and blinked a few times before opening his beak. Kelvin paused, roused his feathers, and bluntly asked Darian, "What troubles you?" Darian frowned. Was it obvious? Kelvin clucked. "If you were not troubled, I would suspect you of not being human. But you are troubled, so... Change, child, you are not. Speak." "All right. Do you have parents?" Darian asked the griffin. "Cha!" Kelvin barked. "No, I was born spontaneously of an artist's dream and a villain's nightmare." Darian blushed. "I'm sorry. It was a stupid question. Of course you had parents." Kelvin raised his beak up to point at the sky, then looked back to Darian. "If you mean, do I know my parents and respect them? Yes, very much so. And do I miss them now? Yes, very much so." He took a step toward the red boulder, and Darian followed. "One does not outgrow the feelings of fledging, just the intensity of the feelings. It is the way of things." Darian was incredulous and stopped in his tracks. You miss your mama and papa?" The griffin walked on without pause and rumbled only, "Don't you?" Darian caught up. "Well, yes, but you're a griffin." "And you are a human, and we were created by humans, and live with humans, and learn from humans, and we are far more like you than you know. Why should humans have exclusive rights to any anxiety?" Darian had to laugh at that. "I guess you're right. You probably share your griffin anxieties with us humans, too." The griffin nodded firmly and winked, stopped a few steps after reaching the boulder. "It is only fair, after all." He pointed his beak, and Darian was astonished at what he saw. Stacked in bound bundles of 20 or more were sharpened stakes in different thicknesses, piled as high as he was tall. There must have been hundreds of them, if not thousands. Maybe this plan would work, after all. Snowfire had always considered himself to be in fine shape, but the need to favor his wounded arm was throwing everything off a little, including his balance, and as a result, he ached with unaccustomed strain. A full day of work on man-traps had been more than enough to show him that he probably ought to be in better condition than he was. He was stretching and twisting his good arm as he approached Starfall's clearing and Ekele, hoping to ease some of the aches. Wheel was already ahead of him, waiting on a spare perch beside Starfall's Cooperi hawk. Snowfire carried a rough meal of cold sliced meat, flatbread, and wild berries wrapped in a napkin. Aishin was not cooking today, for he was needed to help set the traps, and although he would not have complained had he been asked to cook a supper as well, no one wanted to place that double burden on his too willing shoulders. Nevertheless, they all had to eat. It would be cold meat, greens, and flatbread for as long as those lasted, and after that, each of them would be in charge of his own food. That was not exactly a hardship for a hawk brother. Rabbits and tree hares were plentiful, and the birds more than willing to share a catch with a bondmate. Snowfire had already decided that he would see that Starfall ate and drank. If Starfall's young bird failed to make a kill out of inexperience, Wheel was such a fine hunter that he could have supplied the needs of 6 people, not just 3. He found Starfall sitting cross-legged in the center of a containment shield in the clearing beneath the willow branches. The adept's eyes were closed, but he sensed Snowfire's presence as soon as the scout arrived, for he motioned to his visitor to sit and wait without ever taking his attention off what occupied him. Obediently, Snowfire did just that, taking weary pleasure in watching the way the light, filtering down through the branches, changed from pure gold to reddish gold to dark red and finally to the blue of dusk. The clearing could have been in the heart of the deep forest. It was so quiet and peaceful here, and Snowfire was content merely to rest both mind and body while he waited for the adept to complete his current task. He did not even conjure a mage light. He didn't want to disturb either Starfall's concentration or the delicate balances of power within the containment shield. So the ball of blue light that appeared above his head was the adept's, not his, and was Starfall's way of telling him that the work was over for now. There was no outward change to the figure within the shield, but a few moments later the shield dropped away, and Starfall stood up, stretching. "Here," Snowfire said, handing him the meal. "Aishin said I was responsible for making sure you eat. So, what sort of progress have you made?" "The enemy mage is trying to consolidate power for himself, and he's trying to work his way through all of the locks I put on the lines," Starfall confirmed. "From the way he's working, trying to bludgeon his way through, I think he's under the impression that it's crude work, possibly done by that master of young Darian. I don't think he realizes that there is still an active worker about, and I know he isn't aware of me." "As long as he keeps thinking that, I'll be pleased," Snowfire replied, helping himself to some of the berries. "I have the bare hint of a PowerPoint out along the river," Starfall continued, laying a slice of meat neatly on a slice of bread and rolling them up together. "I'll strengthen it gradually as you are setting up the traps. He'll notice, but it won't be enough to tempt him. But once the traps are done, I'll remove it and put it on a dihili. Then I'll pour enough energy into it that it will look tasty, and I'll have the dihili move it farther down the river along the river path. At the same time, I'll build an illusion around it of a heavily armed caravan moving away. I want to create the impression that the river has uncovered a talisman or artifact, and that someone found it and is carrying it off. Even if that isn't what he thinks, he'll still assume the caravan has something tasty and send his fighters. Snowfire nodded with satisfaction. It's a good ruse. Just make sure your illusion won't be broken. It shouldn't be. I've gotten a dihili doe to volunteer to carry it. Starfall applied himself to the food. I'm linking the PowerPoint to her once she gets into position, but not before. I don't want to have a moving PowerPoint to attract his attention until then. And once we're done, of course, I'll gather it back in and use it as the core of the Heartstone. Snowfire swallowed and raised his eyebrows. So you are going to make a Heartstone here? A small one, Starfall confirmed, as he finished his first meat roll and built a second. Not powerful enough for a clan veil, and at any rate, it will take a long time before it has accumulated enough energy to be useful. It will be 4 or 5 years before anyone could use it to create even a small veil. Snowfire was not at all sure he liked the idea. He'd thought of several objections when Starfall broached the plan, and those objections hadn't changed. Still, a Heartstone out here? Why? And who are you going to link into it, besides yourself? Why? Why not? Starfall responded, apparently surprised that Snowfire would object at all. Sooner or later, the K. Valdemar will produce a mage that can use a Heartstone, or we will want an outpost here. You have all complained at one point or another about the lack of civilizing amenities here. Well, a Heartstone will make those things possible, eventually. Snowfire grimaced. And meanwhile, wouldn't it attract unwanted attention? Starfall shook his head and took on a little of that arrogance that seemed to come with being an adept. Oh, do trust me to know my business, Snowfire. By the time I am finished with concealing it, only another Taledras adept who knew that it was there would be able to find it. I hope you're right, Snowfire replied. Never mind. What more can you tell me about this enemy mage? He's certainly strong enough to be an adept, or whatever these barbarians call such a thing. Starfall folded and refolded the napkin pensively. If it came to a fight, he's not a match for me, but he would exhaust a great deal of my resources in defeating him. I don't want to have to do that, and to keep from coming into direct conflict, I will have to be subtle. Subtlety requires time and concentration, rather than power. He's powerful enough that it is going to take all my attention to keep him from breaking the illusion, finding our encampment, and tapping into the new matrix of ley lines and nodes. Which means when we move against the village, you stay here, Snowfire nodded. I rather thought you'd say that. I can leave someone here on guard, if you like. Why not Nightwind and Kell? Starfall suggested. She's a good shot, and he's worth 5 fighters in intimidation alone. And it would keep him out of close combat. Now that is a good idea. Snowfire felt a bit more cheered. He'd been trying to think of a way to keep the Griffin from flinging himself into situations where he'd be a target rather than an asset, and this was perfect. Put him in the air and Nightwind at the valley entrance. Put a couple of Hertasi and Daihili in the valley right here around Starfall's Ekele, acting as bodyguards. That would work very well. No matter how clever enemy fighters were, they wouldn't get past the combined senses of a Griffin, Hertasi, and Daihili. If somehow there was a concerted attack by a formidable group instead of an incursion of one or two fighters, Starfall would have warning, covering fire, and time to escape. And Kell would rightly see this as a trust and an important assignment, which it was, rather than an attempt to keep him out of combat, which it also was. "How are the traps coming?" Starfall asked, as Snowfire ran through his mental roster of Hertasi and Daihili and made some tentative selections. "Not so badly that anyone is getting frustrated, and not so well that anyone is nervous, thinking that things are going too well. The Hertasi are approaching it with their usual zeal, and they've been making enough trap parts that Kells had to struggle to keep up with carrying, even with Daihili helping." Snowfire told him, and picked up a small twig to draw in the dirt with. "Here's where the main deadfall will be, along the river. We got that done first, before sunrise this morning. We found a place where a flood undermined the sandstone of the bluff and cut under it a little farther. If there wasn't a magical prop holding it up now, it would be down in an instant. There is going to be more than enough stone blocking the path that they aren't going to want to go back that way. This morning we cut a path and aged it, then made things so difficult on either side that they aren't going to want to leave it." He sketched in the path leading away from the river. "We put in a log bridge over this ravine here that is going to fall apart as soon as anyone puts a foot on it. They'll either have to rebuild the bridge or make a strenuous climb down and back up. In either case, they'll be tired, and it'll be dusk by the time they reach this clearing." He made a circle and tapped it with the twig. "Then that is where they'll stop." Starfall eyed it with interest. "And that is when the Hertasi and Daihili begin removing sentries and other woods wanderers. And while some of them are doing that, the rest of the Hertasi will be setting the traps we set up today along the trail they came up from the river on." Snowfire grinned at Starfall's look of surprise. "Exactly. No matter which way they try to go in the morning, they'll run into man-traps. I didn't see any reason to give them an unhindered path in any direction. By that time, they'll already know they're under attack, so there's no point in putting a lot of effort into making traps that will look like accidents. When they trigger these traps, they'll know it's something left for them by an enemy." "Good so far," Starfall mused, "but you can't get all of them with traps." "So?" "So the man-traps themselves form a channeling trap. Tomorrow, when we set everything up, we'll be leaving one easier direction. Here." He drew a sweeping arrow toward a patch of green moss. "They'll come out into the clear, with no place to go for cover and a ravine at their back. It ought to be no difficult thing for the Hertasi to pick them off with bows. And at any rate, by the time the survivors struggle back to the village, the rescue should be long over." "I like it," Starfall nodded decisively. "Even if the mage at the village can communicate with the fighters out here, they won't be able to get back in time to do him any good. It'll be the middle of the night, and the woods will be full of hertasi with knives and traps just waiting to be sprung." Snowfire nodded, feeling very pleased with himself. "And to avoid leaving a trail back here to the encampment, we're going to try to get the villagers across the bridge and take them downriver to that Kelmskeep place Darian told us of. I think if anyone follows us, it will be that way, and I hope there will be a force to meet us from the Valdemarans. I have sent a message to Lord Brion of Kelmskeep that reached the place today," Starfall confirmed, but then frowned. "The thing is, I do not know if it will be heeded or even seen by the man himself." "How did you send it?" Snowfire asked. "A written message delivered by Raven to the gatekeeper this morning. Raindance saw it through the bird's eyes. She said he seemed startled." Starfall shrugged. "It took the bird this long to reach Kelmskeep. The best we can hope for, I think, is that an escorting force meet you on the way." Snowfire sighed, well aware that the adept was right. Best to count on what they had, not what they hoped they would have. "Well, I leave all the magic doings in your capable hands," he said, "and I will leave the rest in yours." Starfall stood up and stretched, and walked back into the center of the clearing, where he took his seat again and closed his eyes. A moment later, the containment shield had sprung up around him. Snowfire whistled to Wheel, who was still gossiping with the Cooperi, and the great owl launched himself into the air to follow him back to the main encampment. "What were you two chattering about?" he asked his bird. "You don't usually have that much to say to the day birds." "Mates," Wheel said shortly, then elaborated. "He may be young, but he has a mate. He has 2 fledges this year, now flying strong." Snowfire sensed that there was more. "And," he persisted, "they come, all 5, his mate, mine, 3 fledges." Wheel's mind voice was tentative, as if he was afraid that Snowfire would object to the arrival of his mate and young. That was the last thing on Snowfire's mind. Although he wasn't bonded to Wheel's mate, Her, she worked with Wheel so effectively when she wasn't tending youngsters that he might just as well have been. And having a clumsy fledgling around wasn't a bad thing as long as you could keep the youngster close to the camp. "I'll be glad to see them," he replied, and sensed the relief in Wheel's mind. "It was clever of you to have his mate come with yours. The fledges will have protection by day and night on the journey." Wheel heard a contented little sound of pleasure from which his mate got her name. He liked being praised, and he had greatly missed his mate, so knowing that Snowfire would welcome her arrival made him doubly happy. It would be no bad thing to have a couple of unbonded birds along with the expedition either. They would make excellent camp guards, and if the unthinkable happened and someone lost a bird, there would be possible replacements at hand. "Enough. Concentrate on the immediate problem," he reminded himself. He needed to collect Darian and some paper and a charcoal stick. It was time to make a detailed plan of how to get into and out of the village. He'd left Darian about to take his turn in the bathing pool. By now the boy should be clean and ready for something to eat. Snowfire was terribly proud of him, for Darian had worked as hard as any of them, and had mastered his frustration admirably when someone didn't quite understand what it was he wanted for a trap. The boy had matured a great deal in the last week, though it was clear every so often that he was still a boy. When this is over, he needs some time to play and be young, Snowfire concluded to himself. But right now, well, none of them could afford to be anything other than mature and responsible. He collected more meat and bread from the stores. The berries were gone, but when Aishin heard who this next meal was going to, he pulled Snowfire aside and passed him a honey cake surreptitiously. "The hatchling didn't get enough the last time I made them," Aishin said, as if daring him to challenge the statement. Since Snowfire had seen Darian stuffing himself with the coveted sweets, and knew Aishin knew he had, it was clear that the Haratasi had taken very strongly to the boy. "I'll make sure he knows who sent it," Snowfire replied, and carried the treasure off. He'd seen Aishin watching the boy out of the corner of his long eye. Evidently this was the Haratasi's way of rewarding hard work. He met Darian on the path, hair damp, dressed in fresh clothing. "Here, I brought you something to eat," Snowfire said, holding the napkin out to him. "There's a honey cake in there from Aishin." "There is?" Darian looked as pleased as if it had been a lump of amber. "I love Aishin's honey cakes. Where can we go so I can eat and help you with those maps of the village you wanted at the same time?" "Let's try the council clearing," Snowfire suggested. "There's a game place there that no one is going to be using tonight. We'll have a drawing surface there." Darian nodded, his mouth already full of bread and meat. He followed Snowfire to the clearing, and at the far side Snowfire took over the game place, a flat sheet of rock balanced on a stump that served as a table, and two more stumps, one on either side of it. He took the taller of the two, and Darian took the shorter as he spread out the first sheet of paper and took out a scribing rod. "All right," he said, making a diagonal line for the bank of the river. "Here is the river bank. Let's start there. Put one edge of the forest here and one here," Darian suggested, pointing with a sticky finger. "And the bridge would be here." He devoured the last crumb of his cake and licked his fingers clean while Snowfire sketched. "Right. Now put the back edge of the forest there. The road goes from the bridge to the center of town and stops there. Here's the mill with the water wheel there. There's the forge." Snowfire was agreeably surprised at the lad's clear and precise ability to remember and place everything in the village, but there just weren't enough adequate areas of cover to sneak a number of people in without getting caught. "And here's where the aqueduct starts," Darian was saying, and the words brought him out of his thoughts with a jolt. "Aqueduct?" he said, suddenly interested. "What aqueduct?" "We use it to bring river water to the fields in summer," Darian explained. "See, it goes around through the middle of the planted fields, then to the cistern house and the watering trough in the center of town." "And where does it stop?" Snowfire demanded. "What's it made of?" "It stops at the river, I guess," Darian said, confused by the sudden barrage of urgent questions. "There's a water-lifting wheel beside the mill that brings water up to the aqueduct and that brings the water out of the river down to the fields because it's always sloping down from where it starts. As for what it's made of, a hollow tree trunk, mostly. It's covered to keep trash out of it." "Is it big enough for a man to crawl in?" Snowfire persisted. "Oh, certainly. And I see what you want to do." Suddenly, Darian was all smiles. It's absolutely big enough for a man to crawl inside. What's more, even though we use it all summer, I doubt that anyone's tending to it now. I can't imagine a bunch of barbarians thinking to irrigate the fields, and I doubt that anyone in the village is inclined to help them by telling them that the fields need water. So it starts at the river, Snowfire asked. Where, precisely? Now Darian's face fell. I don't exactly know, he confessed. It's all overgrown there. I know it's somewhere near the mill, but not exactly. At least, I don't know what the place looks like at night. It's real tall, though, because otherwise it wouldn't be able to slope down to the fields. But if we can find it, we can get right into the heart of the village undetected. This was exactly the sort of thing Snowfire was looking for. Darian, your memory is so good. Surely you can remember where the aqueduct starts. But Darian shook his head unhappily. I know what it looks like, but I can't tell you where to find it, he confessed. I only remember that it's near the mill, not in it. He looked up at Snowfire hopefully. I could guide you, though. Snowfire frowned. I don't want you anywhere near possible fighting, he objected. But if you won't let me guide you, how do you expect to convince people you aren't a different kind of enemy? Darian asked shrewdly. None of them have ever seen a hawk brother, and they'll probably be frightened of you. That was something else Snowfire hadn't thought of, and he hated to admit it, but the boy was probably right. Still, it went against the grain to permit someone as young as Darian anywhere near combat. He argued with the boy for some time, and in the end, Darian had more good, sound reasons why he should go than Snowfire had counters for them. All right, Snowfire sighed. You can guide us, but just to a place of safety, mind. You aren't to rush in and try to help if there's fighting. You'll only get in the way, and you might make someone lose his concentration and his life. I promise, Darian agreed, his eyes shining. Snowfire only hoped that both of them, and ultimately the village and the Hawk brothers, would not regret this decision. 7. Now, in some ways, came the worst part. All of the traps were constructed and set, and now came the waiting. Daystorm had her birds over the village, while Starfall created his bait, and the nagging question was, would their foe take it? If he closed his own eyes, Snowfire could picture the scene as clearly as if he himself were there. A flock of 5 crows, perched in a tree above the rooftops of Errol's Grove, an unusually silent gathering, but no one in the village seemed to notice either their presence or their silence. Through their eyes, Daystorm watched the activity in the village below. 2 of the crows were bonded to her. The rest were the offspring of her original pair, but all were willing to lend her their eyes and wings, especially when the activity at hand promised to be entertaining. Snowfire occasionally envied the Taledras, who bonded to crows and ravens. The birds had tremendous senses of humor, and as a matter of course, when the original bird took a mate, the mate also became his or her bond bird. Sometimes Wheel's sober dignity was a little wearing, and he would have welcomed the raucous hooliganism of a band of crows. He would also have welcomed having both halves of a pair as his bond birds. He sometimes worried that having an unbonded mate gave Wheel divided loyalties. Last night, the Dihili doe Pyrene had taken her place upriver, carrying the double burden of an illusion of a heavily guarded caravan and the newly strengthened power point. She had remained stationary until daybreak, then moved slowly southward, mimicking the plodding pace of heavily laden mules. By then, Daystorm's birds had already been in place to see if the mage somewhere below would take the bait. Tentative experiments had proven that either the mage could not sense anything different about the bond birds, or that there was enough magical energy in the form of his own changed fighters to mask the magic of the birds and their links to their bondmates. To Snowfire's mind, that only confirmed his impression that it had been Kelvrin that the watchdogs had reacted to, and not Wheel. Daystorm was simply sitting quietly, with her back braced against a tree at the side of the council circle, with an eager audience waiting around her. She took it all in stride, including the audience. There was very little that rattled this experienced scout. She sat so quietly that she could have been a painted statue, for her chest rose and fell so slowly that it would be very difficult to tell that she was breathing. Her hair, shorn short on the sides, cut into a stiff crest on the top, and braided in a long tail down her back, never moved in the fitful breeze that came with sunrise, contributing to the statue-like illusion. Finally, she broke the silence. "There's some activity around the Lutter's house," Daystorm announced. "Someone just dashed out. Now, he's going around to all the houses of the village at a run. He's pounding on the doors and shouting something at each house. Now there are men coming out of the houses, one out of each, walking fast toward the Lutter house." Well, that confirmed the guess that whoever was in command of this force had taken over the Lutter house, which, although it was not the largest, was definitely the finest house in the village, according to Darian. Lutter had been one of the dye merchants, was still the only merchant in the village, and was possibly the wealthiest man in Errol's Grove before the storms. By now, of course, his store of ready cash was used up, but his house and the contents were still the finest in the village. So naturally, the place would be taken by the most powerful person in the invading forces, and that person appeared to be the mage. That was good to know, but it did leave several questions unanswered. There was a question of who was in absolute control. Was the mage the definitive leader, or did he serve a military leader? Was there more than one mage, and if so, how powerful were the others? So far, no recognizable mage had come within view of any of the birds. "Just the usual now," Daystorm announced. Snowfire sighed. After several days of observation, they had a good idea of the usual daily schedule. Once the sun rose, the villagers were roused from sleep by the slave masters. They had all been crammed into the threshing barn, which was the least weather-tight of all of the village buildings, serving merely to keep rain and damp away from grain while it was being threshed from the stalk. Men, women, and children were all housed together, and at a rough guess, the barbarians had managed to round up and take most of the villagers prisoner. Everyone, old and young, regardless of physical condition, was expected to work in the fields or do menial tasks. The numbers didn't add up exactly, but there were probably a few special slaves in the houses, serving the barbarian leaders and elite fighters, and thus exempt from field work. "The fighters are coming out to practice." Every morning the fighters had limbering and practice sessions before they ate. The fighters were mostly housed in the barns, though some of them had taken over the houses that those of higher rank didn't want, cramming 2 and 3 times as many people into each dwelling as the houses had been intended to hold. But from all Snowfire knew of their way of life, they were used to cramming themselves together like wolves in a winter den, and probably didn't think they were suffering from overcrowding. After the practice sessions were over, and the morning meal distributed and eaten, the leaders would pick out men for hunting parties and fishing parties, and the rest would be drilled in formation combat. That was quite unlike the barbarians Snowfire knew of, who fought as individuals rather than groups. This signified a new and disturbing development, and something that would have to be looked into when he had the time. If I ever have the time. Well, he'd made notes on all of this, and if everything went wrong, Starfall would take those notes with him as he escaped to safety. Daystorm collected more of an audience as the morning passed. After all the preparations, the Taledras were on edge and eager to get into action. Aishan had somehow found the time to bake more flatbread, and Herr Tassi were passing around rounds of the stuff wrapped around bits of honeycomb. Snowfire took one and munched it without ever taking his eyes off Daystorm's face. She took one without ever opening her eyes, but then she had always had an extra sense where sweets were concerned. "They're calling the fighters in to eat. Still nothing from the Lutter house. I wish we dared send a bird down to the roof to see if it could overhear anything," Winter Sky muttered to him. Snowfire nodded agreement. He would have given a great deal for a set of ears in or on that house. In no way would he have ever endangered a bird by putting one there, however. Some of the barbarians knew what Taledras birds looked like, for there had been conflict along the northern ranges with barbarians before this. Even if it somehow escaped notice that the bird in question was much larger than normal, well, bored barbarians with bows tended to make targets out of anything that moved, including each other. They seemed to find it howlingly funny to shoot blunted arrows at each other, with the intended target trying to dodge and the bowman trying to hit in an embarrassing and potentially excruciatingly painful place. Snowfire had spent a great deal of time in the past few days watching their antics through Wheel's eyes. He had noted that they seemed to have done a pretty thorough job of looting the village. Not that there was much to take. Clothing that didn't fit, or that was for a child or a female, was either cut up or put to other purposes. Tools that weren't needed for immediate fieldwork had already gone to the forge, presumably to be remade into weapons. Food and drink were gone, of course, and there were rapid inroads being made on the ripe stuff in the fields. Any objects of metal had been melted down, either to be made into ingots or into arrowheads. Livestock had either been eaten or would be soon, except for horses which had been taken for the mounted fighters. Anything valuable was presumably in the hands of the leaders by now. There wouldn't be a great deal for the villagers to salvage when this was over. Hopefully they would be grateful just to escape with their lives. "Ah, we're getting some activity," Daystorm exclaimed. "The leaders are coming out of the house. Now they're heading for the fighters. They're shouting orders. Most of the fighters are running back to the barns, except for a couple who are going to the houses. Oh, they're coming back with the leader's armor, and here come the rest of the fighters with theirs. Everyone is getting into armor. No, that's not quite right. Everyone except the mounted fighters is getting into armor. They're getting ready to send out a raiding force. I think it's working, Snowfire. He's taking the bait." "Sounds to me that since your illusion only shows pack animals, he's keeping his mounted troops behind," Rainwind observed shrewdly to Snowfire, leaning over and speaking in a low voice to avoid disturbing Daystorm. That would make sense, Snowfire agreed. It would be best not to risk them on this. He knows that his foot troops can easily overtake a pack train, and why take the chance of losing a mounted fighter who is much more expensive to replace than a foot soldier? It's what I'd do. Right, they're all getting into formation, strapping on their armor, Daystorm reported. And packs. They're taking light overnight packs, so the mage has a pretty good idea of how far the target is likely to get before they reach it. Snowfire nodded with satisfaction. That was good. It meant that the mage wouldn't think anything of it when his troops didn't make it back by nightfall. Daystorm continued to report on preparations, and then finally said the words he had been waiting for. "This is it. They're moving out, and they're taking the river road exactly as we wanted them to." "Excellent," he exclaimed. It was time for the next stage, but he didn't have to tell the others that. Daystorm would leave her crows standing sentry at the village, but Winter Sky's bird would pick up the departing troops as they reached the river. Wheel had already passed word of the departure to Sunstone, or rather Sunstone's falcon. Sunstone was stationed at the bluff and would trigger the avalanche, blocking the road. Winter Sky would count them and pass the number on to Sunstone. Sunstone would wait until the last ranks were in view, then let the stone bluff fall. They had agreed that, although it would be a fine thing if they actually caught some of the enemy under the rockfall, they wouldn't actually try for anything more complicated than blocking the path behind them all. It would be a disaster to have even one of the enemy fighters left on the village side of the blockage, for he would return to get help, and the mage would detect the telltale traces of magic in the fallen stone. So, the rock would fall, the enemy force would be whittled down. They would soon find that the riverside path that had been so easy to follow deteriorated into a hellish nightmare of washouts, slippery rock slides, and narrow ledges where only one man at a time could pass. The river itself was swift and deep there, and anyone who fell in would fall prey to Aishin and his friends. Nor would bodies bob to the surface with obvious knife wounds, for Aishin had weighted ropes to keep them on the river bottom. All that anyone above would know was that those who fell or jumped in were pulled under and never reappeared. That should thoroughly discourage would-be swimmers. When a path leading inland appeared, it would be welcomed with relief, and the steep ravine with its derelict bridge would seem no great obstacle until the men tried to cross it. Only then would they learn that the sides of the ravine were crumbling clay and gravel, and the bottom was a morass of sticky muck as deep as a man was tall, or perhaps even deeper. It hadn't always been that way, but ever since Snowfire opened up a spring at the bottom, it was. As difficult as it was to climb down, it was even harder to climb up. They probably wouldn't lose any men to the climb, but they'd be wet, filthy, and exhausted before it was over. Meanwhile, the rest of the Haertasi and the Daihili were all in place, waiting for the exhausted and demoralized enemy troops to get to the spot chosen for the ambush. The Haertasi were making the place look very attractive without making it look like a trap. Signs of old campfires and just enough deadfall wood piled up would leave the impression that others, perhaps the very caravan they were following, had camped here before. There was a clear, cold spring near enough to the campsite that someone should stumble over it, and between that ready source of water and the wood already at hand, the situation should be too tempting to resist. But that would be for later tonight. Now it would be another long wait until the enemy troops marched past Sunstone late this afternoon. Now that everyone knew the enemy was on the move, the group waiting around Daystorm broke up. Snowfire looked up to find Darian at his elbow, waiting patiently for the scout to notice him. "What is it, little brother?" Snowfire asked. "Do you wish to change the plan for tonight?" "No," Darian exclaimed. "No, I am afraid. I'm scared, but I don't want to back out or anything. I just need something to do." Snowfire understood only too well the need to have something to do before a planned engagement, but he was at a loss to think of anything. Finally, he had an inspiration. "Please, practice those exercises in magic I have shown you," he said earnestly, "and try to think of ways in which they could be used tonight. We will need every weapon at our disposal. Remember what I said about the way that a small application of magic can be used to a great effect." Darian grimaced a little, but nodded and trailed off to find a quiet place in which to practice. Wheel's mate, Her, and their young fledgling watched him move off with unblinking gazes. Then Her yawned hugely. Her youngster did the same a moment later, and both of them shut their eyes and hunched their heads down to sleep. They had arrived last night, and were probably exhausted. They had certainly eaten hugely of the bounty that an excited Wheel had provided for them. Wheel practically radiated contentment as he sat beside his mate and their bumbling youngster. Her was considerably larger than Wheel, as was usually the case with birds of prey, and Snowfire paused to consider whether he really wanted Her to bond with him. After all, Wheel was quite a burden. Her would be worse. Well, it wasn't within his power to decide one way or another. It was the bird's decision, not his. And meanwhile, Wheel was overjoyed to have her beside him, and that was no bad thing. Snowfire had his own ritual of preparation to begin. He had things timed to a nicety, so that his hours would be occupied and his mind would not be idle to make up scenarios of disaster. First, he ran through his own magic practice, though he didn't have to think of ways in which small magics would be useful in tonight's raid, for he had plenty of experience along those lines. All the while he practiced, he sat across from Daystorm, with one ear cocked in case she said anything about activity in the village. He put himself through his paces, pushing to speed up the time it took for him to work a particular piece of magic by even a fraction of a breath. That was always what he worked toward. It would be useless to try for more power, for he had reached the limits of his ability there, but it was always possible to try for more speed. By the time he was done, it was about noon. He left Daystorm's side just long enough to collect food for himself, Daystorm, and Starfall. He left Starfall's ration just outside the containment shield, though Starfall was so deep in concentration that the adept never noticed he was there. That was all right. The food was covered and would keep, and Starfall's bird would keep pests from carrying it off. Then he took Daystorm's ration to her, and the scout accepted it with thanks. "There is nothing unusual going on at all," she said, tearing off a strip of dried meat with her strong white teeth. She looked very much like a fox when she did that, and Snowfire wondered if she knew it. "The only thing going on is that the mounted fighters are all practicing, mostly on each other. I think they're pleased that the foot soldiers are gone. It gives them more space to practice in." "That's probably true," he agreed and grinned. "Let's hope they forget it's practice and take out a few of their own." She laughed, and he turned his attention to his bond bird. How close are they to the trap? He asked Wheel, who was in contact with all of the bond birds. Close, Wheel told him, and showed him what Rainwind's falcon saw from high above, so high that the men below her would not see even a speck in the sky overhead. It would not be long now until the first of the troops reached the undermined section of bluff. "They're getting close," he said aloud to Daystorm. "Keep a close eye on the Lutter House. If this mage has any way of communicating with the other troops, we'll find out about it soon." He held to the vision of the river road as seen through the eyes of the circling falcon, watching as the ant-like, foreshortened figures crept along at a maddeningly slow pace. The falcon knew exactly where the fall was to take place and centered her circle on that part of the bluff. There was no way to communicate with Sunstone, but part of Snowfire ached with tension, hoping he would not drop the rock fall too soon. The tiny figures crawled onward, completely unaware of what waited for them. Half of them were past the bluff now, with most of the rest beneath the area where the rock would come down. Most of the rest. Not yet, Sunstone, not yet. Let them pass. Now they were either past the fall area or within it, but there was always the chance that the rock would not fall as they thought, letting one or two escape. Not yet, not yet. There. The last of them was past the halfway point. A little puff of dust at the base of the bluff was all the warning Snowfire had. Sunstone had released the fall. It began slowly, as these things always did. A trickle of rock from the top, a rumbling sound, then the first signs of the slide. Most of the enemy fighters reacted immediately. They looked up and ran downriver away from the village. 3 hesitated, started to run toward the village as Snowfire bit off a curse. Suddenly, as a few rocks hit the trail in front of them, they paused and reversed themselves. But that hesitation was fatal. In the next instant, they were buried beneath a cascade of dirt and rock that ran out into the river. A huge cloud of dust rose and obscured everything, even for a falcon's sharp eyes, and Snowfire waited impatiently for it to clear. Finally, the strong breeze from upriver cleared it away, and he saw that there would be no passage back across that fall for anyone. They had managed to drop far more than he had estimated across the roadway. Until it all settled, it would be insane to try and climb it. The enemy fighters milled around the edge, as if wondering whether they should make some attempt to rescue their 3 companions. Evidently they decided against it, or their leaders did, for after a bit more confused meandering, they formed back up into ranks and moved out along the river again. Snowfire broke contact with the falcon with a feeling of fierce pleasure. "The first stage worked perfectly," he told Daystorm. "Any sign from the mage that he knows what happened?" She shook her head. "Nothing at all out of the ordinary," she reported. "You ought to check with Starfall, though. He might have noticed something." That was an excellent idea, and he was not at all loath to follow it. He brushed the dust off his trews and loped up the trail to Starfall's Ekele, hoping that the adept was not too lost in his work to speak to him. As it happened, Starfall was just finishing the last of his rations, and greeted Snowfire with a wave of his hand. "We've dropped the bluff. It worked perfectly, and they lost 3 in the rockfall," Snowfire reported. "Have you noticed anything from the mage?" "Only that he's trying harder than before to take control of the lines and nodes from me," Starfall replied. "He's getting aggressive. I think he's getting extra energy from his fighters. Are they doing anything unusual?" Only the mounted ones are left. Daystorm says they're practicing against each other, and that's unusual because there isn't a lot of room for them to practice ordinarily. Snowfire cocked his head to the side. From what I saw, the mounted fighters are the least disciplined. Would that be enough to generate extra energy for him? Probably. It isn't a lot, but these days, when there isn't a lot of energy to be had, a mage would grasp at anything. Starfall blinked and rubbed his eyes. At least he isn't practicing blood sacrifice. I'll say this much for the barbarians. So far as I know, they don't tend to stoop to that. They'll use the power generated by slaughter on a battlefield, but they won't practice blood sacrifice. Or at least, not of humans. He grimaced. Let's hope this lot runs true to form. Darian would never forgive us if anything like that happened, Starfall muttered, and shook his head. Well, he's due for another try, and I need to be on guard. Keep me informed if you can. Starfall raised the containment shield again and sank back into his trance. Snowfire left him with his falcon standing watch and returned to Daystorm. I think you can drop the close watch on the village, he told her. Starfall says the mage hasn't reacted to what we did at all. She sighed with relief. Oh, good. If I don't get myself stretched out, I won't be any use for the raid. I'll leave the hooligans in place. I don't need them here, and they'll call me if something catches their attention. Good plan, he said approvingly, and went to check on the others. Winter Sky had taken charge of building their packs. Each of them would carry an identical load of climbing staff, short bow, arrows, and throwing darts. The idea was not to get into combat if they could avoid it. The idea was to free the slaves and guard their back trail. Snowfire wished he had some other sort of magic than the type he had. It would have been so useful to be able to turn water into drugged brandywine and arrange for the remaining barbarians to find it. 17 Taledras and 1 adopted boy would be the whole of their army. Nightwind and Kel would remain behind to guard Starfall, with 5 Daihili and 3 of the most timid of the Hertasi. Winter Sky had finished 7 of the packs, with 10 more to go. He was checking each and every weapon with utmost care as he packed it, and there was a small pile of rejected arrows beside him. Snowfire didn't interrupt. He had the job well in hand. 17 against how many? We must be mad. Yet if they could just avoid rousing anything or anyone, the odds of pulling this off were good. Or at least they weren't insurmountable. Time to check on someone whose optimism more than equals my pessimism. He left Winter Sky and took the path that led to the pools and Kelvrin. The only quiet place to practice was beside the bathing pools, and Darian was more than tired of repeating his tiny magics over and over when Kelvrin provided a welcome interruption. "What passes, Brancher?" the griffin called as he flew low over the pool, craning his neck to the side to keep his eyes on Darian. When Darian waved at him, the griffin executed a slow and graceful gliding turn, then back-winged to a perfect one-claw landing on the rock edge of the pool beside Darian. Darian had to duck his head and shield his eyes against the dust storm kicked up by the griffin's wing beats, but he grinned a greeting anyway. "Nothing much passes except time, and that's passing too slowly," he complained, as the griffin settled himself with a couple of crisp wing flicks. He noticed that Kel had a bundle in his right front talon, which he placed on the ground behind the rocks just out of sight. I want to do something, not just sit here." "I agree," Kell responded readily. "But I happen to have something you can do. Do you suppose you could give me a hand with grooming? Nightwind is busy preparing her weapons. The Hertasi are all gone or busy, and I am no Gryfalcon to have hands that hold tools well." Help Kelvrin? In a heartbeat. Darian was absolutely thrilled to be asked, and jumped to his feet, prepared to do anything that Kell requested. "Do I need to get anything special?" he asked anxiously. "The feather oil or anything?" "Not feather oils," the Griffin replied. "I have everything we'll need. This will be battle preparations." With his foreclaw, the Griffin picked up the bag which he put down in front of Darian. He opened it and spread out the contents on the ground. It contained the usual brushes and combs, but also held files, a thin and flexible chest protector that was clearly made to fit over the chest plate on Kell's harness, and a set of sharp metal claw sheaths. "These fit over the talons," Kell said, indicating the metal sheaths. "You'll have to file my talons to fit. They are a bit longer than they were when I was fitted with these." Darian picked up the set of 3 files and the right-side set of sheaths and went to work, as Kell advised and corrected what he was doing. He found that if he sat just under the Griffin's chin, with his back against Kell's chest, they were both able to see what was going on clearly and were more comfortable. It was very pleasant, sitting there with his back against the feathery warmth of his friend, working diligently with the files on the shining black talons. He could almost forget why they were making these preparations. He couldn't help thinking what the other boys of Errol's Grove would say if they saw what he was doing now. Wouldn't their eyes just pop? They wouldn't believe what they were seeing. Imagine me helping take care of a real, live griffin. Why, next thing I'll be helping trap a snowdrake or something. The talon sheaths fit over each claw, and were held in place with a glove-like web of fine, strong leather straps. The workmanship was really ingenious, and the articulation was perfect. The sheaths didn't really extend the length of the talons all that much, so Kell would still be able to walk, land, and pick things up. When Darian finished fitting the whole contraption to Kell's right leg, the Griffin had what was effectively a set of 4 single-edged knives on the end of his leg. Not only did each sheath taper to a point as sharp as a needle, but the first third of each had a real sharpened edge for slashing. Kell flexed his foot and looked at it with a mixture of pride and chagrin, his huge golden eyes blinking slowly as he admired the shining metal now covering each talon. "Hard to walk in, these, because of all the damage. You don't want me anywhere near a tent, for instance. Still, they protect my real talons. Metal won't break the way a talon can, and obviously a weapon can't chop one off." Darian nodded soberly and set to work on the left side set. "I'd hate to see how awful it would be if a talon did get chopped off. He could bleed to death. Much better to have the sheaths, even if they were a bit awkward to wear." When he finished, Kelvin reared up on his hindquarters and made a few experimental slashes in the air. "Perfect," he said with a gleeful sparkle in his eyes. "You may be my Trondir any time." "Oh, I don't know about that," Darian replied, blushing with awkward pleasure. "I don't know a fraction of what Nightwind knows, and anyway, any of the Hertasi could have helped you just as well. Let's get this chest thing on you, all right?" "Surely," Kell agreed, dropping back down to all fours. "It goes onto the harness. See the buckles? Then the neck piece wraps around the throat." The protective armor would never withstand the blows of a sword or axe, but it would protect against arrows. It was made of overlapping articulated plates of a light, strong metal totally unfamiliar to Darian, backed with a thin leather that was the toughest such substance Darian had ever seen. Unlike the talons, which were a satin-finished, highly polished silver, the chest protector was a matte black and would not betray Kell by reflecting light. The whole thing didn't even weigh as much as a single ordinary breastplate for a smallish human, but then it would have to be light if Kell was going to fly while wearing it. When Darian finished buckling it onto the harness, Kell gave himself a tremendous shake to settle it, and had him tighten 2 or 3 straps, then shook himself again. "Rrrr," he said, clicking his beak meditatively. "Not the most comfortable thing to wear, but then I have heard the human silvers say the same of their armor." "It could be worse. You could have a helmet and a stomach plate and things," Darian pointed out. Kell shook his head comically. "I think not," the Griffin exclaimed. "I would not be able to walk, much less fly. This is bad enough, and I would not wear it had Nightwind not insisted. I fear it looks ridiculous." "Well, you look tremendously warlike to me," Darian told him, stepping back to admire him from a little distance. "Very impressive. Terrifying, in fact." "Oh, do I?" Kell exclaimed, ingenuously pleased. "Terrifying, truly?" "Truly," Darian told him. "If I were the enemy, I'd take one look at you and run. I wouldn't stick around to find out what you could do to me." And the Griffin did make a daunting sight, with the metal breastplate and neck guard forming what appeared to be a seamless black shell over his chest and neck, one claw upraised, and the metal talons gleaming wickedly in the sun. It was no exaggeration to say that Kell would probably have frightened any of the Errol's Grove militia members into scuttling back to the village, metaphorical tail between his legs. But would he have the same effect on the barbarians? The plain truth was, virtually anything the militia thought of as a monster had sent them scuttling back to the safety of the village. What did he know about fighting? Only what he'd heard and read in books. "I just hope we never find out," Darian thought, keeping his doubts to himself. "I'd rather not know than have those barbarians turn up here. I think if I was Starfall, I would feel completely secure with you on watch," he said aloud. "I wouldn't need anybody else." "Really?" Kell arched his neck, and his eyes pinned with excitement. "You are too kind. I am only a very junior silver." "I agree with him," Nightwind said, emerging from the shadows of the path. "You look quite formidable, Kell. Starfall will feel quite secure with you on guard, and rightly so. You're going to do a fine job." Kell's neck arched a little more, and he practically purred. "Thank you," he said. "I hope your confidence is justified." Nightwind smiled. "I'm a Trondirn, remember? I've served quite a few griffins in the past. I have no doubt of it." In Darian's opinion, Nightwind herself looked just as formidable as the griffin. She had a breastplate made much like his, with gauntlets to match, a light helm, and a bow that Darian would never dream of being able to string, much less draw. He couldn't see the business end of the arrows she carried in a quiver at her belt, but he had no doubt that they were more of the nasty, man-killing type that the Taledras were using tonight. Her hair had been braided back tightly into a no-nonsense knot at the nape of her neck, and there wasn't a single extraneous bead or feather on her spare, uniform-like costume. Like Kell, her breastplate had a badge embossed on it, and he peered at it curiously. She noted where his eyes went and smiled. "This is the badge of the Silver Griffins," she told him, the fingers of one hand lightly caressing the edge of the emblem. "Kell and I are both Silvers, the only ones in the group. I don't think they quite realize yet what that means." "Why isn't anyone else?" he asked. She chuckled. "Because we are the only two Keledain here," she told him. "We aren't Taledras at all, or rather, the Taledras used to be Keledain, but—" The griffin waved a claw, interrupting her. "You are confusing him," Kell chided. "Darian, it is simple. Long ago there was one people, the Kaledain. When the cataclysm was over, that people was sundered. The Kaledain clan, Keleshia, was far separated from the others, and those within it did not even know if the rest had survived. So they went to safer lands, west and south, and became the allies of the Black Kings. For the other clans, it was different. Their homelands were destroyed, so they found when they went to look. The others quarreled over the use of magic. Those who wanted to continue the use of it became the Taledras, and those who wished to shun it became the Shinayin." "But because your people weren't fighting over whether or not to use magic, you stayed Kaledain?" Darian asked, scratching his head. "But if your people went so far away, why are you here?" "Because we decided that the moment was right to come back north and see what time had made of the lands we left," Nightwind told him, and smiled ruefully. "Little did we guess that we'd end up being here at the beginning of another cataclysm. At least some of us managed to prevent this one anyway. Kell's version is a very abbreviated one, and at some point you'll have to hear the whole story." "Probably from one of the Kiri history keepers," Kell said, meditatively examining his steel-sheathed talons. "Because as soon as they learn you do not know the tale, you will have no choice but to hear it." Nightwind burst out laughing, as if Kell had said something terribly funny. Darian couldn't make out just what the joke was, but laughed politely anyway. "Well, the point is that only the Kaledain have the Silver Griffins," Nightwind continued, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "They serve a lot of the same functions that your heralds do. Peacekeepers, border guards, and as the Kaledain militia. Someday I'll tell you why things turned out that way, but the fact is that of all the people on this expedition, Kell and I are the only true warriors. Mind you, some of the others, Snowfire in particular, have seen combat, but we're the only ones actually trained as warriors. One corner of her mouth quirked in an ironic smile. To tell you the truth, I don't think Snowfire quite realizes that about me. He still thinks I'm just an empath and Kell's attendant. We haven't had to get our battle gear out before this. Not that it matters, Kell added. This is what we probably would have volunteered for if he hadn't asked us. I am a bit large to hide in a watercourse. And we are the best sort of guards he could have on Starfall, Nightwind finished. That's one of the things we're trained for. There is always a set of griffins acting as bodyguards to our chief ally among the Black Kings. But a new set of dazzling possibilities had opened up to Darian. Could I be a silver someday? He asked breathlessly. Now that is an interesting thought, Nightwind replied, looking at him with surprise. I never considered that possibility. Yes, I suppose you could. You're far too young right now, but once you're at the age where we accept candidates, you could train as a silver, if you still want to be one. Being a mage would be an advantage, Kell added, his ear tufts pricked forward with interest. Mages in the Silvers learn combat magics, very specialized stuff. It would mean another several years of schooling. Now that was a daunting thought. More training? But it might be worth it. You certainly don't have to make up your mind right now, Nightwind said, before he could even begin to consider the ramifications of the offer. Let's get through this, then finish up this expedition. By the time we get back to Taledras territory, you'll have a better idea of what you want to do. And if that includes joining the Silvers, Kell and I will see that you get a chance to apply and train. He stammered his thanks and helped Nightwind pack up the grooming utensils, aware in a dazzled fashion that he had gone in the past few days from having no choice in his future life to having a bewildering array of choices. He did not remain dazzled for long. First, we have to get through this. Then I have to make sure that no one in Errol's Grove thinks he still has any claims on me. Then I have to learn how to be a mage and a hawk brother. The enormity of the tasks still ahead of him sobered him quickly. He glanced up at the sun and judged that someone would probably come looking for him shortly. I ought to go find Snowfire, he began. Snowfire has already found you, Nightwind chuckled and pointed over his shoulder. He turned and saw the senior scout coming out into the sunlight by the side of the pool. The Hawk brothers' eyes widened in surprise at the sight of Kell and Nightwind, though his lips curved in a slow smile. "Well-a-day," he said, with appreciation in his voice. "I find all three of the folk I needed to gather, and all in one spot. Very efficient." "Pure coincidence," Nightwind pointed out, "but as you can see, we are ready to take our posts." "Whenever you're ready," Snowfire told her with a little salute. "Unless you can think of anything you need to know, I leave you to handle the business of guarding Starfall as you see fit." Darian had the feeling that Snowfire had intended to give Kell and Nightwind some careful instructions, and on being confronted by a pair of properly equipped professionals, had quickly revised his plans. "Thank you for your confidence, Snowfire," Nightwind said, without a hint of her usual irony. "I hope we will prove worthy of it. Now, I take it that you have come to fetch your guide?" "I have," he said, and turned his attention to Darian. "I hope you are ready, little brother, because we need to set off soon if we are to be in place after dark." Darian nodded, unable to trust his voice, for he knew that the fear rising within him would make it shake. Even if he wasn't brave, he didn't want Snowfire to guess. "I have to go through with this. I let Justin down. I'm not going to do that to Snowfire." "Come, then," the Hawk Brother said. "Nightwind, Kelvrin, wind to thy wings." "Good hunting," Kell said, as Nightwind sketched a salute to both of them, with a sly wink to Darian. That made him feel a little better. He managed to get out a proper farewell and followed in Snowfire's wake to where the rest of the Hawk Brothers were gathered. His heart was in his mouth, and he felt queasy, but what needed to be done would be done. For the most part, the journey was a blur to Darian. The Hawk Brothers set a pace he would never have been able to match if he had not been riding the horse stolen from the barbarians. He could not for a moment imagine how they managed to keep up that steady lope for furlong after furlong. With Wheel and Her providing eyes ahead, they kept up the grueling trek long after sunset, and finally came to a halt somewhere in the deep woods after full darkness fell. "Darian, you must get off the horse now," whispered Winter Sky, who had been holding the beast by a lead rope to prevent it from bolting off the way it had the last time. "We will turn the beast loose here, for we are now going down to the river." Darian dismounted stiffly. The horse's trot had not been a comfortable gait, especially not for someone who never had been much of a rider. Winter Sky untied the rope from the horse's bridle and used it to flick the beast on the flank. With an indignant squeal, it trotted off into the darkness, leaving them all standing beside one of the enormous trees. Beneath the whisper of wind in the leaves above, Darian heard the sound of the river. It couldn't be too far off then. They were very near their goal, the end of the aqueduct that carried water to the village. "Come," Snowfire whispered. Somehow he had replaced Winter Sky at Darian's side. "Do not fear to keep up. We must go slowly now, avoiding the sentries." As gruelingly swift as the pace had been before, it was now just as agonizingly slow. The Hawk Brothers moved from cover to cover, slipping in and out of the shadows like silent shadows themselves, and far quieter than Darian was. Darian winced every time he stepped on a rock or a twig, for the sounds he made sounded as loud as shouts in the relative peace of the forest. But there were other things making sounds out here. He was amazed to realize how loud deer were, as they came across a pair of does and a fawn feeding. He'd always thought that deer moved silently, but they tramped through the sparse underbrush as noisily as he. At last they reached the river itself, with no signs of sentries that Darian could see. But then, what did he know? Wheel, Her, and Snowfire were probably the only ones who would know where sentries were, and the point was to avoid them. The brush along the rocky riverbank was much thicker than under the heavy shade of the great trees. They had more cover to hide in, but there were more branches to snap, leaves to rustle, and rocks to trip over. Wintersky found a game trail that wound in and out of the bushes, often requiring that they go on all fours to keep their heads below the covering undergrowth. Darian discovered that he had his hands and mind full just following in his wake without making too terrible a noise. The river here did not make enough sound to mask their passage. Though swift and deep, there were no rocks or deep bends to cause even a ripple along its tranquil surface. A chilling, damp breeze rose from its surface, penetrating Darian's clothing. It seemed to Darian that they had been moving so long that it must surely be dawn. And yet by the stars it could not possibly have been much later than midnight when he felt Snowfire stop and crouch under the shadow of a bush. He stopped as well, then felt Snowfire's hand reach back and tug at his shoulder. Obedient to the signal, he crept forward to peer out at whatever it was that Snowfire was looking at. "Is this the place?" the scout breathed into his ear. He squinted and peered out into the darkness, straining his ears as well as his eyes when the dark bulk ahead of him failed to resolve into anything he recognized. It was his ears that told him they had reached their goal, a rhythmic splashing, the creaking of wet wood, the steady trickle of water. They had reached the aqueduct and the water wheel that fed it. He put his mouth to Snowfire's ear. "This is the place," he whispered. Snowfire nodded and motioned to him to be silent. He froze where he was and tried to ignore the 3 or 4 insects that decided to negotiate the new piece of territory, his legs, that had suddenly appeared in front of them. He was just glad that Snowfire had given him a handful of aromatic herbs to rub all over himself before they left, for most of the insects had left him alone tonight. Finally, after what seemed far too long a time, Snowfire motioned him forward and slipped out into the open himself. Now, for the first time in days, Darian found himself on totally familiar ground. The wooden aqueduct hung above their heads, dripping fairly steadily. He followed the sounds of dripping until his outstretched hands encountered the ladder that led to the first clean-out door up above. He took a chance that one word wouldn't betray them. "Here," he whispered harshly, and was suddenly surrounded by 17 Hawk brothers. He scrambled up the ladder and felt for the catch that released the door. The aqueduct wouldn't have worked for a week if it hadn't been covered to keep leaves and trash out. Nevertheless, things did manage to get in, and moss and algae grew in the trough. Hatches had to be made to permit occasional cleaners, usually older, more responsible children, to scrub the troughs. To avoid accidents with over-curious or adventurous younger children, the catches were reasonably tricky. Darian had already served one stint as a cleaner. That was how he knew where the catches were and how to open them. He had a moment of panic when the mechanism jammed and refused to open, but after some desperate prying and jiggling, it broke loose and let him lift the hatch up. With a sigh of relief, he lifted the heavy hatch off to the side. Darian listened for a moment to the cold water running inside and, permitting himself a shiver, climbed in. He was immediately soaked to mid-calf in very cold water, but he knew that before they reached the village he'd be soaked clear through. He dropped to his hands and knees and crawled into the tunnel formed by the trough of the aqueduct and the arch of the roof above it. As he crawled forward into the darkness, he felt someone immediately behind him. Now they were all relying on him to pick the right branching. The right one would bring them out in the village, to the village cistern house right beside the horse trough. The wrong one would send them out into the fields somewhere. "None of the left-hand branchings," he reminded himself. "Those all go out to the fields." As he crawled, he tried not to think about his surroundings. It was so dark in here that he couldn't see even a glimmer of light. It was cold, there was water up to his chest, and the roof of the aqueduct pressing into the back of his head. And someone hadn't done his job, because the floor was slimy with algae. He tried to remind himself that it could have been worse things, but as he started to shiver, that thought wasn't at all comforting. It's the second right-hand branching, I'm sure of it. But the longer he crawled, the less sure he became. Was it the second? He'd been crawling an awfully long time, and he'd only come to one place where the aqueduct opened up to the right. What if he'd missed it? What if he'd gone too far? What if they were already crawling off over the fields of barley and turnips? Then, just as he was beginning to panic and thinking about trying to get everyone to crawl backward so he could recheck where they'd been, his hand encountered emptiness and water where the wooden wall had been. He stopped and reached back with his foot to signal that they'd come to the turning. He felt a hand grab his foot and squeeze. He moved into the right branch and continued the crawl forward. Here, at least, the cleaners had done their job. Slime gave way to clean wood under his palms, and he sighed with relief. This must be the correct branch. It was the only one that got scoured religiously, for it not only fed the horse trough, but was the main water supply for the whole village. But now he had new worries. He froze. Suddenly, they were no longer alone. He heard the guards before he saw signs of them, heard their voices echoing toward him down the hollow wooden tube. He froze in place, afraid that they had already caught the sounds of hands and knees shuffling through the water above their heads. In another moment, he saw little flickering bits of light reflected in the water, coming through cracks and crevices in the aqueduct cover. They're going to hear us. They have some magic, or another yip dog that will sense the Hawk brothers. They have a real dog that will smell us up here. It was all he could do to keep from shouting in panic as the lights drew nearer, as he felt the walls pressing in on him. He began to shiver even harder and clenched his teeth tightly to keep them from chattering. Then, miraculously, the lights and voices passed right on by. He hardly believed it at first, and only a sharp prod from behind got him going again. Twice more, lights and voices approached and passed, and twice more they all froze in place, waiting, shivering in the cold water. At long last, his hand encountered the end of the aqueduct. They were in the cistern house, where the aqueduct spilled into a storage cistern, which in turn led to the horse trough outside the cistern house. He hung on to the end of the trough and lowered himself down into the cistern, being careful not to make more of a splash than the water pouring into the cistern already made. One by one, the rest of the Hawk brothers followed, first into the cistern, then, shivering and chilled, onto the floor of the cistern house beside him. "I want you to stay here," Snowfire said in his ear. "Keep out of sight. You've done all you need to." He nodded, his teeth clenched to keep them from chattering. He couldn't have replied if he'd wanted to, for he was shivering too hard, and not just with cold. "He shouldn't stay here," hissed someone else. "There's no place to hide, and only one way in or out. And if anyone comes in here after water, they're going to find him." Snowfire growled, but reluctantly agreed. "Let me have Wheel check this stable." Silence, then, except for the sound of falling water and occasional voices outside the cistern house. Darian was in a constant state of terror, lest some drunkard stumble in to douse his head and find them all there. At long last, Snowfire spoke again. "Darian, "Go to the stable," he ordered. "Wheel says that there are no humans quartered in there, nothing but horses. You should be safe enough at this time of night, and it's halfway between the threshing barn and here. We can get you on our way out of the village." Darian just nodded and waited while the others slipped out, 2 and 3 at a time, his gut clenched tight all the while. "How am I going to get out of here?" he asked himself, once the last of them were gone. "I can't move and hide like they can. Somebody is going to see me for sure." As if to underscore that fear, he heard precisely what he had feared most to hear, the sound of 3 or 4 drunken men approaching the cistern house, talking loudly in some foreign babble. Were they coming here? Where could he hide? Could he get inside the cistern? Would they see him if he did? As he felt blindly about for the edge of the cistern, his hand encountered a bucket that had been left behind, and suddenly a plan burst in on his mind in a blaze of illumination. Quickly, he grabbed the bucket, filled it at the cistern, and just as the men reached the door, he opened it, trudging openly out into the square with his heavy, sloshing bucket. Exactly as he had hoped, the men ignored him. He was just another slave, and a child at that, insignificant and unworthy of a moment's thought. They shoved past him, and as he trudged away, he heard them splashing and choking in the water, trying to sober themselves up. Ugh! It's a good thing that from here the water goes to the horse trough. But if I was a horse, I wouldn't want to drink it after they'd had their dirty heads in it. He continued to trudge toward the stable, carrying the bucket handle in both hands, hoping that no one would notice his long knife at his side, the only weapon he had with him. Snowfire wouldn't let him have anything else, and at the time he had thought it a pitiful excuse for a weapon, but he rather doubted that these people allowed their slaves to have anything as dangerous as a knife. At last, he reached the shelter of the stable. He put down the bucket, opened the door, picked the bucket back up, and slipped inside. Just in case Wheel had been mistaken, he wanted an excuse to be here, and a bucket of water was a perfectly good excuse. But it was black in there, without even a night lamp. That meant that there was nothing and no one waiting except for horses. He waited for his eyes to adjust to the dark, listening to them stamping and blowing, breathing in the scent of horse sweat and hay. Once he could see a little, he walked up to the nearest stall. Each of the stalls had an outside half door, so that the upper half could be left open for ventilation, and in this weather the upper doors were left open all night so the horses got air. The beast on the other side of the stall door seemed far too large for the stall he'd been put in. Darian stared at him in awe. He was huge, bigger than any horse he'd ever seen before, and a true war horse. Every stall in the small stable was full, and it was quite clear why the barbarians had put their beasts here instead of using the place to quarter more fighters. These horses must easily have been worth a small fortune apiece. They were certainly worth more than a simple foot soldier, or even a squad of them. Darian put his bucket down and closed the door, then felt for the ladder built into the wall beside him and climbed up into the loft where the hay was stored, moving carefully and feeling for each rung to keep from making any noise. He would have a good vantage point and a comfortable place to wait as well. Both loft doors were open to the night air, and he got down on his stomach and wormed his way over to the one that pointed in the direction of the threshing barn. Loose hay covered the floor to the depth of his knees in the middle and his neck on either side. Mice skittered about in the hay. In the silence, he heard 2 of them fighting, voicing their anger in tiny squeaks. He settled in, with his nose barely poking up above the sill of the door, and strained eyes and ears trying to penetrate the night. The plan called for the Hawk brothers to get to the threshing barn, remove any guards that were there, and free the villagers. Winter Sky and Rain Dance would lead them through the village, across the bridge to the road on the other side of the river, and upriver to Kelm's Keep. Snowfire and the others would form a rear guard to deal with pursuit. Nothing in the plan called for actually attacking the barbarians, except in the person of the guards watching the captives. At the time, Darian had been disappointed, but now he was relieved. Trapped inside the cistern house, he had suddenly become aware that he was one young boy, surrounded by many, many strange, hostile men who would not think twice about killing him. Once again, he felt his insides go to water, felt the fear he had experienced when the barbarian army attacked. This was not the time or place for a confrontation, and now he was glad that Snowfire had already made up his mind about that. I just wish someone could have told the enemy so we'd be sure that they would leave us alone. Suddenly, the peaceful night was split by flashes of red, orange, and green light and a roar as deafening as the worst thunderstorm he'd ever lived through. Darian stifled a yelp and winced away from the door, but immediately reversed himself and peeked back over the top of the sill. Something awful must have happened out there. It was all coming from the direction of the threshing barn, and he knew with a thrill of dread that the enemy had not gone along with the plan of avoiding confrontation. More brilliant flashes of light lit the village below, followed by more thundering noises, and men boiled out of the nearby houses like so many angry hornets streaming from a disturbed hive. His heart pounded, and there was a metallic taste in the back of his mouth. He began to sweat and had to clench his hands on the sill to keep from jumping up and running out there. What do I do? Where do I go? Nothing in the plan told him what to do now. Don't panic. Think of something. He didn't dare move from where he was, and yet there must be something he could do. If I can stop some of these men, delay them. If only I had a sling or a rope to trip them with. What had he learned? How to raise things, how to heat water and call fire, how to sense magic and... Wait a minute. If I can raise things, can I keep them down? Too late to guess. He just had to try. Spurred by fear and excitement, he reached out with his tiny spark of magic toward one of the barbarians running below him and momentarily glued his toe to the ground. The man tripped and fell heavily, taken too much by surprise to fall properly, and Darian heard something break with a dry crack. Though whether it was a bone or a weapon, he couldn't tell. The man staggered to his feet, dazed, and stumbled off. He was clearly not in a condition to fight now, and might not be for a while. Encouraged, Darian did it again, and once again it worked, sending the man crashing headlong into the ground and driving all the breath from his body. This one was stunned and only moved feebly rather than trying to get up. It took him a long time to get to his feet and lurch away. Darian tried the trick again, and yet again with equal or better success. It was working. He was doing something. If only he knew what was going on out there. There was more light, real fire this time, rising above the roofs of the nearest buildings, the harsh smell of smoke, and the sounds of shouts and screams in the distance where the barn stood. He could not tell what was going on, except that the quiet raid had become a full-scale confrontation, and that was not good. There were no more barbarians where Darian could see them, and he realized belatedly just how exposed his position was. He wormed his way back into the loose hay, pulling it up over himself until there was hay all around him to the depth of a pitchfork's tines. He could still see out the loft door, but now he was peeking out from under the hay like a mouse in a burrow. He got under cover just in time. Someone with a mage light, following him, ran toward the stable, and by the long robes the man was wearing, he was not one of the Hawk brothers, nor one of the barbarian fighters. The stable door slammed open as Darian lost sight of the man, then slammed shut again. He heard a thud, the creak of wood, and a voice uttering what sounded like curses, and heavy steps on the ladder. He was shudderingly grateful for the cover of the hay as the mage light popped over the side of the loft, and the entire loft lit up as brightly as day. More heavy steps. A shadow passed over Darian's hiding place, and the man stepped into Darian's line of sight. He blocked about half of Darian's view, but Darian had a very good view of him. Tall, a bit less muscular than the barbarian fighters, but just as shaggy and bearded, he wore an outlandish reddish-brown robe with a design pieced into it in dark brown leather. It appeared to be the stylized head and forequarters of some beast, but what, Darian couldn't tell. There was a pendant around his neck that swung into view as he turned, a sun disk with the rays in metal but the disk in black. An eclipse? All his attention was centered outside, which was a very good thing, as Darian was in plain sight from where he stood if he chose to look in that direction. Is this the mage? It must be. What's that pendant mean? Is it magic? Darian tentatively stretched his new magic sense toward the man. And he was all but blinded. He shielded himself again, as he'd been taught, and lay there dazed. I think this is the mage, all right. And the man was doing something. He had his hands cupped in front of him, and he was muttering. And from a point just below them, Darian heard an ominous, deep sound of growling, and the noise of very heavy feet shuffling away. He's got monsters. He's turning monsters loose. The Hawk brothers had no warning of this. Bad enough that they were facing half an army, but no one had thought about facing monsters too. He had to do something. He had to. He couldn't let Snowfire down the way he'd failed Justin. The man was still muttering, probably calling up another monster. Darian couldn't wait any longer. With a yell, he leaped out of the hay, pulling his knife at the same time. The man turned, quick as a thought, but only in time to keep from getting knocked out of the loft door. Darian hit him with a shock. His right shoulder nearly wrenched out of its socket as the man deflected it. They both went down in the hay, with Darian on top. He tried to bring up his knife to finish things, but the man seized his wrist and rolled to the right. Now Darian was underneath. The man tried to get the knife away from him, bashing his hand down uselessly into the soft hay, his knees digging into Darian's stomach. Darian squirmed, trying to break his hold and get away, and the man held off Darian's knife hand with his right hand and got his left around Darian's throat and began to squeeze. He couldn't breathe. His throat was agony. His chest felt as if it were going to burst. His blood pounded in his ears. He writhed and twisted, clawed for the man with his free hand, kicked and thrashed, while the man held him down and throttled him. Darian's mouth opened, but nothing came out. His eyes felt as if they were going to pop out of his head. His ears and face burned, and he couldn't hear anything but a roaring. His vision went red, then began to tunnel, until all he could see was the man's impassive, bearded face, and that was starting to black out. Then, with no warning, the man let him go and flung himself backward. Darian rolled out of the way, coughing and gasping, and looked up to see her attached to the man's scalp, flapping her wings furiously and digging bloody furrows along his forehead with her talons. She must have come in the hayloft door. She saved me. The man was screaming at the top of his lungs and flailing at the bird with his fists. She, in her turn, battered him with powerful strokes of her wings, disorienting him. Belatedly, Darian realized he had to get out of there. She hadn't managed a killing hold. She couldn't hang on to him forever, and once she let go, he was free to go after Darian again. Darian scrambled for the ladder and slid down it with his feet braced on the outside of the uprights and his hands slowing him. He had lost his knife somewhere. He didn't know where, but right now all he wanted was to get away. But the door was closed, and the bar was down across it. The mage light dropped down into the stable, and the man stopped screaming. Her must have let him go. Please, please don't let her be hurt. The horses were all frantically stomping and neighing, upset by the commotion and wanting to take their agitation out on something or someone. The mage would be down there any moment. Where can I hide that he can't find me? There wasn't much room in the tiny stable, and with the horses ready to kick anything that stood in their path. The horses! Yes! He darted along the center aisle, throwing open the doors to the stalls as he went. The horses hadn't been tied, and once they felt space behind them, they kicked and backed out into the aisle, then proceeded to fight with each other, milling and squealing, and providing a barrier of large and angry bodies between Darian and the ladder. Just as he opened the last stall, he spotted the mage's feet on the ladder, and he saw a pitchfork leaning against the back wall. He seized it and darted into the last stall, dangerously close to the horse that was vacating it. Fortunately, the horse was more interested in getting a piece of one of his rivals than in stomping Darian into the straw. This stall had no half door at the back, and neither did the one opposite it. There would be no escape that way. As he cowered in the back of the stall, pitchfork clutched in his trembling hands, he heard the mage's voice roaring over the squealing and bugling of the fighting horses and the thud of hooves on wood. He heard the louder sound of the stable doors slamming open, and then the noise of a riding whip on flesh and the thunder of hooves receding. The mage had opened the stable doors and was driving out the horses. Soon he would come looking for Darian. I'll only get one chance at this. Darian broke out into a cold sweat, shaking all over, but his mind seemed strangely sharp and clear, and as he watched the lighted space of the open stall door, he saw the last of the bulky shadows vanish, leaving only the long shadow of a man. The mage lights behind him. He watched the shadow and listened to the footsteps, waiting for the moment when the mage would be just around the corner of his stall. The man was thorough. He checked every stall, while Darian's heart pounded and his gut churned. He's looking at the opposite ones first. When he first gets up here, I'll have just that long while he checks the other one. He saw the shadow's legs, the body silhouetted on the wall. He braced himself, and with the next step, the mage himself appeared framed in the stall door. Darian charged, screaming. This time he caught the mage entirely by surprise, driving him into the wall and pinning him there. He looked terrible, with great gouges bleeding down into his face and his robe wet with his own blood, but he was obviously far from finished. One tine of the pitchfork held an arm pinned between it and the next tine. One pierced the man's clothing at his side, although Darian couldn't tell if it had caught flesh, and one was buried in the wood of the back of the stall. But the mage wasn't dead, and he wasn't done with Darian yet. There was an insane rage in the man's eyes. He foamed at the mouth, and he clawed at Darian with his free hand. Failing to reach Darian, he grappled with the shaft of the pitchfork and tried to wrench it away, while at the same time he pushed away from the wall. There was blood seeping into the mage's clothing, but this was obviously not a fatal wound. If he could get off the wall, he could free himself. Darian panted, bracing his feet in the dirt of the stall floor, and hung on with the strength of desperation. Why wouldn't this man die? Bit by bit, the mage pushed Darian back, struggling in eerie silence. Bit by bit, Darian's feet slipped, and he scrambled to re-establish his hold. If the mage got loose, he'd kill Darian. Then he'd kill Snowfire and all the others. Then he'd go after Nightwind and Starfall and Kelvrin, and all because Darian had failed. "No!" he screamed at the top of his lungs. "Not this time!" With a last burst of energy, he drove the mage back and felt a surge of elation. But the madness left the man's eyes for a moment, and the mage screamed something guttural. The handle of the pitchfork burst into flame, splintered, then crumbled away, leaving Darian standing with a handful of kindling and ash. The mage plucked the metal tine out and cast it to the ground contemptuously. Darian stared, frozen. The mage laughed and reached out, his fingers curling into a claw. Darian ducked and rolled to the side. He came up running, or trying to, heading for the open stable door. Behind him, the mage screamed something else, and the door slammed shut in his face. He hit it, unable to stop in time, and dropped to the floor. The mage laughed again, and Darian rolled over, his back to the door, and his hand fell on the bar that had held it shut. He didn't even think. He just grabbed it and came up swinging. He caught the mage on the side of the head, once again catching him by surprise. The man reeled back, and Darian swung again. This time the mage caught the wooden bar and wrenched it out of Darian's hands, throwing it aside. Darian dove underneath the man's grasping hands, gambling that the wound in his side was too painful for him to move easily. He somersaulted and came up on his feet on the other side. The mage was between him and the door again. He looked frantically about for a weapon, any weapon. His eye fell on the forged tines of the pitchfork as the mage turned. This time he didn't dare fail. It didn't matter if he died. He couldn't fail the others. He snatched up the tines, braced the rounded end against his chest, and charged again, but this time with every last bit of strength and every bit of his weight, holding back nothing. He drove the larger man back against the closed door, felt the tines hit flesh that yielded, resisted, then gave with a wet pop. The man screamed horribly. He flailed at Darian, and a terrible blow to the side of his head knocked him away, stunning him. He fell to the ground as everything went dark. He couldn't move, couldn't see anything. Am I blind? With a convulsive shudder, he managed to move, to get to his knees, but he still couldn't see anything. Everything was dark. Then, with a creak, one of the stable doors swung open, and vague and flickering red light outside proved that he wasn't blind after all. It was the mage light that was gone. But the mage was still moving. In a moment he might get up again. He was hurt, but by no means dead yet. Darian's right hand was wet, as was his sleeve, and as he moved it, his fingers touched his abandoned bucket. He grabbed it and lurched to his feet, staggering over to the mage, who stared up at him in the changing light, spittle at the corner of his mouth. He gave the man no chance to act. He brought the bucket down on his head as hard as he could. If the man wouldn't die, at least he wasn't going to stay awake for long. He hit the mage a couple more times for good measure, then left the bucket upturned over his face and staggered, exhausted, out into the open. He didn't care who or what saw him at this point. He stood in the middle of the dirt path, swaying on his feet, wondering where he should go next. The shouting had decreased. Who was winning? Then he sensed something gathering at his back, something oddly familiar. Magic. But where and when had he sensed something like this before? Magic, like... For some reason the sensation called up a memory of Justin, but Justin had never had enough magic for him to sense like this. except the day he destroyed the bridge. Fear gave him energy he thought he didn't have. He sprinted for shelter, any shelter, heading for the nearest building as fast as his feet would carry him. He reached it just as the stable behind him exploded into flame, the shock of the blast knocking him into the side of the cottage. He saw fireworks behind his eyes for a moment and had all the wind knocked out of him. He struggled to breathe, lying on his side, trying to make his lungs work again. He didn't stay that way for long. When his eyes cleared and he got a few good breaths, he picked himself gingerly out of the remains of a flower garden. He looked around, and things were pretty much the same as they had been. With a single exception, that is, what was left of the stable blazed fiercely, as if it had been soaked in oil. Darian went looking for Snowfire and the others, but didn't have to go far to find them. No sooner did he round the corner of the house than he saw the entire cavalcade approaching, the Hawk brothers, battered and injured, but all still alive, followed by the villagers. The villagers of Errold's Grove were a far different group of people than they had been a half-moon ago. They had clearly been kept on short rations by their captors, and just as clearly had been worked to exhaustion. They were filthy, unkempt, precisely the kind of folk that they themselves would have turned away from the village as vagabonds. Clothing, dirty, torn, and tattered in the course of hard labor, had not been changed, cleaned, or mended in all the time they'd been captives. Some of the men showed signs of beatings. All looked as wary and spooked as the horses running freely among the houses. But Darian had no eyes for them. With a joyful shout, he ran to Snowfire and the others, who answered his shout and surrounded him, babbling questions, while the villagers stared at him with wide eyes. The villagers recognized him, yes, but this was not the same Darian that they had scorned and disregarded before. "One at a time," Snowfire ordered, and some of the babble subsided. "Darian, we were surprised by a group coming to claim some of your people. We were attacked. We took shelter in the barn and were promptly put under siege. What saved us was that the elite fighters that were left here had been drinking and simply didn't fight together at all well. We were holding our own until we were attacked by a bear creature. It must have been summoned and controlled by their mage. It broke through our defenses and killed 3 of your people and injured several of us. We are sorry. There was just nothing we could have done to save them, though we tried. Then the creature suddenly went berserk, as if it was no longer under control, and turned on the barbarians. They had to fight us and it at the same time. They killed it, but seemed to lose heart and retreated. Then there was a tremendous roar of flames shot into the sky, and their retreat turned into a rout. What happened here?" "It was the mage," Darian said, too tired to feel even a flicker of pride in his deed. "I saw him making magic, and I knew I had to do something. I think he's dead. I think he did what Justin did at the bridge." He told the tale as quickly as he could, in as few words as possible. He was a little afraid that Snowfire and the rest might not believe him. After all, who was he to claim to have destroyed a powerful mage? But they accepted his tale at face value, and the results were there for all to see, so perhaps it was not as difficult to believe as he had feared. "You were one thing he would not have been concerned about," Snowfire said thoughtfully. "He would never have believed that a single young boy could be a threat to him, not even when he had the evidence of that threat slashed into his own body. He should have known better. We all know that this smallest creature can become dangerous when driven to desperation. "I couldn't have done it if it hadn't been for her," Darian said hastily. "She is all right, isn't she?" "One broken feather and a ruffled temper, which she has flown off to cool," Snowfire assured him, and looked around at the wide-eyed group of villagers surrounding them. He switched to stilted Valdemaran. "I believe we hold Errold's Grove, and need not fear of the return of the barbarians tonight," he said, raising his voice. "I believe it is safe enough to stay and sleep, and in the morning begin to rebuild. If you will go to your houses, we allies of Valdemar will secure the place against intruders." Still shocked and bewildered, ready to listen to anyone who offered a voice of authority, they trailed back to their houses by twos and threes. Snowfire divided the Hawk brothers into 3 groups of 5, leaving out the 2 worst wounded to take night watches. "Is there any place you can go to rest?" he asked Darian, with a hand resting lightly on his shoulder. "Would anyone give you bed space? You have done more than enough for one night." Darian felt each and every separate bruise aching, thought longingly of Justin's little cottage, once despised, and nodded. "Go then," Snowfire said, giving him a gentle shove. "I will see that you are awakened in the morning." Already those not on the first watch were putting out the fire in the blazing stable. Soon concealing darkness hid the signs of battle, leaving only the acrid scent of smoke in the air. Darian trudged toward Justin's cottage, wondering what he would find there. What he found in the light of a single lantern was signs of recent occupation. The furniture was gone, probably broken up for firewood. The contents of the shelves lay piled in a corner, discarded as worthless, including all the bad paintings of famous mages, and there were bedrolls spread across every available bit of floor. He wrinkled his nose at the smell of sweat, burned food, and unwashed bedding. He took the time to throw all the bedrolls out the door and open the windows. The fireplace hadn't been swept in ages, and it seemed that when the barbarians finished eating, they tended to pitch what was left into the fire, for it was littered with bones and burned crusts, hence the odor of burned food. Darian climbed the ladder to his loft bed and discovered it was the one corner of the house that hadn't been touched, probably because his little bed was too short for any of the barbarians. With a weary sigh, he tumbled into bed, leaving the lantern to burn itself out. It was the sound of horses and men's voices that woke him in the gray light of dawn, and before he was even properly awake, he tumbled down out of the loft and emerged from the cottage with a poker in one hand, ready to do battle all over again. But it wasn't the barbarians who had returned. The noise was the arrival of a rescue expedition. Men on horses milled around the square, all of them wearing Lord Brion's colors and badge. More men afoot were rounding up loose livestock and confining it in hastily built corrals. Darian put down his poker and scratched his head, watching all the activity with a sense of bleary bemusement. After another moment, he quietly got himself a bucket of water and used it to clean himself up, wincing as he scrubbed a body that was black and blue from neck to knee. Once clean and marginally presentable, he went back out and joined the milling people, picking up what had happened this morning by listening to fragments of conversation. Lord Brion had gotten Starfall's message and had gathered his men to respond to it, but on the way he had encountered the thoroughly demoralized barbarian foot soldiers and had fought an unequal battle with them. Then, having defeated the barbarians, he had stopped by the rockfall and had been forced to find a place to ford the river to get to the road on the other side. By this time, of course, they were certain that they would find Errold's Grove occupied by a hostile force, and had only hoped to catch the remaining barbarians by surprise. Ready for battle, they had clattered over the bridge a little before dawn, only to encounter the sentries. After learning that the town was in friendly hands, they had made enough noise to wake up most of those who were sleeping. When Darian wandered in, rubbing his eyes with the back of his hand, Lord Brion himself was in earnest consultation with Snowfire, with townsfolk standing awkwardly about, still looking dazed and bewildered, though most of them had cleaned themselves up and found more presentable clothing. They formed a sad contrast with their once respectable selves, however, and looked rather as if they had grabbed whatever would fit, with little regard for the sex or size their garments were originally intended for. Snowfire spotted him and hailed him with relief. "Here, little brother, your command of the tongue is better than mine. Come and help me with this." Not at all reluctant, Darian ignored his bruises and aching bones and trotted to Snowfire's side, feeling flushed with pride. When Snowfire was at a loss for words, he translated. Lord Brion, a neat and handsome gentleman of middling age and height, clothed in a business-like suit of riveted armor, brown of hair and eyes and beard, took the Hawk brothers completely in stride. But Darian's fellow villagers started every time any one of them moved suddenly, and kept circling warily around the birds. To Darian's relief, he caught sight of her, Wheel, and an awkward-looking youngster dozing on the roof tree nearest Snowfire, where they had evidently been most of the night, with Daystorm's bond-bird corbies keeping the natives at a respectful distance. "My Lord Snowfire," Lord Brion said when they were finished, a look of profound respect in his eyes, "you have certainly kept things well in hand here. I am sure that the Queen herself will want to thank you eventually." Snowfire shrugged. "We are allies, are we not?" he pointed out. "And if you had not intercepted the foot troops before they returned, we should probably have been forced to defend ourselves from them as we marched these folk toward your holding and safety. Now they need no longer seek shelter among your people." "Begging your pardon," Lutter spoke up, interrupting him, "but we need to know what we're to do now." The man was a far cry from his former prosperous self. He had changed his clothing, but it hung on him loosely, and his middle-aged face bore signs of both fresh and not-so-recent bruises in purple, black, green, and yellow. "What are you to do?" Lord Brion looked at him askance. "Why, pick up your lives, man. What else?" "Pick up our lives?" he replied, aghast. "What are you talking about? How can we pick up our lives? There's nothing left here. The barbarians took it all. What they didn't eat, they destroyed. We've no crops, no food, no herds or flocks. How are we going to get through the winter?" Darian snorted with contempt, and all eyes turned toward him. Snowfire looked at him curiously, Lord Brion with surprise, and Lutter with astonishment, turning to anger at having been interrupted by the village scapegrace. "I'll tell you what you've got," Darian said hotly, amazed at their stupidity. "You've got your homes back. You've got a pile of weapons and armor that ought to be worth something. You've got a dozen or more real war horses that are each worth the price of a good house. And you've got a whole lot more regular horses, too. You've got mules and 2 wagons, whatever was in those wagons, and you've got the whole Pelagirus forest to hunt dye fungus in. You can buy food again. You don't have to grow it. What are you complaining about? And you've got this. Lily, the barmaid, came up dragging someone's once fine coverlet, made into a crude bag, across the ground. She let the corners fall, revealing a mixed pile of coins and jewelry. I couldn't tell whose was whose, she continued, so I just piled them all together, but I know that most of this didn't come from Errol's Grove. It certainly couldn't have, since a great deal of the jewelry was of gold. No wonder the bundle had been too heavy to carry. Shkar had all this in his room, she continued, and I thought that when you get done picking out the bits that belong to you, Lord Brion could arrange to sell the rest and buy new stock for everybody who lost beasts and fowl. "What about the stuff you're wearing?" asked a woman shrilly, and only then did Darian look up to see that Lily was bedecked with several heavy gold bracelets, chains, and odd-looking pendants. Lily flushed, but looked angry. "This is mine," she replied fiercely. "I earned every bit of it." "Oh, earned it, did you?" the woman snarled. "At your ease, in comfort, while the rest of us sweated out in the fields. Earned it, did you?" For once, Lily stood up for herself, pulling herself up tall and staring the woman down. "Yes, earned it. Earned it by waiting on Shkar day and night, doing things I don't even like to think about, keeping him and his bullies looking at me and thinking about me instead of you, making sure that every time their eyes started wandering toward your pretty little daughter, Stella Harthen, that they got pulled back toward me. How did you think it happened? By magic? I fought for all our sakes with the only weapon that I knew would work against them. And now I'm keeping what I earned from them. I'm taking it, and I'm going to go and buy a real inn someplace else where nobody is going to look down her long, petty nose at me again." Darian flushed with anger as he saw sour and angry faces among the women still, in spite of the fact that the pile of loot in the coverlet was vastly more valuable than what Lily wore. How greedy can they be, he wondered. But Lutter coughed and said to Lily, red-faced, "You're right, girl. You've earned it. And you've earned the right to take it and yourself someplace else if you want to. But if we're going to get the dye trade going again, we're going to need a real inn." Lily interrupted him, shaking her head, though her demeanor softened. "No. If I go elsewhere, I'll be Lily, the respectable innkeeper. I can never be that if I stay here. I'm leaving. Besides," she chuckled weakly, "when I leave, it'll give your wives a bad example to show their girl children." "I would like to ask you some questions about your time among those men," Lord Brion said with delicate tact. "You knew the name of one of the leaders, for instance." "Shkar," she said, and shrugged. "I didn't learn much of their tongue. They didn't need me for language lessons, and what they wanted they could get by pointing." "Nevertheless, you may know more than you think you do," Lord Brion persisted. "If you'd care to come back with me, after I've learned what I can from you, I'll gladly provide an escort to wherever you choose." "That suits me." She turned abruptly and went to stand among Lord Brion's men, who, after a stern look from Lord Brion, did not leer or make suggestive comments, but simply made a place for her. "In the meantime, the woman is right," the Lord continued, surveying the pile. "Between the loot there and the horses, you will have more than enough to rebuild what was lost. I'll trade 10 cattle or 20 adult hogs for each war horse this minute, sight unseen, for instance. Or you can take them to the horse market and try your luck there." He raked his eyes over the crowd. You'll have to agree on equal shares, as you all suffered equally, so far as I can see. It will take a great deal of work, but in the end, Errol's Grove will be as prosperous as it was before." There was some muttering, especially among those who had been the most well-off before the invasion, but finally everyone agreed. "Now, as for Darian," Lord Brion began. Snowfire interrupted him this time. "With all respect, we have already taken him into our clan," the Taledras said, and Darian's heart leaped. "We do not consider him a burden." But evidently some word of what Darian had done had gotten to the villagers, for there was an immediate protest. "But he's our mage! We are going to need a mage!" exclaimed Lutter in dismay. "What if someone like these barbarians comes back?" "You need a trained mage, which Darian is not," Snowfire replied sternly. "He must be trained, and you have no adequate teachers, nor are you likely to get any, considering how long it took to get you the first one. But he can heal. As I believe some of you once pointed out, any of your young people could learn to do, apprenticing for 6 months with a healer." Snowfire's mouth twitched at the dismay on certain faces. Darian had to hide his face, lest his own expression give him away. "I suggest you do that. Perhaps, if at some time a generous offer is made, you may tempt another mage to come and take residence here. Until that time, I fear you shall have to learn to watch your own borders and defend yourselves." But Darian felt a twinge of guilt as he looked at the real fear in the eyes of some of them. Terrible things had happened here, things that people would never speak of, but which would shadow their dreams for the rest of their lives. They would never feel truly secure again. "What is it, lad?" Lord Brion asked, seeing the doubt in his own eyes. "What is it to be? Do you go with the Hawk brothers, or do you remain here?" He looked from Snowfire's calm eyes to Lord Brion's worried ones, and back again. I have to be trained first," he said, echoing Snowfire's words. "And I'd rather it was with my friends than anyone else. But," he shook his head and tried to put into words the idea he'd had. "But this place is right on the border, right on the edge of Hawk Brother lands and Valdemar, right? Shouldn't there be someone who was as much a Hawk Brother as a Valdemaran right here all the time to make sure that there are never any misunderstandings?" Lord Brion looked astounded, and Snowfire impressed and pleased. He hurried on. "And Lutter is right. Errol's Grove is going to need a real mage, sooner or later. The Pelagiers haven't gotten less strange, even after the storms. If there was a mage here, he could look at stuff that was brought out and tell if it was good for anything besides dying. Other things, too, so couldn't I do both?" He turned pleading eyes to Snowfire. "Couldn't I go with you, learn to be a mage and one of the clan, then come back here and maybe make a little vale where Taledras would always be able to come?" "It would be a hard life, and often lonely, being neither of this world nor that," Snowfire said softly in the Hawk Brother tongue. "But you are correct that there is a need for such a person, especially here, where there is scope for a great deal of misunderstanding." "Then that's what I'd like," he sighed. Then he laughed a little and shook his head. "Hellfires! I never could take the easy way with anything." "I am glad that you made that choice, little brother," the scout replied, and switched to Valdemarin. "That is a good plan, and a generous one. You shall come with us and be trained, and when you are ready, you shall return here and be a living example of the Alliance. You shall make for us a haven for our kind, and a place where those of Valdemar will find help when it is needed." Sighs and smiles all around, but Snowfire wasn't finished yet. "And since it is a plan that shows wisdom beyond your years, I shall do as Wheel and Her asked me, though you are not quite yet of an age for such a joy and a responsibility." He smiled. After all, usually in matters of this sort, our winged ones are far too wise to be bound by convention. He whistled and held up his gauntleted arm. But instead of Wheel coming in to land on it, the youngster woke up, hooted loudly, and blundered in to his fist. Before Darian had a moment to think, Wintersky grabbed his left hand and slipped a shoulder-length glove over it, then held it up. The youngster made a clumsy hop from Snowfire's fist to Darian's, and looked deeply into Darian's dazzled eyes as Snowfire laughed with delight at his expression. "Hello?" Darian stammered, beside himself with so much joy and excitement that he shook. "What's your name?" "Kuari," the bird said solemnly in his mind. "I am Kuari. I like you. We'll be bondmates. Yes? They want it too." The owl didn't move his head, but Darian knew that they meant Wheel and Her, sitting side by side up on the roof tree. "I like mice. I want to hunt mice. Bring you some too?" "I have the feeling that Wheel and Her have decided that this will ensure your place within the clan, little brother," Snowfire said in Taledras, with suppressed laughter in his voice. Darian didn't care. The trust he sensed in Kuari's voice won his heart as nothing else could have. With gentle care, he reached up and scratched the youngster's head at the ear tufts, as he had seen Snowfire do for Wheel. "Oh, I like that. I like that better than mice. Do that a lot." Kuari closed his eyes in ecstasy, all but melting under the caress, and butted his head into Darian's hand. "I told you," Daystorm muttered to Snowfire, in a whisper Darian probably wasn't supposed to overhear. "The boy's a natural with the birds. He'll be fine." "Yes, I will be fine," he thought, his heart so brimming with joy and contentment that there was no room in it any more for anger, resentment, or grief. "Yes, I will. I've got a family, adventure, a worthy goal. I'm home. I'm finally making my own home." Darian looked up and out at the villagers, who were conspicuously silent. "One last thing," he said boldly. "I won't even consider returning until there is a portrait of the great mage Justin displayed in a place of honor in Errol's Grove." He paused a moment, then added, just to make sure, "a good portrait." Then Darian, hawk-brother of Valdemar, turned his full attention to his new bondmate's soft feathers and the shared bliss that came from being with each other. Maybe the young owl's flight was not all that graceful at the moment, but in time, with support and guidance, he would be a master at whatever he tried. In time, so too would Darian, and he would be at home wherever he went. This concludes Owlflight by Mercedes Lackey and Larry Dixon, narrated by Kevin T. Collins. Copyright 1997 by Mercedes R. Lackey and Larry Dixon. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Mercedes Lackey and Larry Dixon, care of Scoville, Galen, and Gauche Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.